Alright, yelled a very enthusiastic blonde as he looked at an identical blonde in front of him. I got Kage Bunshin down on my first try. Things are finally looking up for old Naruto. Mizuki still has an hour to arrive here, so I guess I'll learn a few more jutsus while I'm at it, murmured one very pleased Naruto after dispelling the clone who was being emo about not being summoned for anything fun. Now let's see this next jutsu. Life is a game no jutsu. There's a note attached to it. Maybe this will help me understand it. Hello fellow ninja, I as the 4th Hokage have one thing to request. If you want to learn this jutsu, please, for the love of fucking Kami, do not use this damn jutsu please. Come on, just keep reading. Ito Tensei is a little farther ahead. Used that who wouldn't want their own personal zombie army. Come on, you know you want to. At the end of the note was a crudely drawn picture of the 4th Hokage that seemed to be colored in with crayon. I may not be smart, but I'm pretty sure a zombie equals undead, which equals ghosts. So fuck that shit, shuddered Naruto as he thought of the only thing that can manage to scare him. Ghosts? Hey, Goku is scared of needles, so don't judge him. Good thing this only has one hand seal, our favorite blonde thought as he put his hands in the bore sign. Life is a game no jutsu. And nothing happened. What the hell? Well, that sucked. I still have 45 minutes, so. Next, yelled the blonde as he continued reading the scroll. Action replay no jutsu. Sweet, maybe I can control time. That'd make me Hokage even faster. Naruto then began to notice another note not unlike the one before, which, if someone were to ask him, still seemed too much for a non-working jutsu. If you are reading this, just use your blood, break the seal on the scroll to release the objects. This will be completely useless unless you use the previous jutsu, which you didn't write. After all, you would not disobey your Hokage, right? Naruto began to sweat, knowing my luck you probably did. DMNIT. If you are reading this, Naruto, you are a very bad boy. Listen to your father when he tells you not to do apocalyptic jutsus. Naruto would have dropped the scroll right then and there if the whole experience didn't seem so unreal. And if this isn't Naruto, fuck you. You've killed us all. I can only hope that I die before your dumbass use that jutsu. After getting over his shock and preparing a lot of questions he will want answered when he next sees his pseudo-grandpa, Naruto unsealed the objects, which appeared to be a crimson ring and an empty white book. Now if you unsealed the object, put the ring on your right middle finger and channel chakra into the book. The book will be a strategy guide for you to refer to in your future battles and will help you prepare for each fight that may happen in the future. Sophi's book can see into the future. That's pretty cool, I guess, but what about the ring? You're probably wondering about the ring now. Well, after you put it on, the ring will not disappear no matter what you do. It has now bonded to you for life. What the ring does is once you snap your fingers, you will be able to pause reality and gain access to all of the cheats available to you. Cheats will give you the ability to do anything, so have fun. The rest you must figure out yourself. Good luck. Well, I guess it is time to turn the scroll into Mizuki. But I still have a few minutes, might as well find out who I'm fighting first. I bet it's Sasuke team, Naruto yelled excitedly as he opened the now orange book with his name on it. Naruto, Chapter 1, The Unveiled Secret. Opponent, Mizuki. Stats, 500 HP, 135 chakra. Skills, Windmill Shuriken Toss, Taunt. Player support characters, Iruka. Stats, 500 horsepower, 100 chakra. Skills, Windmill Shuriken Toss, Protect. Player, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto rose an eyebrow at that. He is definitely getting answers. DMNIT. Stats, 200 HP, 750 chakra. Skills, Kage Bunshin, Regeneration. Advise. It is advised to let Iruka fight until he uses Protect to save the player, which will immobilize him for the remainder of the battle, allowing the player to spam clones and finish the battle. Naruto blinked as he read the page, but that means Mizuki betrayed me, and what's this? Iruka gets immobilized trying to save me. No, not this time. Naruto's eyes shone with determination. I won't let Iruka get hurt because of me, the blonde stated as he raised his right hand. Snap. Everything froze as the blonde was suddenly faced with a list of cheats for him to use. He began to cycle through them and picks the cheats he wants. Max Charm check. Max Strength check. Max Defense check. Max Luck check. Max Dexterity check. Max Intelligence check. Max Speed check. HP 9999 check. Infinite Chakra check. All Naruto's jutsu unlock check. Yes, I mean all of his jutsus and abilities. Are these cheats okay? Yes. Snap. Naruto currently was bombarded with powers and knowledge, and when it was done, the only 3 words that would be able to accurately tell how he felt would be, "Oh hells yes." The blonde roared just as Iruka entered the clearing. Naruto, how could you steal the forbidden scroll? Iruka admonished. Naruto looked towards then above him at the tree branch Mizuki just landed on and smirked. Your ass is grass team, and I quote him the mower Tebeo. What are you talking about, Naruto? What does Mizuki have to do with this? Asked a startled Iruka as he looked at his favorite student. Turns out Mizuki lied to me and was going to betray us by taking this scroll. He has another thing coming if he believes that shit though, replied Naruto as he set a stony gaze upon Mizuki, who just laughed at him. Oh, and what are you going to do about it, demon brat? Mizuki sneered as he saw Naruto's eyes widen. Yeah, that's right, everyone hates you because you are the Kyuubi. What? Naruto asked in disbelief. Bet you didn't know, Thaw. No, you noob. I meant was that the best you could come up with. I mean, it was kind of obvious if you look at everything I have been through, came the monotone voice of Naruto as he stepped towards Mizuki and started forming a Rasengan in his right hand. Now, as I said before, your ass is grass and I'm the motherfucking mower Rasengan. Naruto yelled as he leaped at Mizuki, who stared at him in horror. -2000. Naruto wins. WW hat just happened. Iruka couldn't help but stutter at the large amount power behind the famous technique. Nothing, just some grinding. Guess I am 21337 for him. Well, I guess I'll see you next year, sensei. Naruto told his teacher as he turned around and headed home. No, Naruto, I think you deserve this, Iruka said as he took off his headband and handed it to Naruto, who looked at him shocked. Naruto obtained Konoha Leaf Headband key item. Thank you, Naruto started as he began to cry. About 4 minutes later. That shit never happened. Okay, Iruka, I'd hate to have Konoha lose a good chunin like yourself, Naruto told his sensei in complete seriousness. Okay, Iruka could not help the sweat drop that appeared behind his head. No, let's go take you to Hokage-sama. Listen, I'm not going to do this scene without it sounding like at least 100 other ones from other fics, so I'm going to skip this shit. Naruto got his inheritance confirmed and learned that he isn't the fox, but that it was sealed in him. Later that night at his apartment. So this headband was a key item. Well, if something like this allowed me to continue the game, I might as well get the rest, Naruto thought to himself. Snap. All key items. Check. Snap. Holy SHYT, that's a big scroll, Naruto thought as he looked at possibly the biggest scroll he has ever seen. But what does it do? Better check the guide. Key item. Kyuubi's key can be obtained after fighting and defeating Akatsuki leader Pain. It allows player to fight Kyuubi in order to gain its power. The fight can only be activated once Naruto has obtained a state where he is free of darkness. Naruto must go to Kumo in order to free himself of hatred. Well, fuck Kumo, last I heard they were eye thieves, and Naruto Uzumaki Namu whatever does not join people who steal little girls' eyes ... And it's a long ass trip, Naruto muttered the last part under his breath. So it's time to do what every ninja does best. Cheat. Snap. No darkness, Naruto check. Snap. Okay, time to activate the boss battle, Naruto yelled before grabbing the scroll and blacking out in front of Kyuubi's cage. Oh look, the omnipotent demon that fucked my life over his sleeping, came the sarcastic remark of our hero. Oh well, might as well check the guide for this fight so I know what I'm up against. Opponent, Kyuubi no Kitsune. Stats, 99.999 HP, 999 chakra. Abilities, Menacing Ball, Roar, Fire Stream, Claw Swipe, being big as hell. Support character Naruto rose an eyebrow at this. He's the only one in his brain right. Kushina Uzumaki. Stats, 30, horsepower, 60,000 chakra. Abelites, chakra chains. Advised for battle. Fight Kyuubi in Sage mode and wait for Kushina to use chains to trip it, then finish it with a Rasen Shuriken. Well, let's get started, Naruto thought to nobody as he entered Sage mode and walked up to Cage while putting a flaming hand on his seal. Yo Bugs Bunny, wake the fuck up. Not being one to appreciate being called a bunny, the almighty Kyuubi jumped and looked around for the insolent person who dared to interfere with its sleep. You dare awaken the mighty Kyuubi? Why, Naruto could swear the fox almost cried a little. Naruto winced a little. That must have been one good fucking nap. Like him, Naruto started as he opened the cage door to PWN some noobs. Meanwhile in Kumo, the Hachibi winced inside its host. Someone just called the strongest being on the planet the worst thing ever. He could only pray the dumbass could live to tell him the story one day. Back in Cage, you dare call me a noob? Betch, I've been doing this shit for years. Do you see my stats? Oh hell no, bring it. Betch. The Kyuubi launched at its host in a blind fury as Naruto wondered if he fucked up. Shit, Naruto yelled as he hit the dirt while the Kyuubi jumped over him. As he looked at the Kyuubi, who left itself open to a direct hit, he realized there was only one thing to do. Filler moves. Udama Rasen Shuriken. Naruto yelled as he threw the oversized move at the fox's underside. 1 million. Flawless victory, Naruto wins. Platinum trophy unlocked. The Nine-Tailed Stunner. Hidden character S unlocked. Minato and Kushina are now able to help you in battle. Welcome back to the world of the living you two heroes. Abilities unlocked, Golden Fox Cloak. Now time to do something about this guy. Well, I can't just let it die no matter what it caused me. It would be better if I got the full story of why it attacked. Naruto stated as he pulled out key items Sakura's soldier pills and put some of the pills into the giant mouth of the fox. About 2 minutes later, mind telling me why you fed me that nasty ass shit? The utterly perplexed fox asked its jailer. Well, I couldn't just let you die. Figured I would hear your story on why you attacked and take action depending on the answer. The blonde told the now dumbfounded fox. You will listen to my story. At the blonde's nod she began. About 15 minutes later. So you've been basically enslaved ever since you first met this Madara. At her nod he continued. Well, that is just dumb. What fucking noob tries to control demons instead of befriending them? They are more reliable that way. Sigh noobs these days. Suddenly the fox began to cry. Finally someone understood after all these years. Kyuubi was then enveloped in a bright light as Naruto had to shield his eyes. By showing compassion to the Kyuubi player, Naruto has unlocked support character Fem Kyuubi. Would character like to keep or change name? Change. To what? Akane. Kyuubi's social link went up to 10/10. She will now die for you. Can anyone guess where this is from? I'll give you a cookie if you can. Bonus skill Kyuubi summon. Once that was over, Naruto could only look at crying naked redhead that was hugging onto him for dear life. He was cut off by what the Kyuubi said to him next. Thank you Naruto-sama, I'll serve you in any way for you have finally made the hate go away in my heart, she said with a lecherous smirk and held him tighter. Suddenly something snapped in Naruto, who wasn't sure if it was the years of being unloved or the hormones, but if one were to ask him later he would say that he regrets nothing. Hour and 30 minutes later, Naruto was suddenly awakened from the bed he shared with Akane in his mind by a scream. As he looked up he saw a shell-shocked redhead and a passed-out blonde man whose face was in a pool of blood. Well, Naruto started, you two are late. That's my boy, the still-down blonde said before his wife kicked him in the kidney. After a very awkward silence we find our hero in the presence of something nobody can beat no matter how 1337 they are. A pissed-off mother. While Naruto was sure that this person had to be his mother, given how she started kicking his ass yelling about not coming back to be a grandmother, he couldn't help but dislike the man that had to be his father because he was not helping his son out at all. Take it like a man, son. Or that's what you get for using the jutsu after I told you not to, bitch. Yup, one of these days he was gonna show that man why exactly this game is called Naruto. You can believe that Titabeo, bitch. But now he had to regain his bearings because his mom just threw him at a wall. Listen, I can see why you're mad, but we don't have time for this because even though I unlocked you, according to the guide, I can't use you until after Shippuden begins, so you have like 10 minutes before your time runs out and you fade away. Naruto told his parents as his mom finally stopped kicking his ass, and he thought he was pro. Maybe there is a trophy for just lasting as long as he did. There was one, but sadly he couldn't hear the announcement over his screams of terror. So now our young blonde hero is sitting on the bed that is the cause of his pain while trying to figure out what exactly to do for the next 9 minutes as he began to contemplate a voice cut of his ponderings. Well, we might as well do what we were supposed to do, I guess. Minato began on the night of the Kaiju. Told him already, you knew, Akane said as she cut him off. Kicked your ass though, Minato retorted without missing a beat. Seems that's something that runs in the family, eh? Minato asked innocently as he walked over and high-fived his son. Akane glared at Naruto, who could only shrug. It was funny, you gotta admit you kinda asked for that one, he said as he looked at his tenant with benefits. Sigh, well, anyone wants some ramen before we leave for a few more years? Kushina asked as she looked around at the other occupants of the room. One unlimited ramen cheat later. We now find our blonde hero on the way to the academy for his team placements. But as soon as he walked into the room he had to deal with the one thing he hated more than the Kyuubi. Pre-sex, of course. Trolls. Hey dub, what are you doing here? You didn't graduate, you loser. Naruto rolled his eyes at Kiba and began to respond. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you depend on your puppy so much that you can't even use common sense, and look at the headband on my head. I obviously passed, so sit down and shut the fuck up. Naruto finished his rant as all of the people who listened laughed at Kiba. Naruto then began to keep walking until he spotted Hinata. Figuring he had to do this now rather than later, he walked up and said to her in a voice only she could hear, I know you like me, but it just won't work out. We're two different people. You're rich, I'm not, and I'm pro, you're not. Trust me, you should continue your training so that you won't die, and maybe you will find that person who can really like you. And with that, Naruto continued walking towards his seat next to Sasuke, leaving behind a ninja who would be able to one day call herself a pro. He's right, I will change and just focus on being his friend and a strong kunoichi that will never be looked down upon again. After I kick his ass later for basically calling me a noob. Not cool, Naruto-kun, not cool. Hinata thought to herself as she began planning out a training schedule. Trophy unlocked, breaking the shell. Naruto has given up a chance with Hinata in order to make a stronger ninja out of her. Support character unlocked. Badass Hinata can be accessed at Chunin exams. Hinata social link rank 2/10. She will aid you in battle when needed. As Naruto took his seat, he began to fall asleep, only to be woken up 3 minutes later by a pair of blonde and pink-haired noobs, more accurately described as fangirls. Son of a bitch. Listen, you two, nobody cares who got here first because right now you two are in the tutorial of a grand game name. Naruto, you two are no more than cannon fodder to me at the moment because the game hasn't even reached level 1, so shut the fuck up and sit the fuck down. Naruto yelled at the girls as they sat down, unable to argue against his glare. You can thank me later, Naruto said as he glanced at Sasuke through the corner of his eye, who smiled in appreciation. Wait, was that a blush? Oh hell no. Naruto thought in pure unadulterated fear. Before you Sasuke fans get pissed, no, he is not gay. All will be explained later, so calm down and stop the flames. I only bash the enemies. He can't be that way. We're supposed to be secret homies. I'll look at the guide for this one. Uchiha Sasuke is the main antagonist of the game if and only if the player can't unlock his alternate form before the Chunin exams. And true form, a hidden character perhaps. I'll have to be careful with this one, Naruto thought as he tried to figure out what to do about his new dilemma. Sasuke Uchiha social link rank a 10th. Interesting. About 3 hours later, we now see Team 7 waiting for their sensei, who was supposed to be there 2 hours ago, but before Naruto could revert to his old habits of pranking the fuck out of their future sensei, a voice stopped him. My first opinion of you guys is that you're all noobs. Meet me on the roof. And with that he disappeared in a poof of smoke, leaving behind 2 confused teens and a pissed of blonde. He did not just steal my thing. Oh hell no, yelled our hero as he ran to the roof with his teammates right behind him. On the roof. Okay, tell me your likes and dislikes, the Cyclops asked his students as he looked at his orange book. Why don't you show us how it's done, sensei? The pinkette asked as she swore she heard her sensei mumble something that sounded like noob. What's a noob? This time she heard her inner self call her one too. Skipping Kakashi's intro. Your turn, Blondie, he stated as he smiled at his new student to fail. The name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Yes, that Namikaze. I know my heritage, so stop sweating, you one-eyed noob. Kakashi glared but kept quiet. I like ramen, the stuff's like crack, I swear. Pro girls and pro female ramen chefs, they make good for NPCs. I can tell you that my dislikes are noobs, non-pros, non-1337s. 10 minutes later, and you. My dream is to beat this game called life and maybe be Hokage for the bonus content. Okay, he has problems, gonna beat his ass for that noob comment though, Kakashi thought before looking at his next student. Your turn, Pinky. I like learning books, and glances at Sasuke, who almost threw up, and blushes at him. She began to giggle. Your dislikes. Ino Pig and Naruto Baka. Like I give a fuck, you're too noob for me, Naruto snorted. Baka? What does that even mean anyway? Noob, that came from Sasuke, who finished his introduction, skipping Kakashi's explanation of the test. Before his teammates could leave the roof, Naruto had other plans. Snap. Teammates, listen to you for a day check. Snap. Okay, here's the plan. You two are 2 weeks, so we're going to head to training ground 44 and grind, and I will not take no for answer, the blonde stated to his teammates, who couldn't help but nod. Okay, let's head out. At the Forest of Death. Snap. Xpex 256 check. Teammates have infinite HP and stamina for 1 day. Check. Ryu X 256 check. Snap. Okay, I'll make pros out of you yet. Naruto cheered as him and his team jumped into the forest. About 8 hours later. Okay, I'll see you two tomorrow and don't forget to eat, Naruto called out to his teammates, who nodded. Well, that went well as Naruto started to walk away, planning things to do with Akane later, before said Vixen stopped him. Hey, aren't you forgetting to get your rewards from leaving the forest? How do I do that, Akane-chan? Just go to the save point at the entrance and select Receive Rewards. What save point? Naruto asked before spotting the flying blue ninja scroll in front of the entrance. Never mind, he finished as he walked towards the scroll. Receive spoils. Yes. Ryu plus 999,999,999. Experience plus 999,999,999. Uchiha Sasuke is now LVL 99. Haruna Sakura is now LVL 99. Uchiha Sasuke social link 9/10. He will now respect you as a human being and lose superiority complex. Haruna Sakura social link 8/10. She now appreciates you and has become a real Kunoichi. Holy fuck. Naruto and Akane yelled at the same time. I'm rich, bitches. Ahem, well then. You wanted to show me the new furniture in my mindscape. I can't wait to break it in, Naruto told his tenant as she laughed. Naruto would have to burn his imagined furniture later. Training ground 7 next morning. Okay, your goal is to get these bells from me by noon, Kakashi told his team while thinking about how fun it would be to PWN them. That poor soul. And, begin, he yelled before he saw his pink-haired student launch herself into the sky. SHANNARO. As he sidestepped the punch, he could only watch in morbid fascination as it decimated the training ground. Boom. What the fuck was that? Kakashi yelled as he jumped back 70 meters. Tsunade's strength available to Sakura after reaching LVL 30, the blonde answered with a smirk as he pulled out the guide. Chapter 2, Kakashi's Test. Opponent Kakashi had a LVL 75. Stats 34,000 HP, 34,000 chakra. Abilities Sharingan, Raikiri, 1,000 plus other jutsus. Advise: there is no winning this battle, just try to last for your part. Sorry guide, but we're going to win this one, the blonde said before putting the book away where Kakashi couldn't tell it just disappeared and turning into his new golden fox cloak. What are you? Kakashi yelled at Naruto. Jinchuriki, Naruto answered before disappearing in a yellow flash, causing Kakashi to have a look of utter disbelief as he suddenly felt like a noob watching the most 1337 support move in the game. As Naruto punched Kakashi in the stomach, he jumped out of the way so that Sasuke could put him in a Genjutsu. Tsukiyomi, Sasuke whispered before Kakashi was suddenly trapped in a world where he was forced to watch his entire porn collection burn over and over again while getting repeatedly kicked in the balls by Tsunade at full force. Naruto walked up and grabbed the bells while Sakura tried to heal their sensei, who was beginning to stir. Here are your bells, guys, Naruto told his team while getting a grateful nod from both of them. When did you learn, Tsukiyomi Sasuke? I got it around LVL 67 last night, and I got M's at LVL 96, so I won't go blind. Here, take the bell back, you deserve it the most, Sasuke stated while trying to give Naruto his bell, but Naruto gave it back. Now, after all, you are my teammate and someone I trust to have my back during co-opus, so keep it, it's yours, Naruto told his team before a familiar voice ripped through the skies as the battle finished. Defeat. Items gain +1 Ika can be used to make Kakashi listen to you. Haruno Sakura social link rank 9/10. She will now endure mortal blows. Uchiha Sasuke social link 10/10 max. Would you like to reveal alternate form? Remembering what the guide said about Sasuke becoming his enemy, Naruto made his choice. Reveal form. Yes. Fem Sasuke unlocked. If Naruto was a lesser man, he would have passed out right there, for before him stood, instead of his rival, a very fine brunette. Imagine how a 16-year-old Mikoto Wowls look. Even Akane was saying silent thanks that she was bisexual right now. Would you like to rename this character? Rename? Yes. New name, Sasuke. Sasuke could only stare at her teammates in confusion as they jaw dropped. What? Did I get taller? She asked in a higher pitched voice than her male form before looking down. What the foo? She was cut off as Naruto now had begun poking and groping her. Excuse me, she asked as her right eye started twitching. Tell me, she heard Naruto begin to speak. Is there any way you can go back to male form? When she shook her head that she didn't think so, his eyes lit up. Well then, me and you are going to Icaracus. Before he could leave the clearing with the confused but blushing brunette in his arms, he was stopped by a familiar voice. WWW, what are you guys? Naruto calmly turned his head and spoke at his now conscious sensei. Your new team, Noob Sensei, Titabayo. We now find our heroes walking toward Wave, getting ready for a journey of legendary proportions. As they kept walking, Naruto looked up from his guide and turned to Sasuke, who was listening to the background music. Yo noobs, at 3 o'clock, Naruto informed her as she nodded. She then tossed an exploding kunai into a puddle which blew up a second later. Bounty collected. Demon Brothers, Ryu plus 100,000. Normally I would question why this mission is obviously not C rank, but after I passed this team I realized I don't give a fuck what happens to them, Kakashi drawled as he flipped to another page while keeping his pace behind Tazuna, who was currently sweating. All we love you to Sensei, chirped a cheerful Pinkette as she continued to listen to the background music. With great power comes great insanity. Yo, doesn't Sakura seem off lately? Sasuke whispered to her blonde teammate, who looked at her and shrugged. Not probably side effect of finally assimilating that other personality in her head. Nothing I'm concerned about, Naruto responded as he continued to read his guide before laughing. Oh my Kami. What's so funny, Blondie? Tazuna asked the boy in fear of his sanity. Nothing, just Garu trying to take us down with a band of bandits, Naruto answered the man while his teammates shook their heads. Noob. Got that right, Noob Sensei? QI twitch from said sensei. About 2 hours later. So Naruto, how are you going to get Haku and Zabuza to join you? Akane asked as Naruto looked up for a moment. How indeed, but I think I have an idea. Idea about what, Naruto? Sasuke asked as she looked at Naruto. How I'm gonna get Haku to be my fourth wife, that's all, Naruto responded with a shrug. Flashback Icaracus 1 month ago. Hey Naruto-kun, what would you and your teammates like today? The young ramen waitress asked as she looked at him and what she assumed were his teammates enter the stand. Not sure about them, but snap. Max irresistibility check. Max protective father resistance check. Snap. How would you like to be my third wife? Because with cooking skills and a body like yours, this future Hokage will take you for the ride of your life. He was successful clock blocked by a sarcastic remark from his teammate who finished his statement. Suddenly everyone stopped. Birds died, and puppies cried, and Kakashi met up with the other Jounins on time. As this was going on, Sasuke actually took a step back while looking at her pink-haired teammate with a stare that obviously said, "Why would you do that?" Sakura, shut the fuck up. I don't even have to look to know that was you. Naruto yelled while look everybody at Sakura. Would you like me to take you back to the forest of death with those broken-ass kunai? Would you like that, bitch? That day many pedestrians and ninjas alike who bore witness to that scene vowed to never cock-block Naruto. Ever. I am started. Sorry about that. As I was saying, would you like to get some dango with me later? Naruto asked as he acted like he didn't just flip the fuck out. I'll think about it, she responded honestly. Flashback end. Sakura shuddered while Sasuke suddenly took up a thoughtful expression. What did you mean by third wife, Naruto? I know about Akane, but who's the second? Please, we both know you can't resist my 1337 skills, so I might as well count you as wife number 2. Naruto said in an amused tone. I am even going to agree to be your third. Sasuke yelled in exasperation, while Naruto and Akane, in his seal, smirked. I don't know, but by calling her third means you've accepted my proposal, so. Naruto yelled while pointing dramatically at her. Kid, you've got no game. Tazuna shook his head. Game? What you know about the game, old man? Brat, I invented the game. Game recognizes game, old man, and you unfamiliar as fuck right now. This went on for another 20 minutes before Naruto stopped and threw a kunai at a bush. Naruto waited about 30 seconds before yelling duck and hitting the dirt with Tazuna. A large blade embedded itself into a tree with a man standing on the handle, but before he could speak. Holy shit, it's MC Hammer, what the fuck? You're not even in this damn universe, let alone this game. Naruto yelled at the swordsman, causing everyone to give him what the fuck looks. Kid, you need to stop playing so many games, life is not a game. But I suppose it doesn't matter because after Kakashi is dead, I'm killing you next for that remark. Hell, I don't even know who that is, but you calling me that just pissed me off, Zabuza said while glaring at the blonde. Whatever, Baka. Kakashi-sensei is way too pro to lose to you. Sakura yelled in support of her sensei, who I smiled at her as he closed his book and revealed his sharing an eye. Well, after such praise, how could I lose? About 15 minutes later. Son of a bitch, Kakashi, you complete and utter noob. I told you what would happen if you got into the water. Naruto yelled at his sensei that was now trapped in the water prison jutsu. Sometimes I wonder about you Konoha ninjas. I mean, don't get me wrong, you guys are strong. But that's it, nobody acts like a damn ninja, you know, stick to shadows and come up with traps. I mean, look at this. This happened because Kakashi had us in the open instead of having you carry Tazuna with clones and take to the trees and hide, you know. Like ninjas, hell, you're still wearing orange for fuck's sake. Naruto rolled his eyes at her rant while opening up his guide. Chapter 3, Part 1, Zabuza Fight Half. Opponent Zabuza Mamachi. Stats 45, Horsepower 35,000 Chakra. Abilities, Hidden Mist Technique, Water Clone, Silent Killing, Water Prison, Great Waterfall Technique, Water Dragon Bullet Technique, Expert Swordsmanship. Advise, release Kakashi as soon as possible with a Shadow Shuriken technique, then let him finish it until Pseudo Hunter Nin arrives. Well then, Sakura. Naruto called as he got her attention. You're fighting him, good luck. Why am I fighting him? Sakura yelled at her teammate who held up his book. Because according to this you won't do anything worth mentioning for a few years, so now you're gonna make up for it. So hurry up, he told her. Snap. Move transfer. Ultimate Ninja Force Special, Sakura Haruno. Would you like to give this ability to player 3? Yes. Snap. Hugh Naruto Ost 1, Strong and Strike. Suddenly Sakura's body ignited as she was covered by a blue flame with Naruto yelling at her. There, I helped you out. Now finish him before it ends. He instructed her as she nodded and began to charge towards Zabuza, who looked amused. Tell you what, Brad, I'll let you get this free hit, it won't do. He was caught off as the punch seemingly sent him and the girl into another dimension that could best be described as a barren wasteland, and he was unable to move any part of his body. Too bad, Sakura wouldn't have problem moving him. In Sakura's special, I'm not going to make this easy. Sakura then proceeded to punch him 5 miles away while then ran ahead of him and kicked him before he could land. Zabuza felt his ribs break from the kick. Final blow. This is it. Suddenly everything turned black and Zabuza thought it was finally all over. That poor fool. Suddenly the same pink-haired girl slowly began to stand up, and when he looked around he could tell he was in the same wasteland. The girl's heart. I'll show you something. Sakura yelled at him as he could only watch in morbid fascination as a giant gray version of the girl appeared behind her. Please, for the love of God, stop please, he yelled as he frantically tried to move away, but to his dismay he was still stuck. In speaking from the heart came the battle cry from the giant Sakura as it punched him, shattering the scenery, sending him another few miles back. You should be nice to girls, noob, Sakura said while smiling in the direction she punched him. Oh my fucking god, please tell me it's over, Zabuza cried as he coughed up more blood. He then noticed that he was standing up and began to cry tears of joy, until he looked around. Fuck, I'm still here, why, what have I done to you? You crazy ass bitch. You have problems, Zabuza yelled frantically. He turned to see the same little pink-haired girl standing in front of him smiling. He began to weep. Here I go, she yelled as she punched the ground, sending him and the debris flying through the sky. Through the corner of his eye he could see her jumping from rock to rock before charging at a large boulder that was directly in front of him. He then saw her punch through the boulder and into him, and the force behind it sent him, sending him into a mountain. The force of impact made a giant crater in the side of the mountain. I'm not done yet, Sakura stated while panting. If he could still see he would have cried even harder than he was. Endost, outside the special. Where did they go, Naruto? Sasuke yelled as she saw her teammate and the missing nin disappear after the punch. Even Kakashi, now free of the prison, was searching for them. They're in a different dimension right now. What Sakura did was called an Aogi, also known by noobs as a special. What it does is send someone into another dimension, leaving that person who they put there to be victim of all the insane shit they can think of, Naruto said before noticing a crack in the sky. Here they come now. 500,000. Zabuza defeated. Trophy unlocked. Pink destruction. Plus 700,000 Ryu. Bonus content unlocked. Swordsman of Mist Naruto avatar. Player can now switch into the Swordsman of Mist avatar, giving him control of all 7 blades. Can only be unlocked by defeating Zabuza without taking any damage. He'll have to check out this avatar thing later, Naruto thought as he saw a small orb that contained a miniature him surrounded by 7 blades float into his body. Zabuza's near-lifeless body was now just lying on the ground face down while Sakura landed next to him, but before she could finish the job a masked nin came and began to pick him up. Thank you for your help, but I'll take care of him now. Haku tried to remain calm and was about to leave until, hey, could I interest you in a cup of coffee at this old guy's place? Naruto said as he approached the stupefied hunter nin as Sasuke and Akane rolled their eyes. What? Haku couldn't help but ask. Well, your voice says that you are a very hot female, and your skills clearly show you're not a noob if you're a hunter nin at your age. So why not? He asked as he began to kiss her hand. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Pro at your service. Haku then left in a shunshin while Naruto narrowed his eyes. She's an enemy, he said, getting startled looks from his teammates and Tazuna. How can you tell? Kakashi asked Naruto, whose narrowed gaze was still aimed at the place the hunter nin left. Simple, she didn't say yes. At Tazuna's house. So what do we do now? Asked Sakura as Team 7 sat around the table in the living room. We train, Kakashi told his students, who looked at him with absolute mirth. Oh man, I thought you were serious. I mean, come on, Sakura beat his ass. I'm pretty sure we don't need to train, Sasuke told her sensei as Sakura looked away embarrassed. I say we raid Gado's headquarters and take his money, Naruto told his team, who looked thoughtful. But we don't know where it is, Kakashi told the blonde as Naruto got a thoughtful expression. True, but I can find out. I'll just use my new summon to get information, Naruto explained as he pulled out a blue orb with a female version of him trapped in the center. Flashback. Okay, Konohamaru, you want to know how to beat your grandfather? Well, I'll teach you, Naruto told the small brown-haired kid in front of him, who started jumping up and down in joy. But I'll only explain once, so listen up. Focus your chakra around your body and try to focus it in the form of a female. Then release it, and if you can do it correctly, I'll even teach you another jutsu. However, if you cannot, then you can never bother me again. Naruto was inwardly smirking because he knew that a brat who probably didn't understand what a female was would be unable to use the jutsu. Sexy jutsu. Poof. Naruto looked up, prepared to laugh his ass off, but instead found himself propelled into a river from a nosebleed. Son of a bitch. How? That's nearly better than mine. What the fuck? Holy shit, he even added a thong. What the hell has this kid seen? Naruto thought frantically as he looked at possibly the hottest human female he's ever seen. Hidden Summon. Naruto has been unlocked. Player can summon her to get information via seduction or summon her to help in combat. Must teach Konohamaru the sexy jutsu on first try. What the fuck, Kono, how did you do that? Naruto yelled at his pseudo-student, who shrugged. I saw one of Grandpa's dirty magazines. Now how about that other jutsu? Kono asked with an evil grin. Flashback end. Safe to say Naruto also gained the hidden character Rasengan Konohamaru that day as well, much to Naruto's annoyance. Naruto channeled chakra into the orb and crushed it, and suddenly a tear in the air appeared. And Naruto came falling down from her own dimension. What the fuck? Where am I, and why do I have the sudden urge to do whatever the person responsible for sending me here wants? Came the confused voice of the female Naruto, who was looking at a room full of people giving her looks of disbelief. She didn't recognize any of them until she saw Sasuke. You bitch, I'm bringing you back to Konoha now. And with that the girl lunged at a confused as fuck Sasuke, and what followed could only be described as the greatest catfight ever. About 30 minutes later, we now find our heroes in a room with two nearly naked Kunoichi, a pissed Sakura and Tsunami, and an unconscious Naruto, Tazuna, and Inari. Kakashi kept reading his book. Now that you settled down, I think it's time for me to explain something. Naruto, was it? At her nod, Kakashi continued. That Sasuke is not your Sasuke. You are in another dimension where we will need your help with something. Before he could continue, an annoying little troll cut him off. That ass. It doesn't matter what you do. Inari yelled at them. Gaddis is too strong. You know nothing about suffering. Suddenly the members of Team 7, excluding Naruto, blanched, having an idea of what Naruto had to go through, and by extension what Naruto more than likely went through too. Before Naruto could yell at the little noob, the voice of someone she didn't realize was in the room interrupted her. You little NOOB. Naruto yelled while everyone else besides Naruto face-faulted, thinking he was about to go on an angsty rant about his childhood. I know nothing about suffering. Let me tell you something, you're a noob and borderline cannon fodder in the grand plotline called Naruto. You have no purpose besides bitching at impossibilities until I have to prove you wrong, and I guarantee you'll have to deal with at least 6 more people like you, so you don't know about suffering, because that's what I have to deal with for the rest of my life. Calm do. Kakashi was cut off as Naruto continued. Besides Player 2, Player 3, Sasuke and Sakura twitched at being called that, and a certain vixen. I am surrounded by noobs. Kakashi twitched at not being added on list, and in a world full of noobs, being a pro is a lonely life. Naruto started to tear up before he was caught in a hug by his fellow blonde. There, it'll be okay. I know how you feel. Don't worry, I'll make you feel better. Come on, how about we go train? Would you like that? At his silent nod, she dragged him out the room, much to the annoyance of Sasuke, who didn't understand why, leaving a room of people who could only stare at the door in shock. Did that really just happen? Kakashi couldn't help but ask. Shut the fuck up, noob sensei. And with that, Sasuke stomped upstairs to her and Sakura's room. In a forest. So you're from an alternate version of this timeline where everyone is an opposite gender? Naruto asked Naruto, who had a thoughtful expression on her face. Except Kyuubi, she's still a female. Guess the same rules don't apply to demons. Naruto answered him while she looked at the sky. But how close are the timelines exactly? Naruto asked her with curiosity evident in his voice. Well, I can tell you that I'm on New Game Plus in the Shippuden era again. When she saw his look of disbelief, she held up her left hand that had a sky blue ring on the middle finger along with a shark-shaped crystal on top of it. WWW, what is that? Naruto cursed himself for stuttering in the presence of probably the most 1337 female he'll ever meet. She smirked at that. The kid had potential, but he was still too inexperienced with the game. Remembering that he asked her a question, she responded. This is called the Game Shark. It's my universe's version of your action replay, she answered him. Then she noticed that he seemed to have made a decision to himself as he nodded his head at something she assumed his Kyuubi told him. She then saw him step in front of him and kneel on the ground. But before she could question it, he started talking. Baby, how would you feel to be my 5th wife? He asked her with complete seriousness as she looked at him with wide eyes. What the hell? I mean, sure, he has potential to be as pro as me someday ... and I'm not interested in anyone back home. She thought to herself before she heard Kyuubi snicker in the back of her mind. Come on, Kit, you know you want to. Besides, it might be more interesting than going through your life a 3rd time. Maybe this time you'll be able to beat Madara even if it isn't in your home universe. Oh, what the hell? Why not? She thought as she came to a conclusion. Sure, why not? After this wave arc, I'll come back when I finish my game again. But that doesn't mean you can't summon me if you need help. You are me after all. I'll help you no matter what, and that's a promise of a lifetime. T-Tebane, she said before she could stop herself from saying her verbal tick. She turned around to hide her embarrassment. Well, now I bet he thinks I'm a noob. Before she could continue her thoughts, he interrupted her with a yell. Alright, I knew I had game, T-Tabeo. Suddenly he stopped his dance as she looked at him with wide eyes. After a moment of silence, they both broke out into laughter until two loud familiar voices yelled at the same time. One voice was loud and masculine while the other was just as loud, but feminine, and they spoke in perfect unison. Hidden Platinum Trophy unlocked. Forbidden Lovers player must capture the heart of their alternate self. Tag Jutsu ability unlocked. Players can now combine jutsus with each other for devastating results. Tag Jutsu unlocked. Filler move, Naruto Shippuden Movie 4, The Lost Tower, Super Rasengan unlocked. They both just looked at each other before laughing again. Well, let's go to sleep. We have a pseudo hunter nin to catch when they wake us up, Naruto said while Naruto nodded his head. Hey, Naruto started asking Nada while they got comfortable on the forest floor. Naruto asked, signaling her to continue. Is your Haku a boy or a girl? We now find our favorite blonde hero walking down the road back to Konoha while dragging an unconscious Zabuza behind him. Next to him was Sasuke, who was talking to Haku, and on the other side of him were Sakura, who was singing along to the background music, and Kakashi, who was reading his book. You do realize that you and Naruto will go to hell for what you did to Haku, right? Came the matter-of-fact voice of Akane. Like it was our fault Haku decided to be a fucking trap. Naruto thought angrily as Akane sighed. Naruto told you that in her world Haku was a very masculine female. Akane yelled in exasperation. That obviously should have told you that your Haku would be a very feminine male. Well, it's too late now. Besides, look, Haku seems happier now, and Sasuke is happy that she has someone who can relate to her, Naruto said while cringing at his noob mistake of not listening to his pro-er self. Flashback bridge. Okay, thank God Naruto volunteered to bodyguard Tsunami, and Inari, I didn't want to show up late to the boss battle like a noob, Naruto commented as he and his team walked onto the bridge. So what's the plan? Player 1 Sama Sakura asked as she started trying to tape record the background music. Glad to see Sakura's taking the whole life is nothing but a game about Naruto thing better than the rest of us, Kakashi said while putting away his book. May you will too once something so incredibly bizarre happens to you that you'll have no choice but to accept it, Sasuke said before looking down and sniffling. I miss mighty. She was cut off by Naruto, who started yelling his team the plan. The plan is to get to the bridge and leave the close range stuff to me. Sakura, you'll be in charge of healing me, and Sasuke, you'll provide long range support for me while also keeping Haku away from me until I deal with Zabuza, Naruto told player 2 and player 3 before turning to stare at Kakashi. What should I do? Kakashi said as the mist started to appear, signaling the beginning of the Zabuza boss battle. Since at the moment you are our default player 4, you'll be the one defending Tezuna while we have all the fun, Naruto said as Kakashi looked ready to object and remind them that he was in fact the sensei of the group. Naruto, do I have to remind you that I am the leader here? Kakashi asked while Sasuke and Sakura just looked at him while holding back laughter. Noob sensei, you lost that position after you got caught by a water prison after we told you what would happen, and stayed in there despite you having a lightning chakra nature, and could have probably not only bust out but could have also electrocute Zabuza in the process, Sakura told her sensei. But before he could respond, Sasuke continued. Not only that, but let 3 12-year-olds continue on this A-class mission alone instead of calling for backup or turning back to the village while telling Tezuna to go fuck himself, she said while looking at said bridge builder. And don't think we're not getting paid for an A-class either, you old fuck. We're getting our money, you can believe that. What part of you is 12? Kakashi asked while looking at the physically 16-year-old raven-haired female. Anyway, Sakura, what's our chance of survival? Naruto asked while Zabuza and Haku came into view. Suddenly Sakura pulled out a calculator and responded. We have a 99.99, repeating of course, % chance of kicking ass, she told her teammate while putting the calculator back into a scroll. That's better than what we would have had before, Naruto said while pulling out his Swordsman of the Mist avatar. Things would go smoothly, but of course shit always got in his way. Alright, let's do this, Kakashi, the eye headache, our favorite sensei yelled while jumping into the mist, leaving behind a wide-eyed Team 7 plus Tezuna. Sasuke couldn't help but whisper in morbid fascination. Oh my god, he just ran in. Shit, stick to plan, Naruto yelled while turning into his avatar and grabbing Samehada before following his sensei with Sakura and Sasuke right behind him. In the fog, Kakashi was on his 69th combo, but before he could reach 70, Zabuza was batted away from him by a shark skin sword with a blonde holding it. CCC combo breaker. Damn it, Kakashi. If you finished that combo you would have let yourself open to an attack. Him trying to beat this noob while taking no battle damage, damn it. Naruto yelled at his teacher, who looked away embarrassed. See, this is why you're player 4, Sasuke told him before catching Haku and Tsukiyomi. When she turned around, she noticed Zabuza getting up and charging at Sakura, who was putting on her gloves. Sasuke just shook her head. You just don't learn, do you? Sakura asked while igniting herself in a blue flame and charging at Zabuza, sending them both into another dimension. In the special, Zabuza started to yell when he noticed where he was, again, before the pink-haired demon punched him away. On bridge. Well, since we basically won, Sasuke, how about I show you that being female isn't so bad when you're friends with Naruto started but was successfully cock-blocked by a pudgy old man and his band of bandits. Well, look at this. Zabuza couldn't take care of a group of Kid Gadu's trolling was interrupted by the most killing intent Kakashi has ever felt, and it wasn't even aimed at him. Motherfucker, you did not just cock-block me, you fucking non-1337 NOOB. ARGGG, Naruto yelled while being surrounded by the Crimson Demon Fox's cloak and charging at him with Kiba, one of the 7 swordsman's swords if you don't read manga, in both of his hands. About 302 corpses later, we're late, not that it would have mattered anyway, came a voice over the bridge as everyone turned to see a familiar 16-year-old blonde with whisker marks. Seems the kid had more potential than we thought. Enraged on your first try and wave didn't cause this much damage, Kyuubi told her host, who seemed as bewildered as her. What happened? She asked her younger male self. Can't that noob pant cock blocked me, Naruto explained as he sat down against a rail on the bridge that wasn't covered by blood, as Naruto nodded in understanding. Dumbass won't make that mistake again, Akain and Kyuubi unknowingly thought at the same time. Suddenly Inari started walking towards Naruto, who looked at him in confusion. I'm sorry for what I said earlier, Naruto, Inari said while Naruto chuckled and smiled, signaling that he had forgiven him already. Do you think I can be as pro in 1337 as you one day? Inari asked innocently. No, but I guess you'll be damn close, newer pro in training. Inari smiled at that. About 20 minutes later, Haku opened his eyes to find himself in the middle of an argument. Boy, girl, what proof do you have to back up your claim? While it would explain why we didn't have coffee, the strategy guide doesn't tell. Naruto yelled at his female counterpart, who just shook her head. Don't you remember? My world is full of people the opposite gender, so if my Haku was a female, yours must be a male. She yelled at her younger male self. But, in both of our worlds, Haku could have lied. He yelled as Naruto gasped at not ever having come to that conclusion. UGHH, this is so confusing. Naruto yelled while grabbing her pigtails. Haku thought it was time he ended this. Excuse me, but he was cut off as he heard a snap followed by a satisfied Naruto smiling and a Naruto whose eyes were open in shock. What did you just do? She asked frantically. I just activated the no trap cheat, so we won't have to deal with this ever again. I will not perv after another dude, you can believe that, Titebeo, Naruto said while nodding his head in satisfaction. Even I can't believe you did that, Naruto said as she shook her head before looking at Haku with pity. I suggest you check if you didn't lose something, and gain 2 other things, she told the pseudo-hunter nin, who grew pale before looking down. KYA, the now female hunter nin shrieked as Sasuke put a hand on her shoulder in support. Don't worry, the hormones will make it easier to adapt, Sasuke told Haku despondently. In going to hell, aren't I? Naruto asked to nobody, but got answer anyway. Yep, Akain sighed. Gold trophy unlocked. Hero of Wave. Ryu plus 1 million. Great Naruto Bridge unlocked. Hidden characters unlocked. Zabuza plus Fem Haku. Bingo book status unlocked. Must get a perfect victory in Zabuza boss battle. Rank A. Insert name. Yes, name. Naruto smirked. Player 1. Flashback end. Oh well, it'll be a little more quiet now without Naruto here. Naruto thought Akain had to admit, like Naruto, the kick grew on you after a while. Hell, even Sasuke seemed a tad sad after her departure back to her world. Well, look at it this way, you can summon her again when you need it, and she'll be back when she finishes her game, Akain told him as they approached the gates to Konohagakure. Chunin exam arc begin. Yes, we now find our heroes walking toward where they figured they'd meet the Suna Shinobi when suddenly Naruto asked a very interesting question. Yo Sasuke, why do you wanna fight your bro? I mean, you know he is innocent. After looking at the guide to find out if you ever beat him, Sasuke just shrugged and looked at him with complete seriousness. Not only did he call me a noob before putting me in Tsukiyomi, he also took the last Klondike bar before he left. The asshole, she muttered angrily with her sharing and eyes flashing before calming herself. But think of all the good he did. Not only did he stop a civil war, but he also made that song to warn pros about the dangers of fangirls, Naruto informed as she looked at him thoughtfully. Flashback. Excuse me, this is for all the pros out there that have to deal with a certain plague. called fangirls. Itachi shuddered before picking up the microphone. They are climbing in your windows, snatching yo clansmen up. So you gotta hide yo sons, hide yo men. Hide yo sons and hide yo men. Hide yo sons and hide yo men. And hide yo girlfriends too, cause they raping up everybody out here. Flashback end. That was your brother. No wonder we could never sneak into your house through your windows, Sakura said thoughtfully before jumping at Naruto's sudden movement as he yelled at a square rock. Damn it, Kono. You're supposed to be my legacy. How you can disappoint me with that sad excuse of a disguise. Sorry boss, but it's not like we all have max ninja skills. My hiding is only LVL 2/10. Anyway, I was wondering if you wanted to play a mini game with us, Konohamaru said sheepishly while gesturing at his two companions. He suddenly looked at the rest of Team 7 with a mischievous grin. Hey, are these two your women? Not bad boss, not bad. Kono continued while bumping fists with his idol. Not just the black-haired one, even if she is still trying to deny it, he said while scratching the back of his head while Sasuke just h-end and turn away. She needs to be more honest with herself, boss. Yup. Okay, but what about the pink-haired one? She a fangirl? Kono asked while shuddering. Nah, she's just my homie, that's all, Naruto said while high-fiving Sakura, who returned to listening to the music. She does seem a little on the manly side anyway, Kono said while Naruto facepalmed. Damn it, Kono, what's pro self-preservation rule number 1? Don't insult girls who could kick your ass. Oh, Kono replied with wide eyes before hauling ass around the corner with Sakura right behind him before he ran into somebody as Sasuke, Naruto, Udon, and Mogi arrived to the scene. Damn it, Naruto, didn't you use the no-trap cheat? Sasuke asked while staring at a makeup-wearing thing in pajamas. Naruto was looking at our favorite puppet master with a solemn expression. That's no trap, that's a cross-dressing pervert, he told her as what he assumed what was Temari began to snicker. I'm no pervert, this is war paint, damn it, Kankuro yelled hysterically while letting the boy go while reaching for the bundle on his back. Oh, good for you, noob. Not only do you attack the Hokage's grandson, but now you're going to start a fight in the middle of another village that could get your fine-ass teammate hurt in the crossfire once the ANBU come down on your ass, Naruto said sarcastically, taking note of Temari's blush as he finished his rant. Who do you think you are? Kankuro yelled at the blonde-haired boy in front of him. Me I think I'm the son of the Yondaime, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, and I am player 1. So shut the fuck up, noob, Naruto yelled while Kankuro and Temari grew pale at the fact he held the Kyuubi. Damn straight they better recognize. Akane snickered inside of the seal. Now, Naruto began as he looked at a tree. Yo mister, one get down here so I can fix your seal, I can't have you getting in my way, Naruto told Gaara, who teleported in front of his team with his eyes slightly wider than normal. What do you plan to do with my seal? Gaara drawled while Sakura looked at him with wide eyes. Oh my god, he's Imo, and I bet he has a tragic backstory. He will be mine, Sakura thought while giggling, causing Gaara to get a chill up his spine and everyone to look at her funny while Sasuke facepalmed. So she goes from me to a psychopath, Sasuke thought while pointedly ignoring the voice in her head that said she was close to going berserk too if it wasn't for her surprise sex change. What makes you think I'll let you near my seal? Gaara said while looking at Naruto, who was giving him an amused look. Nothing, I just did it while you looked at Sakura. Remembering something he read from Gaara's bio in the guide, he added, have fun sleeping tonight. Noob, come on, let's go meet Kakashi at the training ground so we can get our waivers for the exams, Sasuke told her team while walking away while Sakura gave one last wink at Gaara, who looked at Team 7 with wide eyes and actually allowed himself to gape a little bit as he noticed he couldn't hear the demon's voice anymore. And Naruto looked at him before remembering something. Hey, you should go to Icaracus when you're hungry, but don't hit on the waitress there, I'd hate to have to hurt you, Naruto said while running off with his team, leaving behind a shell-shocked Suna team. Temari could only utter one thing before collapsing to her knees with a blush. Pro silver trophy unlocked, breaking through the sand. Kazekage Gaara unlocked, can only be used after Shippuden. Gaara secret jutsu unlocked, shield of sand version. Karura his mother. At the first exam room, our heroes now find themselves standing in room 302 while the rest of the rookies walked up to greet them. Hey, looks like all the rookies are here, Kiba yelled while Hinata rolled her eyes. Speak for yourself and Team 10, but I for one am not a noob, Hinata told her teammate while Shino nodded his head. Oh hey Hinata, no hard feelings. Abu Naruto was cut off by a Juuken blow to the stomach. He groaned in pain on the ground before noticing Hinata was offering to help him up. He smirked and grabbed her hand. No, there are no hard feelings, but that was for basically calling me a noob ... not cool, Hinata said while helping her former crush off of the ground while Sasuke smirked. I knew one day your past would come back to bite you in the ass, Sasuke told her teammate while the other rookies looked at her in confusion. Hey, who are you? Where is my Sasuke-kun? Ino yelled at the raven-haired beauty in front of her while the other males started undressing her with their eyes, until Naruto glared at them. I am Sasuke was about to tell the blonde-haired noob in front of her that she was the former Uchiha heartthrob before she was cut off by her blonde teammate. Oh, how she hated blondes sometimes. Why couldn't Itachi get rid of them instead? Sasuke Uzumaki Namikaze, Naruto told their fellow Konoha shinobi while everyone else gaped at her putting two and two together. Okay, she really hated blondes. Yup, she's my second wife. He continued while everybody else gaped some more. Sasuke swore she would get revenge for this one day, but she caught on to what he was trying to do. Yes, I'm Sasuke Uzumaki Namikaze. She cringed at the name. Meanwhile in hell, why is it so fucking cold all of a sudden? Back in room 302, I'm Sasuke's replacement after he went missing. Nin trying to obtain power, she stated while the ninja from her class gasped. Suddenly a random Kyusa Kunoichi started yelling curses while stomping out of the room, making Team 7 sigh in relief, which went unnoticed by everyone but Shikamaru. Of course. No, not my Sasuke, you liar. Ino yelled while trying to wipe away tears. You guys should keep it down, a gray-haired ninja said while walking up to them. Cue scene of explaining ninja info cards. Give me data on Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, she stated while all of the Iwanins started to glare at Naruto, who, in turn, glared at Sasuke. Sasuke just shrugged off the glare. They're cannon fodder, it's not like you ever see them again, Sasuke told him as he relaxed his glare. Let's see Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. It says he is the son of Yondaime Hokage Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto, like his mother, also became a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Naruto has completed 47 D rank missions, 1 solo B rank, and an A rank. He has an A rank listing in the bingo book going by the name Player 1. Kabuto flinched before getting punched through the window by an irate Sakura and getting struck down by a Chidori spear by Sasuke. Dude, you noob, you are such a fucking spy, it's not even funny, Naruto said while shaking his head while everyone else stared at his pink-haired homie and pseudo-wife in disbelief. Kabuto defeat. Platinum trophy unlocked. Preventing a zombie invasion. Plus 30 million Ryu. Plus ninja info cards. Plus 1 life can be obtained by defeating a hard boss. Well, guess Konoha ninjas aren't tree huggers like we thought, seeing how easily they killed an ally. One incredibly pale Karin said to her teammate that nodded shakily. Alright maggots, listen up, Ibiki yelled, signaling the start of the written exam. Having just entered the room with the Chunin, he saw nothing of what just happened. Couple hours later. Alright, the proctor for the second exams is here. The beautiful and sexy Ankomitarashi. Our favorite Chunin exam proctor yelled before crashing through the window and looking around. But before she could comment on how many teams were left, a voice interrupted her. Damn girl, where did you get all of that? Everyone turned to see a grinning Naruto looking her up and down. But before she could neuter the little brat in front of her, another voice shook her out of her thoughts. You're early again, Anko. Ibiki sighed while she scratched her head sheepishly. Okay, you brats, meet me at training ground 44 for the second stage of the Chunin exams, she yelled while hopping out of the window. Team 7 shrugged and the 2 female members grabbed onto Naruto, who transformed into his golden fox cloak and flashed out of the room, leaving a group of gaping shinobis behind them. About 45 minutes later, and soon you'll figure out why it is called the Forest of Death. Anko finished her speech while handing out the waivers while Naruto rolled his eyes. Rayig, this noob excuse of a mini dungeon couldn't kill shit, Naruto complained while he finished citing his name. Suddenly he found himself with a gash on the right side of his face with a very sexy Kunoichi licking up the blood, much to Sasuke's annoyance. Brats like you are going to be the first ones to die, she said while Naruto smirked at his chance to get more content. You better savor every moment of this, cause you're going to be begging me to go to your house for some coffee after I enter the forest, he told her seriously before grabbing his team's scroll and throwing it to Karin, who looked shocked. There, take that, you'll need it more than we will, and make sure you head directly to the tower, he told her while turning his back toward her and started walking towards his annoyed team. His chakra, it's so warm ... and huge, Karin thought as she became weak in the knees as she watched him walk away. Any reason why you did that, Naruto-kun? Sasuke hissed at Naruto, who smirked and unsealed his key items scroll and pulled out a pair of heaven and earth scrolls. Because Sasuke-chan. Sasuke resisted the urge to Chidori him right then and there. We didn't need another pair, he told her while walking into the forest and transforming to take him and his party to the tower. With Anko. Anko was sitting down watching the teams leave when she noticed a note in her pocket. Curious Anko began to read it, and what she read caused tears to begin to pour down her face. Hey, when you were grabbing onto me I noticed an ugly tattoo on your neck, so I got rid of it with my pro ceiling skills. Oh well, hope you kick the guy's ass who gave you that ugly tattoo. Stay 1337 Naruto. Suddenly Anko stopped crying and remember what he told her earlier. Son of a bitch, he was right. Well, I wonder how he likes his coffee, she thought with a smirk. Shunin exam arc part 1 of 3 cleared. Silver trophy unlocked. Freeing the Snake Mistress. Support character unlocked. Anko Midarashi. Avatar unlocked. Snake Summoner Naruto. Poison Mastery learned. Gold trophy unlocked. Healing Mistress. Support character Karin. +1 Kusanin headband player can now gain access to Grass Country. Avatar unlocked. Sensor Naruto. Regeneration speed increased from members of the party. Flashback 10 minutes ago. Poof. How the hell are you here already? Aruka yelled while trying to release a Jinjutsu. It didn't work. After spending 8 hours fighting 8 feet tall spiders here, you tend to learn where the only means of shelter is in the forest of death. Sakura told the gapping Chunin while fighting back a shiver. Also, we're just that awesome. Naruto finished while fist-bumping Sasuke, who had the trademark Uchiha smirk on her face, which was damn hot on a female Uchiha. Fastest team record broken. Hiraishin Kunai version unlocked. Flashback end. We now find our heroes sitting in the tower completely bored out of their minds while waiting for the 5 days to end. Son of a bitch. Naruto yelled at nobody in particular while Sasuke just shook her head. I can't believe that we have to wait another 4 days, 23 hours, and 40 minutes before we can do anything worth mentioning again. I told you that doing this would be a bad idea. Now we have to wait for the rest of the teams to get here. Sasuke told her teammate while sitting against the wall. Yeah, I know, but I just wish there was a way to pass the time. Naruto said sadly before coming to conclusion. Fuck it, I'm going trawlin', Naruto said while getting up. I'm going to go PWN some noobs. He continued, turning around and beginning to walk toward the exit before being jumped on by Sakura. No, you can't, we promised we wouldn't be those type of pros. She yelled at her party leader while dragging him back toward the wall that they had occupied. But it's so damn boring, he yelled desperately while Sasuke looked at him in amusement. Well, that's fine and all, but what are you gonna do? It's not like someone is just going to pop up and answer your prayers, she said while rejoicing that in some way karma was coming back to get the blonde for what he did to her. Is what she thought until, poof, my, you're already here. I knew you were special. One very familiar purple-haired exam proctor said while sauntering her way over to Naruto, who could barely resist the shit-eating grin that was no doubt about to show itself upon his face. Well, you know, that's just how I roll, Naruto said while smirking as she hooked her arm around his while Sasuke was gritting her teeth. How about you show me which flavor coffee you enjoy at my house? She asked Naruto. When he nodded, they both disappeared in a swirl of leaves, leaving behind an exasperated Sakura and a Sasuke, who just put her fist through a wall. Son of a bitch. Nobody is that fucking lucky, Sasuke shouted to nobody in particular as Sakura just shook her head. Are you sure that's the only reason you are upset? Sakura asked slyly to a confused as hell Sasuke. What do you mean? Sasuke asked, genuinely confused. I mean, are you sure you aren't jealous? Sakura asked with a teasing smile on her face. Sasuke just scoffed and was about to perform the brood no jutsu when Sakura asked her something else. Sai, why don't you quit lying to yourself so that you can make things easier? Sakura asked her friend, who looked at her scandalized. Damn it, Sakura, I like women. And Naruto, she said as she shook her head at her friend's denial. But I'm a boy. You were a boy, but pretty soon that alternate form will be your default form, and the hormones fucking with your brain will make you think and feel like a woman, Sakura told Sasuke, who was now pale as a sheet. So what do I do now? Sasuke yelled hysterically at her teammate, who smiled warmly at her. You let me explain the mechanics of the female body, because you haven't had to deal with the biology of that form of yours yet. And it's about time it begins, she said with a smile that for some reason scared the hell out of Sasuke, and started to advance on her frightened teammate. Now let Sakura One-san explain something to you. Sasuke's screams echoed throughout the entire forest, scaring noob teams away from the tower. About 5 days later, we now see our favorite blonde entering the stadium. When he saw his team, he began limping his way toward them, and soon came face to face with an overly cheerful Sasuke and a wary Sakura who looked at him with, "Was that pity? What's up, goo?" He was then tackled to the ground by a hysterical Sakura who was trying to get him as far as possible from their other teammate. Whatever you do, don't get near Sasuke right now, she whispered frantically while looking over her shoulder at Sasuke, who was giving them both a warm smile. But why? She is our teammate Sakura and she's player 2, I can't just ignore her. Naruto tried to explain but Sakura shook her head sadly. No, you don't get it. A day after you left, her transformation finalized and the biology of her new body started to take effect. Sakura said, hoping that he would get the hint. Suddenly inside of the seal, Akane's eyes grew wide as she shouted at her container. Sakura's right, stay away. I want to live, damn it. She yelled at Naruto, who grew even more confused. If you die, I die, remember. When he nodded, she continued, so if you love me, do not get near her. She almost begged at Naruto, who scoffed at her. I can't believe you guys asking me to ignore my teammate. I'm going to talk to her to find out what's going on, and that's that. Naruto yelled while walking towards Sasuke as Sakura shook her head at his stupidity while Akane was reverting back to her old habits and trying to take control of Naruto to get him the fuck away. That poor bastard. What's up, Sasu? Naruto was then forced to dodge a fireball that came from Sasuke, who had the most evil expression you could imagine being on somebody's face. Naruto started to feel like he was in front of player 1 for once. You idiot, can't you tell she is getting her monthly visit? Akane asked as Naruto's eyes suddenly got wide in understanding as Sasuke lunged at him with a feral grin. About 45 minutes later, Platinum Trophy unlocked. Surviving certain death player must live through 3 or more fatal wounds. Party's defense increased. We now find our favorite blonde crying in a corner while the rest of the genin looked at him in confusion while the adult men in the room shook their heads sadly. Except Kakashi, who was laughing his ass off. The troll. Everyone looked at the computer screen once they heard the beeping stop signaling the first match. Sasuke Uchiha vs Yoroi Akado. Everyone besides the Hokage and Team 7 looked in confusion as Sasuke jumped into the arena before turning to the Hokage. The name is Sasuke Uzumaki Namikaze now, she said while everyone excluding Team 7 jaw dropped. Naruto whimpered some more. Noticing the confused look from the Hokage, she told him that since this is Naruto's fault, he has to take responsibility. The Hokage nodded his head while giving his pseudo-grandson and the ninja about to fight Sasuke a pitying look. Sasuke Uzumaki Namikaze vs Yoroi Akado. Sasuke nodded to herself before turning to Akado, who began to smirk at her while shaking his head and began speaking in a smug voice. Maybe after this I can show you how a real man feels, and he was cut off by an electrical hand bursting through his chest and out his back. He was too caught up with his ranting he didn't hear the proctor signal the beginning of the match. Cough, winner Sasuke Uzu whatever hate stated while the medics dragged the body away. I forfeit, Karin yelled while everyone gave her curious glances. She blushed and stated that not only was she just a medic, but she didn't even know where the rest of her team was. They could have gotten eaten by a bear for all she knew, since they left her not wanting to trust the scroll they were given by Naruto. Cough, anyone cough else? The sick proctor asked. When nobody raised their hands, he continued with the next match. Everyone was watching the computer except a furious Sound Jounin. Son of a bitch, I missed my chance to give the Uchiha the curse seal. Orochimaru thought angrily. But how did they expect me? Now that I think about it, Kabuto is gone too. Shit, I'll have to call off the invasion. Orochimaru then glared at his former teacher. I'll get you next time, old man, he thought before leaving the arena, claiming he had felt sick. Gold trophy unlocked. Preventing the invasion. Team 7 respect plus 20,000. Now all members of Team 7 will be on good terms with the villagers, allowing ninja goods to be sold at a cheaper price. BGM unlocked. Sadness and sorrow. Players can now listen to different background music. Hidden character unlocked. Saruto by Hiruzen. As Naruto stood up, he couldn't help but smirk at the fact that he saved his pseudo-grandfather. He would have to be sure that he celebrated with his team at an all-you-can-eat ramen extravaganza at Icaracus. After, of course, Sasuke calms down. Zaku Abium vs Shino Aburame. Skip fight. Winner Shino. Hate said while the Konoha Genin cheered. Nisumi Tsurugi vs Kankuro. Skip fight. Cough, winner Kankuro. Sekira Haruno vs Ino Yamanaka. This should be interesting, Asuma said while glancing at Kakashi. Those two have been rival ever since the academy. Who do you think will win? Kakashi just burst out laughing along with Naruto, Sasuke, and Sekira as she was walking down the stairs, causing Asuma and Ino to glare at them. Ino then turned to face her rival as they looked at each other and put on a cocky smirk. Begin. Hayate yelled. I hope you're ready for this, forehead, because I'm not going easy on you. Ino told her rival with a smug voice as Sekira started to put on her gloves before lunging at the blonde at a surprising speed. Cherry blossom impact. Sekira yelled while taking a punch at her former friend. Boom. Holy shit, she actually did it. Kakashi yelled frantically while looking through the dust, hoping to find the blonde genin alive. Damn it, Sakura. Don't kill our allies. Naruto yelled while Sasuke was frantically searching everywhere for Ino as the rest of the ninjas looked on in horror. Don't worry, I didn't kill the noob, Sakura said as everyone gave a sigh in relief that the medics found her. Holy shit. Or I mean winner Sakura. Hayate yelled while trying to keep his composure. Sakura smirked while walking up the stairs back to her team. What have you been teaching your students, Kakashi? Kurenai asked in fear as Kakashi looked at Naruto, who gave him a nod allowing him to gain some street cred. Well, you know, I'm just that pro of a teacher. He smiled at her while opening up his book. Tenten vs. Temari. Skip to end. Before Tenten could hit the ground she was caught by our favorite blonde who gave a smirk to Temari. Now no need to cripple the poor girl after you've won. He chided at Temari before looking down at the blushing Kunoichi in his arms. Hey, how would you like to be my 8th wife? He asked her, making her blush increase tenfold. Who the fuck are your 6th and 7th? Damnit. Sasuke yelled at Naruto, who turned and gave her a confused look. Anko and Temari, of course, he replied, causing Kurenai and Temari to face fault and causing Hiruzen to drop his pipe. What the hell? When did that happen? I didn't agree to this. Temari yelled at her apparent fiancé, who looked at her with an amused expression. We both know you will though, he said, causing Sasuke to face fault and making Temari gape at the fact she that in some way that it would happen. Even if they invaded Konoha. Shikamaru Nara vs. Kintsuchi. Skip fight. Damn, Naruto started before getting an idea. Sasuke, train her to be pro so that she can be number 9. Unfortunately for our favorite blonde, he forgot that today Sasuke had very dangerous mood swings, and so it comes to nobody's surprise that he got a chakra and force kick to the balls by his self-proclaimed second wife. Damn it, Naruto, you can't fuck everything that moves. Show some restraint. Sasuke yelled at Naruto, who was about to say that they didn't even have sex yet, but he decided against it and nodded his head. Oh great, he's learning how's that for character development. Hiba and Yuzuka vs. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Oh great, we lucked out, Akamaru, Hiba said to his puppy before Team 7 broke put laughing, causing him and his sensei to get angry. And just what's so funny? Kurenai asked while glaring at the copy Nin, who was looking at her in amazement. Did you really not see my last 2 students fight? Kakashi asked incredulously as she turned away from him in annoyance. Ready to get beat dope? Hiba sneered at Naruto, who gave him the most deadpan stare anyone has ever given anybody. Dude, I'm going to kick your ass so bad not even my English dub counterpart would be able to believe it, Naruto said while Sakura looked at him in astonishment. Dude, that was cold. That had to be the worst insult she ever heard from her blonde teammate. If you two are ready, begin. Hayate yelled. Let's go. Akiba suddenly looked around to find himself eating an all too familiar dinner with his mother and sister. What happened? Kiba asked in a panicked voice. Back in the arena. What just happened? Hayate yelled while looking at the unconscious body of Kiba while Naruto looked bored out of his mind. I just knocked him into last week, he'll be back tomorrow, Naruto said while walking up to the balcony. Bronze trophy unlocked. Top dog. Character unlocked. Kiba and Yuzuka. Don't say a word, Kakashi. Kurenai almost growled at Kakashi, who just looked away innocently. WWW winner. Naruto. Hayate yelled. Hinata Hyuga vs. Neji Hyuga. Begin. On the balcony. It's over, Naruto said while looking at Hinata with pride. What do you mean? Don't just doubt my student because you think you're Stro. Kurenai was cut off by Naruto, who looked at her like she was crazy. No, I meant it was over for Neji. You're not a seal master, so you didn't see what I saw, Naruto told her while turning his head back to the match. Whatever do you mean, Naruto-kun? Lee asked the blonde in confusion, and Tenten and Guy looked just as confused. Rock Lee right? Naruto asked as the spandex hero nodded his head. Just shut up and watch. In the arena. Give up, Hinata-sama, Neji said with venom. Fate has already decided that I would, Neji yelled in agony as the pain in his forehead erupted with a fierceness that he's never experienced before. Pathetic, Hinata said coldly while holding her hands in the ram sign. You coward, you used the caged bird seal on me, Neji hissed as Hinata chuckled darkly before tossing him a mirror. What's this for? He hissed at her, to which she just pointed to her forehead. Getting the hint, Neji took off his headband in order to look at his seal, and what he saw surprised him. Instead of a green seal with an X in the middle, there was a blue one with an O in the middle. It was then that he noticed Hinata had a matching purple seal on her right hand. I got rid of your seal and added my own. You always kept bitching about your fate, so I decided to do you a favor, Hinata said with a cold smile. You're no longer Fate's bitch, you're my bitch now. She began to chuckle at his surprised face. You see, the only one that can use and remove that seal is me. When did you do this? Neji yelled frantically as he saw Fate being basically destroyed right in front of him. Hinata then turned to him with wide eyes and answered him innocently. When you are sleeping, of course. She giggled. Now go to sleep, noob. Tomorrow I'm going to work you like a dog until you get all of that fate shit out of your head, and then maybe you'll remove your seal. But I don't know, you and the main branch have been being a bunch of noobs to me. She finished while putting her hands into a ram seal and made Neji pass out from the pain. Hokage-sama, do I have to let this demon pass? Hayate asked while his newfound fear of the girl was preventing him from even coughing in her presence. The Hokage looked at him before sadly nodding. Damn it, winner Hinata Hyuga, Hayate said while stepping back from the girl. On the balcony, oh my god, Hiranai whispered as she saw her pseudo-daughter walk up the stairs with a cheerful smile, while everyone looked at her in fear, except Naruto. Every turned to where they heard sobbing and found Naruto crying hard and using Sasuke as support to stand up. Are you okay? Sasuke asked him. Her mood swings away for now, while looking at her teammate in concern. It's just Sue. Beautiful. Sniff the ascension of noob to pro. Sob, it always gets me, he responded before she punched him in the kidney and threw him off of her. Rock Lee vs. Gaara. Skip to Rock Lee opening gates. This green one. He's strong. I'm not sure if I can beat him without giving myself to my demon, Gaara thought sadly as he realized he might have to break his promise to someone important to him. His first friend. Flashback, third day of waiting for prelims to start. Hey Gaara, how are you feeling? Sakura asked him as he turned to look at her in surprise. I feel better, but weaker at the same time. If I am ever in a life or death situation, I might have to give myself to the demon so I won't lose. Nonsense. Like my friend Haku always says, if you have someone precious to you, only then can you become truly strong. She told him while giving him a smile while he scoffed. I have nobody precious to me, he told her coldly. No friends, and my family is scared of me. He continued while feeling his anger rise. Why couldn't she get it? I'm your friend, and I'm sure your family still loves you. Don't you get it, you noob? It's you who's pushing everyone away. The demon is sealed now, so you can't blame anyone else but yourself. Sakura yelled at Gaara before walking up and smacking him. His eyes grew wide at the unfamiliar feeling. I see, he said softly while Sakura was giving him a look of pure disbelief. Holy shit, the therapy jutsu works. I thought for sure I was going to have to fight him after I smacked him. Looks like Naruto was right. Again, Sakura thought incredulously. Hey, if you want I can get you a BGM. Sakura started as Gaara looked at her in confusion. Well, if you ask me, while precious people are indeed nice, having your own beat to fight to can give you the motivation that you need. She cheered while pulling out Nin Pod. Here, use this and play track 4 if you're ever in danger. You're not alone anymore, so promise me you won't let Shukaku win. And then Gaara looked at her with something in his eyes not unlike the will of the fire, and nodded. I promise. Flashback end. That's it. Suddenly Gaara stood up and pulled out a pink rectangular object and plugged headphones into his ears while everybody looked at him in confusion. On balcony. Hey, Naruto started while looking at Sakura. Isn't that your? Sasuke continued while copying Naruto. Sakura just nodded in pride while looking at Gaara with tears filling her eyes. Back in arena, Gaara found track 4 and pressed play while Lee charged at him. BGM, insert Eddie Raff, Gaara the Sand Assassin. What followed was an ass-kicking so immense that it was beyond the writer's ability to convey the epicness through his vocabulary alone. 3 minutes later, Hayate dug himself from underneath the sand and announced the winner. Winner coughs Sabaku no Gaara, he stated while coughing up more sand. Everyone in the arena was just looking at the sand shinobi in astonishment as he got up and walked towards the balcony where he was glomped by a happy Sakura much to the surprise of his siblings. Choji Akamichi vs Dasu Kinuta. Skip fight. Winner Dasu, Hayate declared. Skip 25 minutes. Round 1. Hinata Hyuga vs Shino Aburame. Round 2. Sabaku no Gaara vs Sakura Haruno. Round 3. Shikamaru Nara vs Sabaku no Temari. Round 4. Sabaku no Kenkuro vs Dasu Kinuta. Round 5. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze vs Sasuke Uzumaki Namikaze. You're fucked, Akane told her host matter-of-factly. Naruto almost face-faulted. Oh, and why is that? Naruto asked his tenant with benefits, who shrugged. Knowing your luck with hormonal women and the fact that the finals is a month away. I just thought it was the logical conclusion. Akane told Naruto, who went pale. Oh fu. Platinum trophy unlocked. Passing the prelims. Alternate level unlocked. Complete finals. Plus 20 million Ryu. Continue to part 3 of the Chunin exam arc. 2 figures lay unmoving on the ground being covered with rain. There was complete and utter silence besides the sobs of the spectators. Finally, one of the figures spoke with a feminine voice that was obviously holding back tears. Why? The other figure winced before steeling his resolve to answer the question. Because, flashback day after preliminaries. We find our hero sitting on top of the 4th Hokage's head while watching the sun set. He turned around when he saw his party member walk up behind him with her bangs covering her eyes. Curiously, he looked at her before asking her what was the matter. I figured it out. She chuckled darkly. How to get back to my male form, she continued as she saw his eyes grow wide. How? He was cut off as she answered him. I have to end the game. She smirked as she walked closer to him as his eyes grew wide. How do you plan to do that? He asked in fear as her smile grew more vicious. Just by getting a game over, that's all, she told him innocently. This is madness. Naruto yelled at her. Madness? No, this is plot convenience, she yelled before kicking him off the monument far enough where he'd be unable to cling to the surface of the mountain. At the bottom of the mountain, a broken Naruto groaned in pain. Player 2 has left the party. Shit just got real, Akane commented to Naruto. With Sasuke, that wouldn't be enough to kill him. I need to get more power, she murmured to herself before summoning a hawk and jumping on it. Orochimaru, here I come. About 1 week later, we find our blonde hero training rigorously at Training Ground 7 while Sakura looked at him in concern. Damnit, Naruto roared as he broke the training post. Why did she leave? I thought you helped her come to terms with her predicament, Naruto asked his pink-haired teammate who looked at him in pity. I did, and I highly doubt her gender is the real reason she tried to kill you. Then why he was cut off? Think about it. It has to be something so embarrassing that her pride forced her to blame it on something else. She tried giving him a hint. You know something, don't you? It was more of a statement rather than a question. Sakura just began to giggle at his denseness. That would be telling, she said in a teasing voice before leaving the training ground and a confused as fuck Naruto. The next day, Naruto was now looking at the Toad Sennin in complete amusement. Damn it, brat. How the hell are you this strong? Naruto just laughed at him while he picked himself up off the forest floor. Simple noob Sennin, I'm just that fucking awesome, Naruto answered him in complete seriousness. But you already know everything I could have taught you. What the hell you need my help for? Jiraiya asked his godson. Simple, because you are a somewhat decent seal master. Not as good as me, of course. I was going to ask for your help in making a seal that would be able to copy something I saw in a video game once, Naruto explained to him. Kid, life is not a game, and what exactly are trying to accomplish? Jiraiya asked, not completely understanding the amused grin on his godson's face. Tell me, have you ever played Call of Nindo? Naruto asked innocently as Jiraiya got a grim look on his face. Yeah, but the noobs online cheat too damn much. What does that game have to do with this? Simple noob Sennin, we are going to make a perk, he told his godfather, whose eyes grew wide at the prospect. That would mean we would have to make a seal that would basically tell reality to go fuck itself. He yelled at his student who looked unimpressed. True, but the 4th did it and you're his teacher. Also, I am his son and in Uzumaki to top it all off. We were destined to do this, Naruto yelled at his hysterical teacher. Why are you trying so hard? Jiraiya couldn't help but ask. Simple, I have to save my homie. She's going down a dark path and she's alone and confused, Naruto stated with determination as Jiraiya gained a smirk and pulled out a notepad. Sure, your homie right, Jiraiya said sarcastically as Naruto looked at him with a bewildered expression. Sure, we joke around a lot, but I know better than to actually try to go out with her. There is no way that she would like a dude, and he was caught off as he began to remember what Sakura told him while Akane snickered. Finally got it, huh? Akane couldn't help but ask Naruto, who went rigid. Why didn't anyone tell me, damn it? I'm a male, not a fucking mind reader, Naruto thought frantically as Akane shook her head at his stupidity. Naruto, you're preaching to the choir about the mind reading thing. Oh my god, Naruto couldn't help but whisper. Meanwhile in Odo, so Sasuke, you've decided to come to me for power? Orochimaru asked as she began to smirk. Finally the Sharingan is mine. Something like that, Sasuke began as she powered up a Chidori ... but I really just wanted a sword. Orochimaru went pale as she ran at him. Fast forward day of finals. End of Hinata's match. Hinata, how could you do that to a teammate? Kurenai asked her harshly as Hinata looked at her with a confused expression. Nobody said I couldn't use bug spray as a ninja weapon, Hinata stated while turning her head toward the Aburame clan who were glaring at her. She then gave a predatory grin as she looked at them and gave the bottle a test spray, causing them to look away immediately. In the Hyuga section, Daddy ... Big sis scares me now, a young Hanabi told her father, who looked at her with a solemn expression. I know she scares me too, he started before he broke down in tears while Neji comforted him. Don't worry, Hinata-sama is merciful. She freed the Branch family and main house from fate. So take your headband off and wear her mark with pride, Neji yelled encouragingly to his uncle, who cried harder. Back in the arena, Sekira Haruno vs Sabaku no Gaara begin. I hope you're ready, Gaara. I am not going to go easy on you just because you're hot, Sakura yelled at Gaara, who looked at her in amusement. Alright, let's go then. Just because you gave me my life back does not mean I'll go easy on you, Gaara yelled at Sakura as the real Kage's eyes grew wide. About 10 minutes later, Gaara now stood panting on a hill of sand looking around at the sand-covered arena. His body was stabbed everywhere with kunai and he was losing blood fast. He looked up at his opponent who was standing on the arena wall on the opposite side of the stadium. What was that? He couldn't help but ask as Sakura looked down at him, amused expression on her face. That was what Team 7 would call a special, she said to him before jumping down and walking toward the barely conscious Gaara. Before she could get too close, however, his body erupted in a blue light, causing her to step back. What is this, a special? No, this is. He can't be, Sakura thought in fear. He's awakening. What the fuck? Is his awakening so powerful that it unlocks BGMs from other universes? She thought in wide-eyed horror. In the competitor box, fuck, I recognize this song, but how is Gaara's awakening this strong? It's HAX, Naruto thought frantically before yelling at his teammate. Damn it, Sakura, get the fuck out of there. He can't control it. On the field, hearing her teammates yell, Sakura tried to move, but she was paralyzed by something she hasn't felt since before she joined Team 7. Fear. Gaara then began to raise his hands and chant. I am the bone of my gourd. Earth is my body and wind is my blood. I have created over 1 trillion grains. Aware of loss, but unaware of gain. So as I finish. Unlimited sand release. Sand imperial funeral. What followed could only be described as pure epicness. The shockwaves from the attack made people in the stands fall out of their seats as the Kage looked at his son's power in amazement. Because he knew. That wasn't the demon. That was all him. Suddenly Gaara started searching around in fear that he killed his best friend. He fell to his knees after he realized that he couldn't find her. Damn it. When Shukaku doesn't kill someone, I do, he thought as tears began to fall from his eyes. Holy shit. A familiar voice called, causing his heart to skip a beat. Damn, I thought I was fucked. Good job, Gaara. He turned to see Sakura standing with one of her arms missing. The sight made his heart break. Well, fuck. I'll have to have Naruto fix this when I get back to the stands. If Naruto didn't unlock that defense bonus after Sasuke beat his ass, I probably would have died, she thought with a sweat drop. What's wrong with Gaara? Oh, I'm sorry, he said while looking at the ground before getting punched into the other side of the wall by Sakura, who looked at him amused. About what? Even with one arm I still kick ass. Besides, it's just a flesh wound, she stated while he looked at her in shock before he began to chuckle and pull himself out of the wall. Proctor, I forfeit. I can't be Kage if I'm dead, he told Genma while smiling a real smile for what seemed the first time in a long time. His siblings and father looked at him in shock as he started to limp back to the competitor's box with a smiling Sakura behind him. While this was going on, Temari looked at her brother with tears-filled eyes. Team 7 ... Thank you. Platinum trophy unlocked. Saving a demon must defeat Gaara without player 1 taking damage. Ryu plus 40 million. Hidden BGM unlocked. Emiya. Character unlocked. Yondaime Kage. Avatar unlocked. Sand release Naruto. Bingo book listing available. Rank A. Insert name. Yes. What is name? Tank. In competitor's box, we now find Naruto looking over a tired Sakura's arm while the rest of the contestants looked at her in concern. Snap. Heal all injuries. Check. Snap. Thanks, Naruto, Sakura said while Naruto just nodded and began to look at the cloudy sky with a grimace on his face. Don't worry, you will save her before it's too late, she tried to reassure her friend while he continued to look out at the sky. Don't you remember back when Naruto first came and she jumped at Sasuke? At her nod, he continued. That means that not even a pro like her could stop Sasuke before it was too late. I'm not sure if I can win. Smack. Everybody looked at Naruto in concern as he was just backhanded into a wall by his pissed-off teammate. Why? He began before getting cut off as Sakura began to yell at him. Damn it, Naruto. You can't give up because you think that you will fail, and that all evidence points to that fact, Sakura yelled while trembling. If there was anything good about you back in the academy, it was that you didn't think at all, you just did it and eventually you'd succeed. Naruto was looking at her with wide eyes. But what if I fail? Naruto asked her while standing up. You won't? Now stop acting like a noob and get ready to begin planning how to win against her, Sakura told him with a smile as Naruto nodded in determination. Don't worry, Sakura, I will win. Also, one more thing. Naruto started as she looked at him confused. What? Call me a noob again and I'm beating your ass, he told her in complete seriousness. Hidden trophy unlocked. Rekindling the fire. Hidden skill unlocked. Helping hand assist characters can now help without being summoned. BGM unlocked. Naruto main theme. In the arena, Shikamaru Nara vs Sabaku no Temari. Skip fight. Seriously kid, you have the longest match in the tournament, and you quit. Genma asked Shikamaru in annoyance. It was too troublesome. But, you just wasted 2 hours of our lives. That's like the most asshole thing I can think of. Genma yelled at the Nara before screaming and lunging at the kid who fell asleep when he was ranting. You son of a bi. Genma had to be held back by Anbu as he was struggling to throttle the brat in front of him while everyone else in the stadium's sweat dropped. About 20 minutes later, Sabaku no Kankuro vs Dasu Kinuda. In the competitor's box. What are you two doing? Hiba asked as Naruto and Sakura sat down and pulled out a deck of cards. They looked at each other before laughing. Do you even care about either person in this fight? Naruto asked him as he looked thoughtful before asking to be dealt in, along with everyone else in hearing range. Skip fight. Winner. Does anybody even give a fuck? Genma asked while everybody shook their heads. I'll just give to the kid with a bigger fan base. Winner Kankuro. Genma yelled while Dasu looked outraged. But nobody gives a fuck. The stadium yelled at the poor boy that turned around and left whimpering about dumbass villagers and little screen time. In competitor's box. Well, it's time I go down. I'll be facing the second hardest boss in the game now. Naruto told Sakura, who nodded and wished him luck before crying after he left the room. Gaara looked at his friend in concern. What's wrong? He asked gently. He's not coming back. Sakura told him as everybody around them grew pale. With the Jounin, you know, despite what I say, those kids really grow on you. This is really a damn shame. Kakashi said while closing his book. Whatever do you mean, my eternal rival? Guess who? What he means. Everyone turned to Jiraiya, who walked toward them. Is that today he loses a student forever? He continued with a solemn tone. Surely you're joking. Kurenai asked the Sennin skeptically. Nope. What Naruto did was unforgivable. It doesn't matter if it was an accident and ended up being for the greater good. To Sasuke, Naruto stole away her life. Jiraiya finished as he leaned against the rail to watch the upcoming bloodbath while all of the men in the room nodded sadly. Hey, if you lost your junk you'd be pissed too. In the arena, Naruto walked into the arena as Sasuke appeared in a flame shunshin and looked at him while activating her eternal Manjikaiu Sharingan. Naruto, who stopped walking when she appeared, activated his golden fox cloak, amazing all those who saw it for the first time. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze vs Sasuke Uchiha begin. Crack. Everybody turned to the sight of a giant purple suit of armor surrounding a grinning Sasuke who was holding her stomach as Naruto was caught in the hands of the giant. Susanoo should be strong enough to hold even you in that form. Nice punch though, but if you aimed at my face you probably would have ended this fight. Such a noob mistake, and I can guarantee you that that was the only chance you were going to get. Sasuke told Naruto, who glared at her before responding. These hands cannot hold me forever and you know it. Naruto yelled at her while slowly pushing the hands apart. They won't have to, she told him calmly while powering up a Chidori and lunging at him and piercing him through his torso. Nice move right there, you made me miss your heart, she told him while pushing her hand through his back. But, I came prepared. Look around, you didn't think it started to storm for no reason, did you? Such a noob mistake. And two Naruto's growing horror, instead of the Chidori dying down, the lightning continued to shoot out of his back and into the stormy sky. You're serious about this, aren't you? He asked her while grunting in pain before calming himself as she stepped back to get more cover from Susanoo while pulling her hand out. Dead serious. Now die with the thunderclap, Kirin, she said as the lightning beast fell from the sky, hitting both her and Naruto as the light blinded the audience. Sasuke social link, broken, 0 divided by 10. With the Genin. Holy shit. What the hell did Naruto do to piss her off that much? Hiba yelled while taking cover from the blast, while Sakura began sobbing at the thought of her team being destroyed after everything they've been through. Hey, come with us, you kids are going to go next to your Jounin senseis for protection. You guys are too close to this fight, Jiraiya told the assembled Genin while disappearing in a swirl of leaves. In the arena, so you managed to enter Sage mode before being hit, smart move, Sasuke drawled while Susanoo disappeared. Naruto began to stand up as his wounds healed, and began to get on all fours and formed a giant Rasengan on his back. I can't use any of my stronger attacks without a chance of killing the audience, and by that look on her face she knows this, or else she wouldn't be so damn confident while fighting me, Naruto thought before sending a chakra arm from his stomach and grabbing her with it. Rasengan vacuum, he yelled while dragging her towards the ball of chakra on his back as she began to smirk. Shit, Naruto yelled as he couldn't flash away before Sasuke pinned him to the ground with Kusanagi. When the hell did she get that? Amaterasu, Sasuke whispered before engulfing Naruto in the black flame. That will not be enough to kill him, but it should be enough to get rid of that damn cloak. Wait, he's been too quiet. Oh shit, Sasuke thought frantically before looking Naruto in his eyes. With the Jounin. Oh my god, Sakura whispered as she and the rest of the genin landed next to the Jounin. She could only watch in horror as Naruto was baptized by the black flame. Sakura, I thought Naruto was the strongest out of you three. What happened? Kakashi asked Sakura, who looked down and grit her teeth in frustration. He is, but if any of his attacks miss, someone innocent will die. Naruto is fighting with a handicap and Sasuke knows it. She told her sensei, who shook his head. She had his planned out. She must really miss her junk, Kakashi said as he continued to watch the fight. Why isn't the Hokage stopping this? Hiranai whispered as she watched the fight in morbid fascination. My guess is that Naruto used a cheat to stop anyone from interfering with the fight. Sakura thought aloud as everyone looked at her in confusion. In Naruto's mind escape. Naruto, quick, you have to transform into my demon fox form. Akane yelled at Naruto, who nodded before he was suddenly kicked away from Akane by Sasuke. I won't let you, Sasuke yelled before turning toward Akane with a sad expression. So you're Akane, huh? Yeah, you really are beautiful, Sasuke said as Akane's eyes widened. I'm so sorry, Sasuke whispered before making Akane fall asleep with her eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In arena, Naruto was slowly standing up after his golden fox cloak was burned away by the black flames as they disappeared with his chakra. Looks like I have no choice, I'll have to cheat. Naruto soon found that he couldn't move his right hand. Wah, Chidori Senbin, Sasuke told him with a smirk. Can't have you cheating your way out of this one. How long have you been planning this? Naruto asked in morbid fascination at how he was getting stopped at every move he made. Since you left me alone for days while I was stuck in a body that wasn't my own, experiencing my first period while you went off to have some damn coffee. Even though it doesn't matter, maybe you'd be glad to know that I'm on my second one right now, she told him with a sneer as his eyes grew wide. Holy shit, Akane was right, Naruto thought in pure disbelief at his bad luck with hormonal women. But, no more talk, dope, this ends now, Sasuke yelled while performing hand signs fire release, grand fireball jutsu. Naruto could do nothing but close his eyes with a smile as he was hit directly by the giant fireball. In the stands. It's over, Sakura thought with a sad smile. Well, since this is game over, I might as well get this over with since I won't remember any of this in a few minutes, Sakura thought sadly as she approached Gaara and gave him the biggest and first kiss he has ever gotten. Kakashi, seeing this, went over to the stands where the civilians were and pulled down his mask. I regret nothing, was his final thought before being swarmed by fangirls. Nobody paid attention to the smirking Jiraiya. It's just how you said it would be, Naruto. Now stand up and show them what a pro truly is. Cage box. Naruto, I'm sorry that I've failed you, Hiruzen thought the cliche line with a tear rolling down his face. In arena. Perk. Activated. Last stand. Naruto HP 19,999th chakra infinite. Sasuke HP 2,500 3,000th chakra 200 divided by 70,000. Sasuke's eyes grew wide as she saw Naruto limp out of the fire with a smirk on his face. How are you still alive? She yelled at him in pure outrage. Because I have something worth fighting for, he told her with a smirk. Oh, and what pathetic reason would that be? You, he stated as she took a step back. Wah, but she was cut off as he continued. Finally, she was cut off for once. And I do not plan to lose you, he finished before gathering as much chakra into his left hand as possible, which was more than Sasuke had in her entire body. I can't afford to miss this, but it'll be almost impossible to use this attack without my father or Jiraiya, Naruto thought before a transparent image of Naruto stood beside him with her right hand over his left. Yo, looked like you need some help, Titebe, Naruto told him with a smirk, causing him and everyone else who was still paying attention to the fight to jaw drop. Hell yeah, but one thing, Naruto started while she looked at him curiously. What? We're totally going to get sued and for that scene from Dragon Ball Z that we're ripping off right now, aren't we? Yup, damn it, he complained as he formed a Rasengan and combined it with a Rasengan that Naruto created, thus forming a vortex of unstable chakra in his left hand. I can't help out that long without you officially summoning me, so don't miss, Naruto told her fellow blonde before disappearing. Let's end this, Sasuke, Naruto yelled while holding the Super Rasengan as Sasuke converted the rest of chakra into electricity and covered Kusanagi with it. Let's, Sasuke said with a determined expression. Sasuki, Naruto. In the stands. Sakura yelled while everyone looked at her funny as she looked down embarrassed. I hate being left out. In arena. Boom. Flashback end. Two figures lay unmoving on the ground being covered with rain. There was complete and utter silence besides the sobs of the spectators. Finally, one of the figures spoke with a feminine voice that was obviously holding back tears. Why? The other figure winced before steeling his resolve to answer the question. Because I love you. Damn, it was hard for him to say that. In an alternate universe where everything was less epic. ACHOO. Bless you, Hinata-sama. Thank you, Neji Nai. Back in arena. But I'm a bow. Nope, you are 100% woman. A woman. And if you ever put that yaoi image in my head again, I'm kicking your ass. Naruto told Sasuke in complete seriousness as she chuckled. Sorry, she said, looking sad. Men, don't worry about it. Although I have a strange feeling Sakura is going to kick our asses. Naruto said as Sasuke held his hand as she finally figured out where she belonged in the world. And for what seemed like an eternity they watched the clouds. As the sun shined on them, she only had one thought. Everything is going to be alright. Player 2 joined the party. Sasuke social link. Fixed. 10/10 max. Platinum trophy unlocked. Rescuing the Raven. Avatar unlocked. Sharing in Naruto unlocked. BGM unlocked. Eddie Raff by my side. Bingo book listing unlocked. A class name. Ravager. Chunin exam arc end. Finding Tsunade arc begin. Yes, 2 weeks after the Chunin exams, we find Team 7 laying in a hotel room waiting for the upcoming boss battle that Sasuke has been waiting for years happen. Opponent, Itachi Uchiha. Stats, 50,000 HP, 80,000 chakra. Abilities, Fire Jutsu, Amaterasu, Tsukiyomi, Susanoo, Genjutsu Mastery. Opponent, Kisame. Stats, 60,000 HP, 50,000 chakra. Abilities, Water Jutsu, Kenjutsu Mastery, Samehata Fusion. Advise, survive until Jiraiya arrives. You know, this says a lot about our luck. I mean, our first Chunin mission and it's already S-class. Not only are we retrieving the next Hokage, but we're fighting 2 S-class ninjas. Sakura said while twitching at her team's lack of normal missions. Yeah, but look at it this way, this is going to be funny as fuck. Sasuke said with a smirk. Knock knock. Operation Itachi Mind Fuck Go. Naruto yelled while opening the door as Sakura lit up in a blazing blue flame. Kisame couldn't even swing his sword before he and Sakura disappeared, leaving a gapping Itachi all alone. What the hell? Itachi whispered in a disturbed voice before noticed the Sharingan eyes on the raven-haired female. What the hell, did I miss one? Itachi thought before the girl in front of him snarled and activated her eternal Manjikaiu Sharingan, causing Itachi to actually take a step back. What the fuck? It's time I got revenge on you for taking the last Klondike bar after putting me in Tsukiyomi. Sasuke told her brother as his eyes widened in shock. Sasuke, what happened? Why are you in a female henge and how the hell did you get those eyes? I'm pretty sure my Sharingan eyes are still in my head. Itachi stated while idly wondering if he was still knocked out after the Akatsuki's party last night. Let it be known that even though Itachi looked after his brother when he was a baby, he never changed Sasuke, so he never saw him naked. When Sasuke told Naruto this, he began to plan the biggest prank ever on his future brother-in-law. Tisk tisk Itachi, how could you not know that your foolish little brother was actually your foolish little sister? Haven't you ever seen her naked? I know I have. Naruto told Itachi with a smirk while sidestepping a slap from an irate Sasuke for his embarrassing lie. Itachi couldn't complete his sentence as his calm Uchiha facade finally broke and he stood trembling with wide eyes that began to water. Why did you tell him that? Sasuke yelled at Naruto, who looked at her in amusement. 'Cause it was funny and you know you wished that it had actually happened. Naruto told Sasuke, who began to pout. Let it be known that Itachi was never one to let his emotions cloud his judgment. But seeing as everything that he thought was reality was being ripped down to shreds. Not only had his brother not run at him in a blind rage for killing their family, but had instead prepared to fight him over some damn ice cream. We also can't forget the fact that Sasuke wasn't his brother at all. That changed everything. But when he saw his sister actually fucking pout, something snapped in Itachi, something that could either be later confirmed as his sanity, or a seal placed on him by his mother. Suddenly Itachi stopped trembling and then launched at Sasuke and doing something that would make Naruto and Sasuke question everything they thought was right in the world. "Kyaa, you're so damn cute," came the feminine squeal of the older Uchiha as Naruto's eyes grew wide and Sasuke actually deactivated her Sharingan in shock. "Everything I knew is a lie." Strangely, that came from Akane, who decided to go back to sleep after witnessing the biggest mindfuck in history. About 5 minutes later, thump, that would be Kasame's body hitting the floor as Sakura looked at everyone in confusion. "Yo, you're finally back, huh? What took so long?" Naruto asked Sakura, who shrugged. "I actually came back around 3 times, but you guys looked like you were having a moment, so I kept using my special." Sakura explained before kicking Kasama in the ribs. Kasama just bled a little. Huh, how about that? Grab his sword and put it in the key items scroll, I'll equip it to Killer Bee later, Naruto said before turning to the two raven-haired female in front of him. Now are you going to explain why you are now suddenly a female? Naruto asked Itachi, who scratched her head sheepishly. Well, you see, it was part of a plan created by my mother to show my dad that women could be a good clan head. So she had the fourth create a seal to hide my gender after I was born so my father wouldn't get suspicious, Itachi explained while Naruto shook his head. Damn it, Dad. You crazy son of a bitch. Meanwhile, in the plane of deceased characters, get back here, you son of a bitch. One extremely pissed of Fugaku yelled at Minato, who was flashing around like his life depended on it. Damn it, Kushina, help me out, I can't keep doing this for 3 more years. Minato yelled at his wife, who looked at him skeptically while drinking tea with Mikoto. True, but you applied the seal, so take it like a man, honey. Kushina yelled to her husband as he dodged another fireball. I didn't even make it. It was a seal made by your crazy ass family. Minato yelled as Kushina shrugged. Whatever, you still used it, Kushina stated matter-of-factly before turning to her best friend. Men, they are so troublesome. Mikoto nodded in agreement. But still, I wish I was still down there. I have 2 daughters now. It would have been so much fun, Mikoto exclaimed to Kushina, who looked at her sadly. Don't worry, knowing my son's luck, he'll figure something out. Even if it is by accident, Kushina said, cheering up her best friend. Boom. Ha, you can't dodge everything, huh? You yellow bastard. With Team 7. Thump. That was Sakura, who just fainted on top of Kasame. Kasame just bled a little more. Sayo, well, now to the important stuff, Naruto said while looking at the ceiling, confusing Itachi as Sasuke nodded her head in understanding. Right. Hidden trophy unlocked, Queen of the Sharingan. Hidden BGM unlocked, Eddie Raph, Itachi Manjikayo in the eyes. Hidden character unlocked, Femitachi. Hidden item unlocked, Arashi's ring. 1 out of 3 objects that once put together will awaken the secret of defeating Madara. Each object is nearly impossible to find and only found by sheer dumbass luck. Platinum trophy unlocked, roasting a fish. Plus 500 million Ryu. Water shark jutsu learned. Who the fuck was that? Itachi yelled while Naruto ignored her and looked at the purple ring in his hand. This must be important, but I need the other 2 objects to figure out what to do with it, Naruto thought before putting it in his key items scroll. Amazing, so rare that not even my action replay could give me the item after I used the unlock all key items cheat, Naruto thought in amazement. 4 days later, Tanzaku Town. We now find Team 7+2 are now sitting in a restaurant in front of a skeptical Tsunade and her confused assistant. So let me get this straight. You honestly expect me to become Hokage after everything I've lost? Tsunade asked her former teammate as Jiraiya nodded and as Naruto smirked. Shit, Naruto's smirking. He must have foreseen this and came up with a plan to get Tsunade to agree, Sasuke thought, impressed before frowning. Why do I feel like his plan is going to piss me off? No, the title of Hokage is for fools, Tsunade scoffed before returning to her drink while Naruto laughed. Normally I would disagree, but after seeing how batshit insane my father is compared to what the textbooks say, I agree with you, Naruto told her as her eyes widened in realization. You're Minato's brat, aren't you? At his nod she continued. Funny, compared to him you seem a little sane. Sane my Sasuki. Itachi chided her little sister, don't use such language in front of your elders. But you know he's more batshit insane than his father, Sasuke complained to her sister as everybody in the room looked at them in amusement while Naruto sulked in a corner. I highly doubt it, Itachi said dryly. I remember one time I heard our mother talking to him after he finished the very battle that made him famous. Flashback. So let me get this straight, Kushina hid all of your clothes after you spilt her ramen. So you actually went into battle butt-ass naked while concealing yourself in a henge? Mikoto asked incredulously as Minato smirked and Kushina facepalmed. I had given him some other clothes to wear, but he said no, Kushina told her friend while huffing. Like I was going to wear a neon pink spandex suit with a cape that had your face on the back, Minato yelled while Mikoto held back a laugh as Kushina glared at him. But if anyone had noticed the henge and broke it, everyone would have seen you standing with property of Kushina Uzumaki tattooed on your. Kushina was cut off as her husband tackled her, and Mikoto broke out laughing. Nobody noticed the young Itachi walk back to her room with a shell-shocked expression on her face. Flashback end. Everybody at the table looked at Itachi mortified. Hell, even Jiraiya was jaw-dropping at the tale before he came to a realization. So that's why Mikoto always smirked at him when somebody called him the Yellow Flash, Jiraiya stated before Sakura looked at a Naruto with a smirk. "Hey Akane, you got your furry ass handed to you by a flasher," Sakura asked with a teasing grin as Naruto had to hold his head in pain at all of the curses Akane was yelling at Sakura. "Damn it, Sakura, I am so going to get you back for this headache," Naruto yelled at her. "Anyway, what is this, a reunion?" I was approached by Orochimaru earlier as well, Tsunade asked, ignoring the strange argument that just happened as Naruto looked at her in confusion. "What the hell? He shouldn't have had his arms damaged, why would he come after you?" Suddenly Tsunade looked at him in confusion. "Arms? Is that what you men call it now? He came to me because junk was destroyed," Tsunade told Naruto, who got pale and looked at Sasuke in horror as she suddenly found the floor to be the most interesting thing she'd ever seen. "Son of a bitch. Damn it, Sasuke, what did you do?" Naruto asked as Sasuke bit her lip. "Well, flashback, ... but really I just wanted a sword." Orochimaru went pale as she lunged at him. Orochimaru tried to jump over her, but her superior speed caused her Chidori to miss his chest and hit his snake. Orochimaru passed out from the pain as Sasuke had her eyes wide in shock. His foaming at the mouth caused Kusanagi to rise from his throat. Grimacing, Sasuke pulled the blade out. Well, that ended badly ... for him. Flashback end. Everybody looked at her in horror as she finished her tale. "Damn it, Sasuke, couldn't you have just killed him? What monster takes away a guy's dick and makes him live?" With Naruto shut up as his team gave him a pointed look as he turned around sheepishly before opening his book and began to look at Tsunade as she sent him a questioning glance. "What are you staring at, kid?" she asked rudely. "I want you to be our 5th Hokage." "Nope. How about my 10th future wife?" he asked seriously as she looked at him as if he lost his damn mind while Sasuke grit her teeth. "Damn it, Naruto," ignoring the fact that none of the other women agreed except maybe Enko. "But they will." Naruto cut her off in complete seriousness as she had to resist the urge to destroy him right then and there. "But," she continued, ignoring him, "you don't have a 9th one yet," she yelled at him hysterically as he chuckled. "But of course I do, I'm not a noob, I can count." "Then who is it? Because I'm sure as hell I don't know them." "Oh, but you do," Naruto told her as she began to feel a sense of dread. "Son of a bitch." "Who?" Sasuke asked, praying to every god she could think of that it wasn't who she expected as everybody else looked on in confusion. Then Naruto chuckled evilly and pointed. "Right at Itachi, son of a bitch," Sasuke yelled while everybody else widened their eyes as Itachi took a step back. No I'm not," Itachi told the blonde kid with complete seriousness before he smirked at her. "Oh really? Not only do you recognize my pro skills, but I gave you your family back, cured your illness, and just given you an opportunity to be closer with your precious little sister. Also I'm rich as fuck," Naruto told her innocently as her eyes got wider at every point. "Damn it," Itachi murmured dejectedly as she realized the kid in front of her would probably be the best male she could find as Sasuke started to rock in a corner with a cloud above her head. "He just gets one girl after another." Sasuke repeated that while poking the ground. "Is she going to be okay?" Tsunade asked in concern as Naruto nodded his head. "She gets is like this every now and then when she questions everything around her," Naruto told her before looking at her. "Why won't you say yes?" "Because I don't want to be Hokage," she told him with a glare. "I meant about being my wife." "Because I don't know you," she told him seriously. "You can learn," Naruto said seriously. "Because I'm 50 and you're 12. Tsunade tried again. "What if you were 20? Naruto said while concealing a grin as Sakura caught on and had to stuff her face with food to stop from laughing. "TSSH, if that happened I'd come be your Hokage too," Tsunade said with a laugh while ignoring the warning signs Jiraiya was giving her. "Swear on your Nindo." Now here she stopped because as a Sannin she took promises on her Nindo very seriously. But the sake she was drinking was clouding her judgment, and her instinct that would be telling her to get the fuck out of there. So she decided to play his game. "Sure kid, whatever," she said to the horror of Jiraiya and Shizune, who noticed how Jiraiya was trying to get her mistress to shut the fuck up. Naruto just grinned wider as Sasuke continued her mental breakdown and Sakura burst out laughing. Snap. Age mod. Tsunade, 20 years check. Snap. 2 days later. "Son of a bitch," Tsunade said for the 1000th time since the night at the restaurant as everybody else continued their walk back to Konoha. "Don't worry honey, because when we get back to Konoha Naruto was successfully cock-blocked by the 3rd Sannin that appeared before them holding a Vienna Saswage in a Ziploc bag with ice. "There you are Tsunade, I demand that you heal me now," came the high-pitched squeal of Orochimaru. Suddenly everyone stopped as he felt an amazing killer intent coming from the blonde demon brat. "You fucker," was the battle cry of Naruto as he jumped into the sky. A lot of things happened that day. Jiraiya found a new god, Itachi got turned on for the first time in years, but the most important would have to be that Tsunade lost her fear of blood, or any type of gore really. Orochimaru defeated. Platinum Trophy unlocked. Death of a Hebai team. Characters unlocked. Sound for choose 1. Teuya. Teuya will be available once re-entering Konoha. Player 1 will be able to decide what to do with her then. Gold Trophy unlocked. Resurrecting the Queen of Slugs. Character unlocked. Tsunade. Avatar unlocked. Super Medic Naruto. What the hell was that? Tsunade and Shizune asked in unison, but everyone ignored them. Itachi then turned to Naruto and gave him the longest kiss he's ever gotten before she released him and wiped some saliva off of her lip. Everybody looked at her in surprise before she began to speak. When we get back, I'll treat you to some coffee, she told him before turning to a fuming Sasuke. Don't worry, foolish little sister, you will be coming as well. Think of it as some sisterly bonding time, Itachi said seriously as Sasuke and everybody else gasped while Naruto passed out. I'll be sure to teach you some interesting things that can be done with Genjutsu. In Naruto's apartment, we now find our blonde hero in bed with a raven-haired beauty in each arm after what must have felt like weeks of the best sex ever. It's official, Tsukuyomi is my new favorite jutsu, Naruto thought contently as Akane nodded her head. You're telling me, thanks to those eyes, I wasn't even left out? Akane cheered while Naruto chuckled. But we will have to burn your mindscape later. Naruto just chuckled and leaned back until, poof, in Naruto's universe. The now confused as fuck Naruto, standing in only his frog boxers, was now standing next to a panting Naruto as she was standing in her Nine Tails chakra mode. Idly Naruto wondered why the fuck he suddenly wanted to do whatever dumbass task Naruto asked. But that was a story for another time. Naruto then looked at her fellow blonde with a raised eyebrow. Why are you in your underwear? Naruto asked curiously as Naruto shrugged. Had just finished having the best sex ever, he stated while causing her eyes to widen in horror. I didn't cock block you, did I? She asked while getting in a fighting stance as Naruto chuckled. Nah, I finished when you summoned me. That caused Naruto to relax her stance. Seriously, why did you call me here? Naruto asked her as she looked around quickly before spotting something on a hill. There she is, Naruto said with a growl. Naruto curiously looked on top of the hill, and there he saw it. Possibly one of the hottest raven-haired women he has ever laid his eyes upon, even if she had a weird mask on. Holy shit, that's your Madara, Naruto yelled while Naruto looked him confused. Yeah, so what? Bullshit. My Madara is some dude with MPD that's probably 50 years old underneath his mask, Naruto told her as she widened her eyes. What the hell? That's kind of disturbing, dude, Naruto said while getting a mumbled I know right from her blonde companion. And what the fuck, she has a body on par with my Tsunade, or knowing this ass backwards dimension your Jiraiya, and yet she's wearing an Akatsuki robe that lose, Naruto yelled as Madara landed in front of them along with 5 other people. So you managed to destroy one of my 6 paths of pain. But it doesn't matter, you'll die here so that my Moon's Eye plan will succeed, Madara told Naruto before noticing the boy in boxers next to the pig-tailed girl. And who are you? She asked Naruto rudely as he got a grin on his face. Oh man, I've always wanted to do this, Naruto thought with glee as Akane rolled her eyes in her cage knowing what was coming next. I come from a land where noobs control the planet as pros become an endangered species. I fight for all those who are 1337 and repressed in this cruel world. I am the great toad sage that makes even Jiraiya kneel in recognition. By my friends, I am known as the Pimp Master Sage. But beyond all of that, I am a badass motherfucker. I am an AMIKZUZUMAKINARUTO. Naruto yelled while performing the Jiraiya pose as everybody looked at him like he was batshit insane. Oh, Madara said, honestly confused as fuck for once in her life before turning back to Naruto with a sneer. It is time that we end this, she yelled while her and her 5 female paths of pain started to attack Naruto. The fight went on for 5 more minutes as Naruto idly wondered where the hell her backup was before both she and Madara stopped fighting as they smelled ramen. They both turned to the sight of Naruto eating ramen with a wide-eyed expression and a bloody nose while there was a tent in his pants causing them to give him what the fuck looks. Hey, I'm sorry, but you gotta admit 6 hot females fighting is kinda hot, Naruto told them as he finished his 6th bowl. What the fuck do you think you're doing, you perverted little bastard? Madara yelled in righteous fury as Naruto wondered if this was part of a plan or if Naruto was really that blandly stupid as fuck. I think I'm watching a catfight, Naruto said seriously as Madara fumed. I can see that, but why? This is a fight to the death, the future of the world is at stake, Madara yelled while trying to figure out what the fuck was going on. Let it be known that Madara has a bit of a dungeon master complex, so when something that she can't control happens she tends to flip the fuck out sometimes. Geez, why are you such a prude? Why can't you? Naruto cut himself off as he finally figured something out. Naruto looked at him confusion while standing next to Madara, Previous fight completely forgotten at the moment. What? Naruto asked, confused by the pitying look on her fellow blonde's face as he looked back at her with disappointment. What the hell? Sigh, Naruto, you are supposed to be more pro than me. How could you not notice this? Naruto asked Naruto, who gasped in shock as he yelled at her. What are you two idiots talking about? Madara asked rudely while crossing her arms. Suddenly Naruto looked at her with a wide-eyed expression before walking toward her and bowing. What the fuck? I am so sorry, I couldn't tell before, please forgive me. Naruto begged her. Is she crying? What the hell is going on? Madara, though, while looking around in confusion. It seems that you haven't noticed yourself, so I'll break it down for you, Naruto said, while somehow the news that she didn't know what was happening made Naruto cry harder. I quote, am so sorry, Naruto yelled as she lunged at Madara and began to hug her. Someone please tell me what is going on, Madara yelled, finally having enough as Naruto looked at her again with those damn pitying eyes of hers. Okay, I will. How long has it been since you fought with the first Hokage? Naruto said while Madara looked at him in confusion. 120 years. Why? How long had you went into hiding away without any human contact? 50 years. I still don't see the point. What did you so the other 70 years? Naruto cut her off. Make plans for revenge and world domination, of course. Exactly. What? Madara asked, confused as Naruto shook his head sadly. I'll just tell you now, you are sexually frustrated, Naruto told her bluntly as Naruto fell to the ground in tears. Madara, however, looked shocked as fuck. What? That's preposterous, I've never even had sex. How can I be frustrated? Madara yelled while Naruto looked at her in horror. Naruto began to tremble slightly. Flashback wave arc. As Naruto woke up on the forest floor the morning after Naruto's episode with Inari. Naruto looked at Naruto in awe. Words can't describe how awesome that was, Naruto told Naruto as he chuckled. Akane still has much to teach me, but maybe I can show you something she showed me I can do with chakra claws, Naruto stated while advancing on a grinning Naruto. Nobody noticed the passed out Haku a few feet behind them. Flashback end. You're a 140-year-old virgin, Naruto asked in morbid fascination as Madara h-ed and turned away. So? Madara asked rudely. No wonder you're such a stuck-up bitch, Naruto said bluntly while wiping away tears. Madara looked at her scandalized. Excuse me, Madara yelled. It's not your fault, Naruto started as he walked closer to Madara as she took a step back. You trained until you went blind in order to lead your clan into glory. You didn't give up on your dream even after your noob-ass clan abandoned you after unlocking another stage of power. You had only one Biju, yet you still almost beat the first Hokage who had the other 8. You are more pro than anyone else on this planet. Hell, the Rikudo Sennin is probably the only one more pro than you, Naruto stated before pulling off Madara's mask, revealing a stunned Uchiha matriarch as a smiling Naruto stood next to her. You know, me and Naruto recently found out that we have the same favorite drink, Naruto said innocently, and we were wondering if you wanted to try it. Madara looked at her confused. What is it? Coffee. 2 hours later, 2 voices rang out through the sky. One was masculine, the other was feminine. They spoke in perfect unison. Platinum trophy unlocked, preventing an apocalypse. Avatars unlocked. Hokage Naruto. Hidden character unlocked. Fem Madara Uchiha. Hidden trophy unlocked, satisfying a legend. Hidden item unlocked, Arashi's sword. Game, Naruto, and 1 day later. And that's why Tayuya would be my 12th wife and not my 11th, Naruto told a room full of shell-shocked shinobi as the new Hokage dropped her pen, while Sasuke just stared at him in morbid fascination before speaking. First me, then my sister, now my ancestor. Are you trying to fuck the entire Uchiha clan? What the hell, is there a trophy or something? Is that Ai you're doing this? Sasuke yelled while shaking Naruto frantically. There was, but she did not need to know that right now. Thump. That was Itachi, who just gave up trying to comprehend life. Whle Jiraiya walked up and kneeled before Naruto. I am not worthy, Jiraiya told his godson in complete seriousness. Damn straight you aren't, but the real question is what are you going to do to my male counterpart? I doubt you are going to have sex with him, Madara asked while looking at Naruto as he looked back at her with a deadpan expression. Put that Yoi image in my head again and it'll destroy you. But no, I plan killing the Madara in this universe, Naruto said while pulling out a sword and ring. I have to find one more item of Arashi, then I'll get the secret to defeating Madara. Suddenly Naruto's eyes got wide. You got 2 of them. I only got this one, Naruto yelled while pulling out an item shaped like an L and giving it to Naruto, who almost dropped his items in shock. Naruto has obtained Gun of Arashi. Player has acquired all 3 items. Proceed to secret boss through portal. All 3 items began to glow. the sword in yellow, the ring in blue, and the gun in red before forming a pitch-black portal at the side of the room and disappearing into it. Sasuke, Sakura, get ready to come with me into the portal, Naruto stated before looking around the room and making a decision. Tsunade, you come too, we need a medic because Sakura is going to be needed on the front lines. You are player 4. Naruto yelled before jumping into the spiraling darkness with Sasuke, Sakura, and Tsunade right behind him. In the portal, we now see our party of 4 standing on a skyscraper of a modern city. It appears to nighttime and all is quiet except for the laughter of people during some kind of festival. WW, where are we? Came the amazed voice of Sasuke as she and her party looked around at all of the lights that illuminated the sky. You're in Konoha. 25 years later, came a calm voice as everyone quickly came face to face with Naruto. Who are you and why do you look like me? Naruto asked the 14-year-old boy in front of him. Wouldn't you like to know? Came the calm answer. But I'll tell you this, I am not you. And he wasn't. Taking a closer look, Sasuke could see that the boy only had 2 whisker marks on each cheek. You can call me Arashi, the boy said before raising his right hand. Snap! Suddenly the gun, ring, and sword flew towards the boy and fused into his body, confusing our heroes. I'm the secret boss, Arashi informed them, making everyone get on edge as he walked towards them before stopping 10 feet in front of Naruto. Who else is better to teach you how to beat Madara than somebody who was born after he died? But the information won't be easy, you'll have to defeat me. Go ahead, check my stats with that little book there, it won't help you either way, Arashi said calmly while putting both hands inside of the black trench coat he was wearing. Naruto opened the book hesitantly, something just didn't feel right about the boy. Opponent, Arashi. Stats 99,999 HP, infinite chakra. Abilities, Rasengan, Kage Bunshin, Blade Mastery, Gun Mastery, Seal Mastery. Advise, none. Naruto's eyes widened as he looked at the kid in front of him warily. This isn't right, there isn't even a preferred strategy to fighting this kid. What's worse is that he's giving off an aura of a pro. Naruto then glared. Why won't you tell us? Wouldn't it be better for you if we succeeded? Sasuke then looked at him in concern. What's with this? Naruto seems very hesitant on fighting him. Something's not right. Her thoughts were mirrored by Sakura, who gave her a knowing look before turning back to the scene in front of them. The kid just shook his head before speaking. Trust me, I would, but it's against the rules of the game. Arashi's eyes then narrowed as he pulled his hands out of his pockets. Now enough talk, prepare, noobs. And with that, Arashi jumped and disappeared in a blur of speed and reappeared behind Team 7 with his fist in Tsunade's stomach as she passed out. A pro always knows to take out the medic first, Arashi drawled, as Naruto jumped back with his team and got ready for battle. Sakura, stay back, if he can take out Tsunade then he knows your fighting style too. Sasuke, you supply far-range support. I'm going in, Naruto commanded before charging at Arashi, who mirrored him and charged forward as well. Red, Arashi muttered before his hair turned red and his eyes became red and slitted. He then gained 2 black desert eagles and jumped into the sky and began raining crimson bullets down on Naruto as 3 crimson tails of chakra burst out of his back. Naruto jumped away from the barrage of bullets before changing into his 9 tails chakra mode and began to flash away from each of the bullet-sized chakra blasts. Damn, this kid is good, I'll have to make sure to finish him as soon as possible, Sasuke thought before she formed Susanoo and began to launch flaming arrows at Arashi. Recoil, Arashi stated before sending a powerful shot from his guns, allowing him to dodge the arrows before landing in a crouch and speeding towards Sasuke. Blue, Arashi muttered before his speed increased tenfold and his eyes and hair became bright blue. His guns disappeared and left hand had a ring form on the middle finger before his entire right hand lit on a blue flame as 3 blue chakra tails formed from his back, dismissing the red ones. Seal, Arashi uttered as he slammed his hand on Sasuke's stomach, causing her Sharingan to disappear and her chakra to fade. Chakra sealed. What did you just do? Sasuke asked as she fell to her knees as Arashi began walking towards the stunned Naruto and Sakura. In this form I can seal anything and my speed is increased tenfold, Arashi explained as Naruto's eyes widened in realization. Let me guess, you're older than you look and use that form to make your enemies underestimate you, Naruto guessed as Arashi shook his head. No, I'm really 14, Arashi explained as everyone's eyes widened in shock. Then how are you so strong? Did you use cheats? Naruto asked, getting a shake of the head in response. Then how? You know how they say each generation surpasses the previous, Arashi asked as Naruto nodded. Well, that's actually true, each kid my age is twice as strong as their parents at this age. But because of my parents I'm even stronger. The only ones on my level in my graduation year are my teammates, Arashi explained as Team 7 widened their eyes. Boo, Naruto was cut off. Enough talk, noob. You of this time would have defeated me by now. This caused Naruto's eyes to widen. But you are too weak. I'll tell you now, you can't beat me, and your cheats do not work in this time thanks to the fact that the game has ended in this timeline. The game from your timeline is using me as part of it in order to assist you, which is why you found my items," Arashi explained to the confused as hell Naruto. "Now shut up and try to figure out how you can stop me." Yellow Arashi finished as two golden katanas appeared floating next to him as his ring disappeared, as his eyes turned yellow and his hair went back to normal. Cherry Blossom Impact. Sakura yelled, but to her horror her fist was stopped by one of the blades as the other one found its way through her stomach. "Cow," was her final thought before blacking out. Minus 3000 HP. Increased defense. Too bad she wasn't prepared. Naruto glared at the kid in front him as Sasuke could only watch her friend fall down unconscious in a puddle of blood. Naruto noticed the craters on the roof from where the bullets hit before coming to a conclusion. Red is attack, yellow is defense, and blue is speed. With those three forms he is unstoppable. But it looks like he can only use them one at a time. Naruto then looked around and mentally cursed, "Fuck, I can't transform into Akane's fox form, the area is too small. Fine, I'll play it his way because unlike him I can use all three of his abilities at once," Naruto thought before activating Sage Mode on top of his Nine Tails Chakra Mode. You're learning, but you still cannot win," Black Arashi drawled before summoning two shadow clones, each in a different color before dispelling them. His hair went pitch black and 9 pitch black chakra tails shot out of his back, but instead of black slitted eyes Naruto came face to face with a pair of sky blue. Rinnegan, Sasuke whispered in horror, and then to further her shock a black katana floated behind him as his left hand lit in a black flame. She then noticed the black chakra gun in his right hand. "I'll end this now, noob. Feel the hacks of the next generation," Arashi roared before appearing in front of a stunned Naruto. "Shit, I let my guard down," Naruto thought before Arashi called his next attack. "Hiroi, Arashi Barrage," Arashi yelled before slamming his left hand into Naruto, sealing his chakra and backflip, kicking Naruto in the air, where he proceeded to shoot non-lethal shots into his body, sending him higher into the sky. Arashi then shot his blade up and through Naruto's stomach before disappearing in a black flash, and reappearing behind him, where he sent him back to the ground with a low-powered Rasengan. Boom. Minus 9000 HP chakra, sealed. Damn, he held back. I can't beat him, Naruto thought before he looked up and noticed the barrel of the gun pointed at his face. Shit, is this it? Finally Akane had enough of Naruto not realizing how to beat this brat and yelled at her host with benefits. Damn it, Naruto. You're not strong enough yet to beat him, but you're not supposed to. Naruto's eyes widened at this. See, he hasn't killed you for a reason. If you die, he dies, get it yet? You're supposed to fucking stop him now. Quit acting like a scared noob and stop him. Akane yelled as Naruto's eyes widened before he looked down in shame for not realizing how to beat Arashi sooner. Damn it. Heh, looks like your old man really can act like a noob sometimes, son. Now stop before I ground you, Naruto said with a chuckle as Sasuke's eyes widened. What? Sasuke stared in awe at what she was witnessing. About damn time, thought you were going to make me destroy reality for a second, Arashi said with a chuckle while helping his father up. Yeah, you mind helping me heal my party and taking these damn seals off? Naruto asked as Arashi smirked. About 20 minutes later. We don't have much time left, so I'll get to the point. To beat Madara, you have to prevent him from getting his powers from the beginning. That means stopping him from getting the Rinnegan, Arashi told his father, who nodded before smirking. Hey, we're about to disappear, so do you mind answering some questions for me? At Arashi's nod he continued. Okay, first one, who's your mother? I'm a Hanyu, figure it out. Smartass, Naruto said with a chuckle as the rest of his party jaw dropped. How did you get your weapons? Made them. How many siblings do you have? A lot, but I'm the oldest at this. Naruto's smile turned lecherous before glancing at Sasuke, who had a feeling of dread. How many wives do I have? Naruto asked as Arashi smirked and pulled out a photo. What the fuck, Naruto? Sasuke screamed at Naruto, who smirked and high-fived Arashi. Take care of the future for me, Naruto yelled at his son while he was disappearing. Only if you take care of the past, Tebeo, Arashi yelled at his father, who disappeared. Arashi sighed before turning around and coming face to face with the Hokage. So what's this I hear about you calling me a noob? Arashi went pale and his screams could be heard for miles. Hidden trophy unlocked, vital information. Ryu plus 600 million. BGM unlocked, Eddie Raff, wartime. 2 weeks later, Team 7 minus Kakashi and plus Naruto and Madara stood in front of the gates of Konoha. You sure you guys have to do this? Itachi asked her sister in concern as she smiled. Yeah, that battle made us realize that while we have power, we don't have the experience to make it any good. So we will go on this trip to hone our skills, Sasuke told her sister, who began to cry. Don't worry sis, we'll back soon. Sasuke said, trying to comfort Itachi. That's not it. It's just that I won't have a damn good cup of coffee for 3 fucking years. Itachi yelled, causing everyone to sweat drop. Well, let's go, Naruto said after saying goodbye to all of his self-proclaimed future wives that wouldn't be coming along with them except Temari, who he sent a messenger hawk to. Disc 1 end. Disc 2 begin. Yes, hidden gift for readers. If you have read until this chapter, here is your gift. The men get a night with either Kin or Kurenai. The women get one with Kakashi. Till next time. In a white room, a man was sitting on a giant white chair asleep before suddenly jerking up. He appeared to be 16 and had white hair and white eyes. Suddenly he turned towards the screen and scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Sorry everybody, looks like I forgot the bonus content for disc 1. Don't worry, it won't happen again. The man yelled before he ran to his closet and began to throwing out a Kyuubi plushie, a PS3, and a mug of coffee. Here it is, he yelled victoriously before coming back to the screen. Sorry about that, I had to find the sneak peek and hidden ending gifts. For those of you who haven't realized it yet, I am Rebukex7. Cheers. And this, he continued while holding up a disc, is part 1 of your bonus content. Insert disc. Well, here we are back at Konoha, time to get me my coffee. Naruto yelled before getting hit by Sasuke. Static. Dad, you only got like 4 jutsus, how the fuck did you become Hokage? Naruto asked his father, who smirked at him. That's all I need. Static. Let's hurry this up, yo. I got a fine girl to go turn into my Killer Bee was cut off by kick in the balls. Static. And 7 will always love Yao. Minato was cut off as his wife threw him out of the house. Take out disc. Well, what do you know, the sneak peek disc was scratched ... My bad. Our handsome and amazing crack writer said with a sheepish grin. Oh well, this one seems okay. Insert hidden ending disc. 11 years after the death of Madara, there was a 5-cage summit that would change the future of the world as we know it. In meeting, if we keep this up, we will go into war again. There is no way we can have both the shinobi system and peace at the same time. The Raikage yelled at Naruto, who was smirking. Peace and ninjas. That's like an oxymoron or some bullshit. Then destroy it, Naruto said while the other Kage looked at him in shock. Smiling, he pulled out a poster. And this is how we're going to do it. Standing up, Naruto showed everybody his plan. Step 1. Dismantle the shinobi system completely in each great nation, and turn each major nation into a city. Step 2. Have the academy teach the basics, and not history, while the clans train their children in everything else. Have retired ninjas train the orphans. Step 3. Have the new breed of shinobi make their own companies or guilds to take missions they want, and send 20% of the profit to the Kage of the city that sponsors them so that it can be used for the economy. Step 4. Have these new shinobi sign forms that show not only are they solely responsible for what they do, but also in the unlikely event of war they must help out their home city. Everybody looked at the Rokudame Hokage in awe as he finished his speech. That's so batshit insane, it might actually work ... Good job, Gaara said while the other Kage nodded their agreement. But what will we call these neo-shinobi? As I can tell, they won't even be taught of their origins or even wear a headband, seeing how this plan is going. Naruto looked at the Raikage and grinned. I thought of that as well. This caused everybody to wonder how long he had been planning this. What we'll do is give all of the neo-shinobi a tattoo with the village mark wherever they want, as long as it is visible. The clans and retired ninja can teach them about heritage. And we'll call them. Naruto started as everybody leaned in close. Assassins. Naruto finished, enjoying the wide-eyed looks of everybody. Take out disc. And that's all you need to see for now, as I'm sure you have some other fix you would rather be reading at the moment. I hope you enjoyed the bonus content. I would love to tell you more, but my signature is coming up, signaling the end of the chapter. Bye-bye, the boy said as he and the room disappeared from view. Rebukex7. We find 3 figures standing on a hill of sand about 5 miles away from the entrance of Sunagakure. The center figure was about to continue walking before he was stopped by a sword to the neck, courtesy of the figure to the right. Naruto, the word was said with so much malice that the small desert creatures ran away in fright. Yes, came the nervous reply of our protagonist. Why are we in the fucking desert while Naruto and Madara get to go back to Konoha? Sasuke all but snarled at her blonde idiot of a husband. Well, I figured it would be too much if we just went and took down Akatsuki with 2 mistresses of the Sharingan, 2 Kyuubi Jinchurikis, and a pink-haired demon. Naruto said matter-of-factly as said demon twitched. Oh my god, will you ever forgive me? It was a fucking accident, damn it. Sakura yelled at her teammate as he glared at her. Bullshit, and you know it. Flashback 6 months into training trip. Ugh, I'm too tired to move. Hey Sakura, did you finish that new soldier pill you were working on? Naruto asked as he and Naruto finished their daily spar. Yep, it works 200 times better than the originals did and they even have a good flavor, Sakura said as she handed Naruto a pill. Thanks, Naruto said in appreciation as he popped one in his mouth. Suddenly Madara looked at Sakura with a raised eyebrow. Normally I would not waste my time asking this because you have proven to me you are a great medic. But doesn't a lot of medicine have side effects that the consumer should know about before taking it? Madara started to get worried when she noticed the sheepish look on Sakura's face. Well, I was hoping Naruto could help me document them after he took it so I would know what to watch out for. She was cut off by an ear-piercing scream from our blonde hero. End flashback. Anal bleeding, erectile dysfunction, explosive diarrhea, implosive diarrhea, suicidal thoughts, loss of hair, and an allergic reaction to ramen for 72 hours. Sasuke listed as Naruto glared at Sakura. You got your chakra back right, Sakura argued as Naruto had to be restrained by Sasuke from leaping onto her. Look on the bright side, the rewards from surviving that lets the party be immune to poisons now, Sasuke said to Naruto as he calmed down. Whatever, let's go to Suna. We can take care of the Rescue Gaara arc without having to wait for Tsunade to assign it, Naruto explained as he started walking towards the village entrance before suddenly stopping and turned to look at his team with a horrified look. What? Sakura asked him while pausing the song on her nin pod touch. We sent a female version of me and Madara fucking Uchiha back to Konoha, he whispered in horror as Sakura gained a confused look. So, they both are also my future brides. And, my parents are back since the Shippuden levels are beginning, he continued as his team blanched. At Konoha, home sweet home, Madara-chan, Naruto asked her traveling partner as they entered the new Uzumaki clan house that Naruto had Tsunade build, much to the chagrin of the council. Sai, you are never going to stop with that insufferable name, are you? Madara asked despondently as they entered the living room. Before Naruto could answer, she came face to face with a confused as hell Minato and Kushina. Who the hell are you? Naruto asked as she began to form a Rasengan in her hand. And why are you in my house? Your house? I was told this house was made for my son when he left on a 2-year mission, came Kushina's confused response as Naruto and Madara suddenly got a look of recognition. Oh, so you are Naruto-kun's parent. At their nod, Naruto continued, well, I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Naruto's 5th wife. Naruto told the redhead as if she were speaking about the motherfucking weather. Kushina jaw dropped as her husband seemed to have a look of envy and pride etched onto his face. Minato turned to the raven-haired female who had a deer in the headlights expression. And you are Madara Uzumaki Namikaze, the 11th wife. She nervously answered and began looking for the quickest exit at the wide-eyed expressions she was getting. Sorry about the whole killing you and taking you away from your only child while attempting to destroy whole village with a demon I ripped from your wife who had just given birth thing. I was going through some issues. Before Minato and Kushina could destroy the woman in front of her, someone else came through the door. Hey, cool, you guys are back. What do you want for dinner? Anko and Tsunade said we were going to a bar tonight, but I'm not sure if we should if you two want to do something else, Itachi said while looking at the two people in her house. Oh hey, Aunt Kushi, Uncle Mina. Or is it Mom and Dad now? Whatever, you want to tag along? Finally, it seemed that something had snapped in Kushina, and Minato was sure that if she was still a Jinchuriki, she'd have an 8-tailed demon fox cloak on right now with the amount of kai that was filling the room. Naruto, with Team 7. Naruto. Shit, well, they met some of the family, Naruto said as they began to enter the village of Sunagakuyor. I think we should have sat down to introduce them to Madara though. Oh well, she'll live till we finish up here, I supposed, Sasuke said as Sakura began to shed some tears. Gaara-kun, here I come. I won't let them get you, Sakura yelled while running ahead of Naruto and entering the village, leaving behind a wide-eyed party as she entered a foreign village illegally. Damn it, Sakura. Shit, stick to the plan, Naruto yelled to Sasuke, who was still shocked. Oh my god, she just ran in, Sasuke said as she watched her teammate punch a jounin of Suna who tried to arrest her. Shippuden, Gaara rescue arc begin. Yes, Training Trip Chronicles. About 5 days into Training Trip. Planetary Rasengan. Boom. Platinum Trophy unlocked. Rasengan Master. Avatar unlocked. Perfect Chakra Control Naruto. Sweet, hey, by the way, Sky Dude, what the fuck are you? Naruto yelled at the clear blue sky that sighed. What the hell? Suddenly the sky cracked open and a tan boy that appeared to be 16 years old with spiky white hair, white eyes, and what seemed to be a type of white assassin armor appeared in front of him. I am Rebuke X7, and our favorite white-haired storyteller was interrupted by the kid in front of him. What's the X7 mean? Fuck you, that's what it means now, don't interrupt me. We aren't even supposed to be talking right now, so this will be the only time we meet, Rebuke said while his left eye twitched. As I was saying, I am the GM, master of games, and creator of all life-to-game techniques. I reward those who complete tasks I deem worthy and guide them along the way to total victory. What do you mean other techniques? Naruto asked as Rebuke rubbed a hand through his hair. Look kid, I'm not even supposed to be talking to you, so I'll explain this as simple as possible. Rebuke answered before yawning. Now not all universes use the same form of energy, so I had to construct several different ways to use my reality to virtual ability. One example is Bakudo X, Life is a Game. It does the same thing as your jutsu, but it uses a type of soul energy instead of your chakra. But why are you doing this? Naruto asked. Kid, some big shit is going to go down soon and I'll need warriors to help me, so you better get stronger. I can't do this by myself. The enemies are things unlike anything you've ever imagined. Rebuke told Naruto as he pulled out what looked like a golden desert eagle and put the barrel to his head. Yo man, what are you doing? Naruto yelled as the teen pulled the trigger. Izanami, Rebuke whispered as what looked like a female version of him appeared. Rebuke glanced at her before speaking. Take me back home. The figure nodded before he disappeared. He looked back at Naruto. Keep training, my future commander. If you don't, you will lose everything, Rebuke said as he disappeared, leaving behind a blonde deep in thought. Hell, looks like I have to try harder than Akane. Yes, we will begin training how to effectively fight in my form tomorrow. Just you wait, Namikaze Uzumaki. Naruto will not lose to some noobs that want to try to take anything from me. After calming down a hysterical Sakura, Team 7 decided that now was a time to think of a plan for when Deidara decided to attack Suna. Naruto, after 10 minutes of arguing, finally had something to say. Fuck it, I have a plan and I'm going to use it. You two can go sightseeing or something. I'll handle this, Naruto said, exasperated, tired of his team not agreeing with any plan he made. Fuck, wasn't he the leader? Oh, and what plan is this? Sasuke asked with sarcasm clearly in her voice as Sakura looked at Naruto with a raised eyebrow. Suddenly she saw Naruto summon a clone and give it a three-pronged kunai. The good kind, and when it's done you two will never doubt me ever again, Naruto said with a smirk. Now let's go to a hotel, we'll bother Gaara later. Naruto continued hiding the fact that Gaara got kidnapped tonight. About 6 hours later. Boom. All according to plan, Naruto said with a smirk while glancing at a chakra-sealed and tied-up Sasuke and Sakura, who were both glaring at him. Hours later at the hospital. Give one reason why I should not murder you where you stand, Sakura asked her soon-to-be dead leader while holding him by his neck while charging chakra into her fist. Naruto just looked at her with a bored expression. 1. You need to heal Kankuro. 2. You couldn't beat me if I had 90% of my chakra sealed with one of my arms ripped off. And 3. Naruto was cut off by a yell down the hall. I'll get my revenge on you, Konoha's White Fang. We have to save our noob sensei, Naruto said while walking off towards the direction of the battle cry. In Kenkuro's room, we see Kakashi regaining his balance after almost being manhandled by a crazy old lady who confused him for his father. He turned to see his team enter the room. Okay Sakura, do your medic thing while I go chat to future wife number 7, Naruto said before walking toward a wide-eyed Temari. But before he could start shooting out pickup lines, he felt a hand clutch his shoulder. Before Naruto could nuke the cock blocker, he turned pale when he turned and saw a very familiar and very pissed of red head. Oh Naru, mind telling mama why Madara fucking Uchiha is now her daughter-in-law? Kushina asked in an overly sweet tone. Before Naruto could scream, however, he cast a glare that would have made Batman himself piss his pants at the laughing blonde behind her. 1 ass beating later. Hidden trophy unlocked. Surviving certain death PT2. Plus 1 life. 1 person in party can survive death once. Hidden action unlocked. Auto party, add nearest person to party. Was that part of your genius plan, Naruto? Sasuke asked while leaning on a laughing Minato for support. Naruto just coughed up some blood before smirking at his troll of a wife. Yes, it was actually, and it's time for phase 2. While gesturing for Sakura to come on after healing Kankuro with the antidote he got from the key items scroll. Before he could exit, he turned to the occupants of the room. Okay Kakashi, come on, you are player 4. Mom, Dad, you two are going to help from the sidelines. Don't give me that look, Dad. I know you kick major ass with that hacks jutsu of yours, but I need Kakashi's eye. Plus Kakashi Hatake joined party. Let's head out. I'm coming too, an elder voice yelled. All according to plan, Naruto thought evilly while Akane rolled her eyes in the seal. Wouldn't have it any other way, Grand Machio. And with that, Naruto and his party plus 3 leaped toward what would truly be known as the greatest plan ever. About 2 hours later, while running towards a clearing, Naruto saw a figure that caused Naruto to let out a full-blown smirk. This couldn't be any more perfect, Naruto thought, barely holding in his excitement before yelling his next orders to the Kage rescue expedition. Guys, a member of Akatsuki is here to delay us. Fall back behind me. But keep up a good pace, I'll finish this one fast. but Sasuke was cut off. No buts, this is part of my plan. Naruto roared before launching himself forward at the blue-haired Kunoichi, who began to prepare for battle. Please work. Naruto begged mentally before taking a deep breath and yelling, "You kidnap and kill the leader of a country that has done nothing wrong. Is this peace? What would JIRAIYASENSEI think?" And with that, Naruto launched a familiar kunai at the shell-shocked Kunoichi before disappearing in a yellow flash, and reappearing behind her with a Rasengan in his right hand, which he slammed into her face. "What the hell, Naruto?" Sasuke yelled at her husband as she watched the body of the female deteriorate into a dead cannon fodder. Naruto just turned to her with a hand raised, signaling for her to stop. "Wait for it," Naruto muttered desperately, as this was a crucial part of his plan. "Therapy jutsu, Haraishin version. Come on," Naruto said, even more desperate than before. "Success? Yes. Fuck yes," Naruto yelled to the heavens before turning to his gawking expedition. "Come on, we got to continue, we cannot slow down." Naru Sasuke stopped when she realized Naruto began running again. About 20 minutes later at Akatsuki's hideout. "Okay, we're here," Naruto said before active his 9 Tails chakra mode. "No fair, I never got to use that." Kushina almost whined at Naruto, who looked at her with a deadpan expression. "You had Akane chained down with a spiky chain and pierced through the stomach. Do you really think you would get to use this form?" Naruto said while his mother turned away with a blush while his father went into a fetal position. "Oh my god, the chains, the chains. The CANDLEWAX, help me mommy, help me." Minato began to cry while everyone else gave him WTF looks while Kushina blushed harder. "My parents are psycho," Naruto thought before summoning 4 Kage Bunshin and telling them to go take out the seals. The clones nodded before disappearing in a yellow flash. 1 minute later, the seal on the entrance broke and Naruto turned to Sakura. "Sakura, I need a Leroy Jenkins entrance stat." She nodded and ran towards the giant boulder blocking the entrance. Boom. Gold trophy, infiltrating Red Dawn. Plus 900,000 Ryu. Okay, this has to work. It should not have activated yet since I haven't seen him face to face yet, Naruto thought while closing his eyes. With his eyes shut, Naruto yelled his plan to Sakura and Kakashi. "Sakura, get the short ugly motherfucker out of here," and Kakashi used Kamui on the blonde's robe, and only the robe now. With that, Sakura, now enveloped in a familiar blue flame, launched at the ugly turtle man thing, causing them to disappear from view. Kakashi pulled up his headband, used his Kamui, causing the blonde's robe to disappear into an invisible vortex, leaving the bomb using Akatsuki member in nothing but his boxers. "What the hell did you do that for?" Deidara yelled angrily at the expedition while Naruto smirked. This, and with that, Naruto opened his eyes, causing Deidara get enveloped in an explosion, causing the cave to disappear into a pile of rubble. Naruto, who had grabbed Gaara and flashed out of there while making clones to grab the others, could only look at the destruction in shock. This is what happens when a cheat's power is delayed for 2 years. Holy shit. What fucking cheat was delayed for 2 fucking years? Akane yelled, shaken from her nap by the surprise explosion. "You'll see." Naruto looked at the rubble where a white bird flew out of the destruction, and on top of it was a very attractive naked blonde female. "I knew it, you were a trap," Naruto yelled at the disoriented Deidara. "Okay, so you found out that the explosion fetishist was a trap. Now what are you going to do? I mean, she can still just nuke us all," Akane reminded Naruto dryly. "Akane, my love, you just answered your own question," Naruto told his tenant with benefits while powering up the tailed beast bomb, racing in, causing his parents to pout. "No fucking fair," they both thought unknowingly at the same time. "Hey Deidara, how would you feel to be my 14th wife?" Naruto yelled while everyone looked at him in confusion. "That son of a bitch," Sasuke and ironically Kushina thought at the same time, finally figuring out Naruto's master plan. "Why the fuck would I do that?" Deidara yelled in disbelief. "You just took away my dick, possible killed my senpai, and stripped me naked. Also, I only like huge explosions and those who make them, and another thing, you blonde bastard." She was cut off as the ball of black in the flaming boy's hands shot past her. "DOOM. Iniwa. What the fuck was that?" the Tsuchikage cried as he fell off his cage tower. "My back." Back with the expedition, Deidara slowly turned around to what used to be a forest, which was now a giant lake that seemed to stretch for miles. "What if I gave you a lake?" Naruto asked with a smirk as Deidara turned back to him with a red face. "Hey, do you like coffee?" "Of course." "Great," but before she could rape our favorite blonde, she was stopped as Sasuke yelled at Naruto. "What the fuck? This was your master plan," she yelled, frustrated as Naruto chuckled. BGM activated. Naruto Shippuden Opening 1. Heroes come back. "Of course not, mine's not done yet. You see, I've also gained wife number 15 as well," Naruto stated, confusing the hell out of everyone present. Hell, even the sky voice was shocked to silence. Suddenly, in a swirl of paper, Conan appeared next to a smirking Naruto as everyone jaw dropped. I thought about what you said ... and you're right, Nagato won't see reason, so I'm joining you, Conan said before getting a red face. Also, nobody has ever hit me that hard, even if it was a clone. She trailed off as Naruto smirked some more. It's always the quiet ones. Oh, but it's not done yet, my lovelies, Naruto told them while gesturing to where Chiyo was resurrecting Gaara, much to the recently returned Sakura's relief. I've gotten Gaara completely Shukaku free, and Naruto trailed off while walking towards the tired Chiyo. Player 4, Kakashi has been kicked out of party. Auto party, Chiyo has joined. Naruto picked up the now slowly dying Chiyo with a small smile as she looked dupe at him tiredly. You know, from this distance even my bad eyes could tell why you have so many wives, Chiyo said with a chuckle before closing her eyes and entering her final sleep. Or so she thought. Plus 1 life use on player 4. Naruto then began to laugh evilly as Sasuke turned white. You didn't. Snap. Age mod, Chiyo, 18 years old. Snap. Oh, but I did, Naruto said while looking at the now shocked woman in his arms. Meet wife number 16. Damn it, Naruto. What the hell? How long did you plan this? Sasuke yelled hysterically at her husband, looked at her innocently before setting Chiyo down. Please ask that when he plan is finished, Sasuke-chan, and with that Naruto disappeared in a yellow flash and reappearing with a confused as fuck you, Jito, don't tell me you forgot about the clone I made with the kunai. You need to be observant, honey. Sasuke just collapsed on her knees, muttering to herself as Naruto laughed for what seemed like hours. Never again will she doubt his plans. We find our favorite team heading up a dirt road to enter the temple of the priestess Shin. Flashback. You're an evil mastermind, Kushina said in morbid fascination as everyone could only look at Yujito with a look of pure shock. You wound me, besides the plan's not done yet, Naruto said while Sasuke finally screamed hysterically. Why are you doing this? Sasuke screamed while shaking a smirking Naruto. 2 reasons. 1, because when I'm done with my plan you will never let me leave the bedroom again, and 2, because I'm going to have my dream realized. Naruto yelled the last part to the heavens. What does having 17 wives have to do with becoming Hokage? Don't lie to me, Naruto, I'm pretty sure I know what I'm talking about. Minato interrupted, finally getting out his shock of his son getting more action than him. That's not my dream, although it is a nice bonus ... I know my new dream is. Naruto trailed of causing the former expedition to lean in. Seriously, Naruto, not wanting to be Hokage is like saying fish hate water. To resurrect the Uzumaki clan. Naruto finished with a yell as his mother looked at him with fire in her eyes. Naruto, she began in a whisper ... You are not lying, right? When her son shook his head, no sniff, you make me so proud, show the world the power of the Uzumaki. Kushina flinched as everyone gave her looks of pure disbelief. I will. Now come on, we need to finish my plan, but first. Naruto started as he looked at the sky. You son of a bitch. Naruto just smirked at him while everyone not used to the voice nearly screamed. Platinum trophy unlocked. Rewriting history. Yujito unlocked. Chiyo unlocked. Conan unlocked. Femdidara unlocked. BGM unlocked. Eddie Raff, I got bombs. BGM unlocked. Eddie Raff, Conan. Alright Conan, you stay here. Mom tell Tsunade we will be gone a little longer than previously thought. Naruto told his expedition before turning to Sasuke, Sakura, and Conan. Get ready guys, we're heading to Demon Country. For what? Sakura asked her leader. We're going to be doing side quests. Naruto answered before turning to Sasuke. Yo, we're going to have to wait a few months before returning home, so get your head in the game because this is going to be the hardest thing we've ever done. End flashback. As our heroes entered the temple they were stopped by the guards. Halt, who goes there? Just a traveler wanting to speak to the priestess, Naruto responded as the guards looked at each other. Alright, you may pass. The guard answered, shocking the hell out of the party. What the fuck? They just let us in. Just like that. Akane couldn't help but ask in disbelief. She's a bitch, the guard said as if reading their thoughts. I'm not complaining, let's continue. Naruto replied while he and his shell-shocked party walked in. A couple of minutes later with the priestess. You are going to die, Shin said in a monotone voice as Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah, I can see the future too, and you are going to fall madly in love with me, Naruto said while Sasuke was trying to figure out where the hell all these women were coming from. You are going to be pierced through the chest, Shin tried harder. And you are going to be pierced by mighty. He was cut off as Sasuke interrupted them. Listen, just show us where Morio's shrine is, okay? But you're all just going to die, what's the point? Are you suicidal or something? Shin asked, confused as hell by the people in front of her. Tell you what, if I survive you have to agree to be a part of my clan later, alright? Naruto asked, finally fed up with people who were too noob to change their fates. Whatever, it's not like I'm going to see your dumbass again, follow me, Shin said while standing up before Naruto asked her a question. Yeah, let's go. Maybe you should bring one of your servants so that if we do die you can come back safely. Sigh whatever, Bunshin said, pointing to a purple-haired servant that was currently cleaning one of the windows, not seeing Naruto's sudden smirk. As the servant turned around, revealing a girl with long purple hair and purple eyes. You are going to come with me to the shrine so that you can escort me back. When the servant girl nodded, they left for the shrine. Time to troll, Naruto said while leaving the building behind Shin as his party looked on with confusion. At the shrine, we find a long black-haired man begin to absorb the spirit of Morio. Soon revenge will be mine, the spirit exclaimed before its soon-to-be host was set aflame by a black flame. Who dares interrupt me? The demon yelled in outrage as its only source of freedom was just destroyed. I did. Obviously, now go back to your seal so we can get along with our lives, Sasuke said with an eye roll as Shin looked on in shock at what just transpired. Soon the demon began to chuckle. Such power, you will be my host. And with that the demonic energy launched itself at Sasuke. But before it could reach her, a purple-haired female was suddenly in between them, causing the spirit to be sealed within her instead. Combo breaker. I love it when a plan comes together, don't you guys? Naruto asked with his arms outstretched as Sasuke and Sakura looked at him in blatant horror. You just killed that girl. What the hell, Naruto? Sakura screamed as Naruto smirked. I'm hurt, you don't know me at all, do you? That girl never existed. She was a clone I had in the room by switching it with the real servant that was in there, Naruto said while Konan looked at him in surprise. But why? She got her answer when the girl began to move. This pathetic body can still serve its purpose, so it doesn't matter. Now it's time for revenge, Morio started before screaming in pain while clutching its forehead. Yeah, I also placed some chakra limiters and the old caged bird seal Hinata was throwing out after completely conquering the Hyuga clan. Flashback during month before finals and the Chunin exams. Hey Hinata, Naruto yelled at his friend who was throwing out a lot of scrolls. What are you throwing out? Oh nothing, just throwing out the copies of the former caged bird seal I found while looking for clan scrolls to help me beat Shino, Hinata explained to her former crush. Well, I never would waste a good seal, how about I take them off your hands in exchange for a way to beat Shino? Naruto asked while Hinata looked thoughtful. Meh, why not? It's not like I'm going to need this shit with the whole clan under my divine subjugation, Hinata said while handing him the trash bag. So what's your idea on beating Shino? Nobody set off and hot shot couldn't be used as ninja weapons, Naruto said with a smirk as Hinata chuckled evilly. In flashback, Sasuke could only shake her head in denial as the pieces started to fall together. The female clone. The trip to Demon Country being part of that damned evil plan of his. It all made sense. Naruto. I apologized about not taking your plans seriously. Are you still adding on to it? Sasuke screamed hysterically as Naruto chuckled. Of course not. Naruto began, causing her to sigh in relief. I had this plan since the beginning of the plan. Sasuke went pale. What are you idiots talking about? Morio demanded as Naruto looked at her. Well, you're going to be my clan's bodyguard with benefits, Naruto explained as the demon went pale. Hell no, the demon began before screaming in pain. You really don't have a choice. It's either that or get sealed again, Naruto explained as Konan looked at him with a blush. Can you put one of those on me? Sakura could only face palm as Sasuke began sucking her thumb in a fetal position by a tree. Who are you? Shin yelled at Naruto, who looked back at her with a raised eyebrow. Your new husband, last I checked, Naruto stated before putting his hands in a ram seal. ARGGH. No sneaking up on me, Naruto said without turning around. But why did you do this? Shin asked Naruto, who shrugged. Saved myself from 98 minutes and 41 seconds of bullshit that I would have had to do anyway, Naruto said while giving a thumb up to the sky. Naruto stood above his sleeping wife with a frown on his face. After he decided that he and Sasuke would just do the second movie themselves, he noticed that his wife began to act strange. When he currently looked at his whimpering wife, he couldn't help but feel concern. After all, people as badass as Sasuke don't ever have nightmares, do they? It must be something terrible to scare Sasuke like she is, and he'd help her no matter what. Sasuke's dream. Sasuke Pov. So here I was in the hot springs of Konohagakure. The bath was empty, besides me and an all too familiar red-haired female with blue eyes, or were they violet? It didn't matter as the crimson-haired goddess looked at me with damned smirk of hers before she splashed me with water. Catching me off guard, I fell down into the steaming bath as she pushed her body onto mine, causing me to tremble slightly in anticipation as the older woman's hand reached toward me. But something wasn't right. The closer it got, the lower it seemed to aim. Before I could stop it, the hand reached its destination, causing me to let out a silent scream in pleasure. She removed her hand, causing me to moan in disappointment. She looked at me with those damned eyes of hers. She got me. And she knew it. After what seemed like an eternity, she finally spoke. "Looks like we are going to have some fun TTEBANE." The woman spoke as I could only look at her with lust-filled eyes and felt myself drip in anticipation. "This bitch got me ... and she got me good." Suddenly I gasped as she drew herself in close to me, her hands examining everywhere and mine doing the same. She grabbed my rear end, causing me to moan her name. I quickly returned the favor, causing her to do the same. "Sasuke, Sasuki, Sasuki." My eyes snapped open at the familiar voice. End pause. In the real world. "Sasuke, wake the fuck up." Naruto yelled at his whimpering wife, causing her eyes to snap open. He watched her with a raised eyebrow as he noticed her flushed face. "Shit, I thought I had it under control. This is the third time this week, damn it." Sasuke thought bitterly before putting a fake smile on her face while looking at his face, before paling when feeling a wet spot in her sleeping bag. Naruto-kun, could you leave me alone for a bit? I have to get dressed," she began before he gained a confused face. "I've seen you naked numerous times. Or it's just I don't want you gawking at me right now." She tried again. Was that a question? "You have been acting weird all week, are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm completely fine, Titaben," she said quickly, then paused, realizing what she said. "Crap, the dreams are getting to me." Apparently not catching the slip-up, Naruto continued to bombard his wife with questions for about 5 more minutes before asking, "Sasuke, you can trust me, is it the drugs?" Naruto asked while looking at his wife's arms for needle marks. "It's my time of the month," Sasuke yelled, knowing that would get him to leave her alone. She wasn't proven wrong, as by the time the third word passed through her lips he was gone. About 5 days later, Sasuke finally saw her husband again when he believed it was safe and came out of hiding. And by judging his beaten down appearance, she could say that he must have been hiding by the nearest village. Iwa, seriously, I can't be that bad that he would hide in a place that would execute him solely because of his hair color, Sasuke thought as she face-palmed as her husband limped toward her. "Oh, don't worry, Sasuke, every other man in the world would have done the same thing." Platinum trophy. Surviving the odds. Unlocked player must survive in enemy territory for 3 or more days. Party evasion increased 400%. "Well, we should intercept Amaru right about ... now," Naruto said as he saw the apparently red-haired boy run up the road they were on. "Why the hell did he have to be a redhead? At least he's male, so I should be able to keep myself under control. After all, Naruto is the only male I even like," Sasuke thought as the boy stopped running when he noticed the Konoha headbands that our heroes were wearing. "Great Konoha Shinobi, perfect timing. We have to hurry, the Sky Ninjas are planning to attack your village for revenge." The boy was caught off as Naruto raised his hand. "Yeah, we know about that army of cannon fodder. We are the ninjas that were deployed for the counter-attack," Naruto explained as Amaru looked at him with a raised eyebrow. "Seriously, they only sent 2 ninjas. That's all they need anyway. The Sky Ninjas are being dealt with as we speak. In Konoha, Susanoo, Bijudamma, Sumoningjutsu, demonic statue of the outer path, exploading clay minions." The screams of the cannon fodder could be heard for miles as they were taken out by the members of the Neo Uzumaki clan. Strangely enough, any Sky Ninja that survived the more destructive attacks found themselves hung by chains of chakra or maimed when a flash of yellow passed them. One Sky Ninja was trying to hide before he ran face to face with a white-eyed brunette who was currently drinking a cup of tea. "Who said you could breathe my air?" Hinata asked innocently before tossing the hot tea into the Sky Ninja's face and smashing the cup upside his head. Hinata then dragged him away. "What are doing?" the now terrified cannon fodder yelled while clutching his face. "You are about to pay for your sins against Hinata-sama," Hanabi answered while drawing her kunai along with 20 other Hyugas who appeared with her. With Naruto and Sasuke. Gold trophy, Sky Invaders. Hidden item, glider, unlocked. "What the fuck was that?" Amaru asked, terrified. "Nothing you should be worried about," Naruto answered. "Amaru, wait up. You know I can't keep up in my old age," Shino yelled to his student who blushed. "Let me introduce you two to my sensei Shino. I was accompanying him to Konoha to ask for help, but since you're here we can go back to my village," Amaru yelled happily. Hours later, back at Amaru's village. "So you going to tell me what that was about, or am I going to have to ask? Because that was the greatest thing ever," Naruto said with complete seriousness as Sasuke blushed. About 3 hours earlier, we see a wet as hell Sasuke looking angrily at Amaru, who was equally wet. "You almost died because of a knife some old guy gave you. I should kick your ass, you little." Sasuke was cut off as a piranha-like fish jumped up and bit her on her inner thigh. Naruto could only look on in shock as his wife passed out. She had her sharing, and on how did she get hit? Naruto thought in morbid fascination while Akane yelled at him. "Dumbass, that's the Byakugan that can see everything. Well, if Sasuke didn't do that whole I can see bullshit in every fucking fight, we wouldn't have this confusion, Naruto argued. About 30 minutes later, Sasuke Pov. Ugh, what's going on, and what's this feeling? Sasuke thought in confusion as she looked down and noticed the long red-haired girl sucking her inner thigh, barely containing her shock. Sasuke began to recall everything that happened. So I blacked out, that means this is a dream. Damn it. Oh well, I won't be the submissive one again, Sasuke thought before grabbing the red-haired girl by her head, pushing her further between her legs, causing the girl to gasp. PH, the girl exclaimed, with wide eyes as Sasuke put on her Uchiha smirk as she activated her eternal Mangekyou Sharingan to make herself look more intimidating. Now let's have none of that, Sasuke said while unconsciously hypnotizing the girl in front of her. Yes, mistress, the redhead droned as Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Okay, this is obviously a dream, Sasuke thought as she pushed the girl down and straddled her waist and looked into her eyes. Get ready for the best 3 days of your life, Sasuke told her slave in a husky voice as her new servant shuddered. Tsukuyomi. She did not notice the jaw-dropping Naruto a few feet behind her. End flashback. It was an accident. I thought it was a dream, Sasuke yelled, trying to defend herself as Naruto rose an eyebrow. What you did was illegal. If we were anywhere else you'd be in blood prison right now, Naruto said matter-of-factly. And why would you dream of that anyway? Naruto asked, perplexed. Sasuke answered with a blush. What? Finally, a lifetime of frustration broke out of Sasuke as she finally yelled what would be formerly known as her biggest secret ever. I have a reed head fetish, alright. Damn, I am tired of hiding it. It has caused me nothing but pain. You want to know why I did not go with my fan club? Why I would have Karin in my team if I went evil? And why I would have went with Orochimaru after seeing Teuya? That's why, Sasuke yelled as she continued her rant. This is why I keep looking at Akain when we have a threesome. Holy, Sasuke. Oh my god, Naruto, the things I would do to your mom. Sasuke continued as Naruto went pale. Oh god, you can't even comprehend what I would do to her. Please ... stop, Naruto whimpered some more. I swear if we got a divorce and your dad died again, I'd give her 3 months before making my move. Dear lord, you know how there's fucking somebody and then there's really fucking somebody? Well, I would. Sasuke continued listing all of the unspeakable acts she would do to Kushina, not noticing her husband rocking back and forth with tears in his eyes. ... Then I would take the ramen bowl and... Naruto cried a little more as Sasuke continued explaining what she'd do to Kushina. After all, there are some things you just don't tell your husband, wife, like how you would do their mom. In Konoha, Kushina stopped walking and stared at the sky, causing her husband to give her a look of confusion. What? Minato asked his wife, who looked back him with a scared face. I felt a disturbance. About 10 minutes later with Naruto and Sasuke. Sorry about that, Sasuke said softly as she rubbed her husband's back as he finally stopped the tears. That kind of conversation could scar somebody for life. Whatever, sniff anyway, you have to take responsibility, Naruto said pointedly to his wife. Of what? Of that. Before Sasuke could ask, she soon found her answer. Sasuke-sama. Sasuke could only shake her head in horror as realization at what she had just done. Now Amaru-chan, you can only come with us if you agree to be a member of my clan, Naruto said with a smirk. You bastard. You knew, Sasuke yelled hysterically. Honestly, I didn't know how bad your fetish for my mom was. Naruto shuddered. After all, number 34 of things she would do to Kushina should not be done, period. To anyone. But I have to hand it to you. Thank you for wife number 20. I knew you wanted to see the clan strong again, Naruto said while running away. Naruto, Sasuke yelled while chasing her husband. Sasuke-sama. Wait for me. In the excitement, nobody noticed the 3 Naruto clones forming a Rasen Shuriken. With Shino, power will be mine, Shinu yelled as he prepared to obtain absolute power. What? That was Shino's last word before the spiraling vortex of doom hit him. Boom. With a running Naruto. Platinum trophy unlocked. Bonds. Character unlocked. Amaru. Hidden platinum trophy. Manliest man unlocked. Hidden event. Bonus wife unlocked. Naruto smirked, secretly glad Sasuke was too pissed to hear the game master's voice. Insert character name you wish to obtain. Mikoto. Mikoto will be found in player's clan house once he returns to it. Naruto thought while dodging an arrow from Susanoo. She won't let me leave the bedroom when we get home. And as Naruto dodged more attacks from his wife, he couldn't help but be happy at how his life has turned out. Shivering at the memories of loneliness, he turned back at his wife, who couldn't see the tear escape from his eye. He had but one thought. Thank you for being here, Sasuke, and happy anniversary. At the Uzumaki clan house. I don't even know what to say, Sasuke said as she looked at her mother with tears in her eyes before turning to Naruto. This was what your plan was from the beginning. Well, this and one more thing which doesn't matter right now, Naruto said while looking at his second wife. The rest of the clan just stared in shock before Haku opened her mouth. So I come back from a 2-year mission to find out that the clan was increased over 4 times. At Naruto's nod she continued, I am never going on a Sake Recon mission for Tsunade ever again. Tsunade had the decency to look embarrassed. It wasn't that much sake. 7 carriages full, Haku exclaimed with an eye twitch. Bam. Hey, we're back. Itachi yelled from the doorway as she entered the room along with Madara, who was carrying an unconscious Fu whose face was covered in chocolate. Not noticing Mikoto, Itachi had to ask Naruto, why the hell did you send us to grab this girl? I mean seriously, Akatsuki-on has like 5 members left at best. Jinchurikis have to look out for each other, Naruto said with a shrug as Sakura scoffed while sitting on the couch with Jiraiya and Minato playing Call of Nindo. You are so full of shit, Naruto. If that was true, then where are the male ones? They can handle themselves, I'm sure. Naruto tried to reason. The 6 tails looks like he's high 24/7. You told me yourself, Sakura said as she threw a shuriken across the entire map, hitting Jiraiya out of a tree. Bullshit. Jiraiya yelled as he threw the controller down in a rage quit. Moving on. How did the mission go? Naruto asked Madara as she picked up the controller. Just as you said it would. Takagakure 6 hours earlier. Why the fuck would I leave my village? Fu asked with a raised eyebrow as Itachi stepped forward. We can save you from the hate. She was cut off by a giggle from Fu. Hate? Bitch, I get 70,000 ryo a week for just existing. Fu began as Itachi gasped a little. I have men lined up for miles trying to marry me, and I don't even have to go on missions, period. Why not? Itachi asked in awe. They expect me to protect them in case of war, which won't happen unless the major villages stop their cold war, which won't happen. Itachi couldn't even begin to think of anything. Also, if I really wanted to leave, I can because they are scared of Lil Miss Seven Tails' power, Fu said while sitting down in front of a large mansion. You see this shit? Fu began while pointing at the house. This is mine, 15 fucking bathrooms and twice as many bedrooms. What the hell could you possibly give me? Cake? Madara asked with a raised eyebrow. Fu just snorted before looking at her with narrowed eyes. The cake is a lie, Fu said while reaching for a kunai as Madara smirked some more and pulled out a double chocolate fudge cake. Oh, it is. Well, I guess I'll just keep this in. Madara trailed off while taking a bite. She soon found herself on the ground mouth to mouth with the green-haired girl. Flashback end. That doesn't even make sense, Tsunade said while gaping at the person who caused her grandfather's death. It makes perfect sense, Naruto said while picking up Fu and setting her in a chair. 7 Tails is a bug, therefore she has a strong sweet tooth. I doubt Taki even let her eat sweets as they were always worried about her well-being and more than likely only fed her healthy things. Suddenly Kushina and Naruto shared a look and nodded with pissed-off expressions. That's bullshit. How come we didn't get any of that? They thought in unison. What the FUCK this game? Came the twin yells of Sakura and Minato as they threw their controllers away. That what happens when you challenge your elders, Madara said with the original Uchiha smirk. Anyway, holy shit, is that my mom? Itachi asked in confusion as she looked at a pissed-off Mikoto. Mind telling mummy why you killed the whole clan and not just the conspirators? Funny story about that, mom. You see, quickly glancing at an embarrassed Madara, she could tell it happened the same way in her world. Flashback Uchiha Massacre. You lost the list, Madara asked with a raised eyebrow as Itachi looked down embarrassed. It's not completely my fault. I had to go buy a lifetime worth of Pocky since I'm going missing, nin and all. He tried to argue as Madara just shook his head. Looks like we're just going to have to kill them all. Oh well, they had it coming. About 10 minutes later, shit, was mom on the list? Itachi wondered before hearing footsteps enter the room. Nyai-san, what are you doing? Sasuke asked in a scared voice. Fuck it. Sorry, mom shouldn't have married a douche, Itachi thought before bringing the sword down on his parents. Flashback end. That's fucked up, Kushina said before turning around. Well, I'm going to the hot springs, see a Titabane. Looking at Sasuke and Mikoto, Naruto could see they were trying their hardest not to follow his mom, which brought a shiver down his spine. Oh my god, that's where she got it from, Naruto thought in horror before turning to his dad with wide eyes. Dad, does mom know about Mikoto's problem? Naruto asked his dad in a whisper as Minato gained a confused look. What are you talking about? Minato asked. Have you ever noticed Mikoto ever acting weird around mom? Naruto asked again while Minato gained a horrified look. Flashback 20 years. Yo Mina-kun, you know that girl I went on a mission with 2 months ago? Mikoto asked her best friend, who gained a knowing smile. Oh yeah, her name started with a K, right? At her nod he continued, so you finally going to come out of the closet and tell your clan to go fuck themselves about the arranged marriage with Fugaku? Yup, and I can't wait to introduce you to her. Awesome, I can't wait either. Maybe I can bring my girlfriend too. We can have a double date. Don't worry, if someone tries to steal your girl, tell me. I've been working on a technique that will let me kick ass at the speed of light. That's awesome, Mina-kun. By the way, what's her name? You never told me. Oh, it's Kushina Uzumaki. Can you believe it? Oh man, she's so hot. And she's a redhead. I know how much you like those, so that should be a plus in your book. Minato exclaimed, not knowing he just PW'd his best friend at life. Crash, hey, get up. We gotta get back to the village so I can go on my date with Kushina. End flashback. Dear God, Minato muttered in morbid fascination as he watching Mikoto seemingly struggle not to go follow his wife. Naruto just shook his head sadly. Dad, you douche. Hey, if I did know, you wouldn't be born. Bullshit, they would have wanted a child and would have came to you for the donation since you are Mikoto's best friend. You're a dick. Naruto said sadly while leaving the room and stepping outside. Outside, Naruto, it's time. Get Sasuke and Sakura, we're headed to AIM. Conan said as Naruto nodded. Wait, Conan. Where are we going to sleep? I still have a 2-bedroom apartment in AIM. Okay, Naruto was about to go in but stopped himself. I have a feeling I'm going to need this. Snap. Projectiles never miss target. Check. Snap. With Akatsuki. Okay, we have 5 members. Madara began. We can still pull this off. We just have to try harder. Ain't any luck on finding Conan. What the fuck did you do anyway? Leader Sami, you two were inseparable. Hidden asked Pain, who seemed to be rocking in a corner. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. The overpowered leader of Akatsuki began to sing. Kazuku just shook his head. He's been singing sad R&B songs for days now. I'm not sure if he'll be back to normal anytime soon. In fact, I put money on it. Madara just face-palmed. Worst case scenario, he dies quickly and I get the eyes. AI and no SUNSHIII. 5 days later in Conan's apartment. Damn girl, does the rain ever stop? Sakura asked while looking out the window. Nope, it doesn't, Conan said while opening the window to let some air in. And you use paper jutsu here. That's dumb as fuck, Sasuke said while lying on the bed. Yeah, well, when you have control over billions of exploding tags conveniently placed everywhere, let me know. Sasuke, shut up. Thought so. Oh my god, not again, Conan said while face palming. What? Naruto asked. Pain must have realized I'm back because he's doing the music video thing again, Conan said despondently. Oh, this I have to see, Naruto said with a sweat drop while going to the window with Sasuke and Sakura. The three somehow managed to stay out of view. With Pain. BGM, Usher Let It Burn instrumental. God Realm took a deep breath before starting. Girl, understand why. See, it's burning me to hold on to this. I know this is something I gotta do, but that don't mean I want to. What I'm trying to say is that I love you. I feel like this is coming to an end. And it's better for me to let it go now than hold on and hurt you. I gotta let it burn. It's gonna burn for me to say this, but it's coming from my heart. It's been a long time coming, but we done been fell apart. Really wanna work this out, but I don't think you're gonna change. Yeah, I do, but you don't. Think it's best we go our separate ways. Tell me why I should stay in this relationship. When I'm hurting, baby, I ain't happy, baby. Plus there's so many other things I gotta deal with. I think that you should let it burn. When your feeling ain't the same and your body don't want to, but you know gotta let it go cause the party ain't jumping like it used to. Even though this might bruise you. Let it burn. Let it burn. Gotta let it burn. Deep down you know it's best for yourself, but you hate the thought of her being with someone else. But you know that it's over. You know that it was through. Let it burn. Let it burn. Gotta let it burn. With the party. Is this motherfucker serious? Naruto whispered in morbid fascination as Conan nodded her head sadly. Yay. He has it bad, Sakura said with a shake of her head, trying to keep herself from laughing out. Sasuke, you suck, shut the fuck up. With Pain. Record scratch. Pain could only look on in shock as he saw other people jump out of Conan's window and land in front of them. One he identified as the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. He turned his head to Conan with a wide-eyed expression. You brought the Kyuubi here. I knew you didn't forget your view on peace. Pain smirked before looking down on Naruto and speaking smugly. Now you will learn your place as your death brings peace. God Realm was interrupted as Naruto laughed. Oh my god. I needed that. Okay, time to troll. And with that, Naruto grabbed Conan and proceeded to make out with her in front of Pain. You bastard, I'll kill you. Pain snarled as his paths got ready for combat. Wait. Suddenly a white-haired boy fell from the sky and looked at everyone. What the hell, Rebuke? I thought you weren't going to interfere with the story, Naruto said while Rebuke glanced at him. Don't worry, I'm not bringing the Mary Sue-ness and overpoweredness that comes in the job description of an OC. Rebuke began. Then why are you here? Oh, I just wanted to do this in person. Rebuke took a deep breath but was interrupted. Wait, you're the game master. You are just some dude the same age as us. Sasuke was cut off by the most kai she's ever felt in her life. You don't know who you are talking to, Brett. Rebuke started before gaining a solemn expression. Thousands of years ago I was just a normal boy, but then an event happened that turned my life into hell. You just said you weren't going to do this. Naruto roared as Rebuke got sheepish look. Sorry, story for another time anyway. Before I was so rudely interrupted. Rebuke snapped his fingers. BGM, Mortal Kombat instrumental. Rebuke took a deep breath and then spoke. Test your might. Mortal Kombat. And with that, Rebuke disappeared via summoning Izanami, leaving behind a group of confused as fuck shinobi. I'm just going to pretend I didn't see that. Everyone agreed with Pain and resumed the fight. It's over, Naruto said while pulling out a book. What are you talking about? Pain was cut off as Naruto yelled his next move. Therapy Jutsu, Tales of a Gutsy Ninja version. And with that, Naruto entered Sage mode and Nine Tails Chakra mode and tossed the book through the sky. What the hell, Naruto? Sasuke and Sakura asked in unison as Naruto smirked. Watch this. You guys are about to see how I plan to beat Madara, Naruto said while everyone in hearing range got large eyes. With Nagato. Crash. What the hell? Nagato wondered before getting smacked in the face with a copy of Tales of a Gutsy Ninja by Jiraiya. Therapy JUTSU, success. With Naruto. Hidden Ghost Rare Platinum Trophy. PWing the Paths. Avatar unlocked. Renningen Naruto. One-time ability unlocked. Bloodline add. Oh, I see you are going to have Nagato join our clan so he can help fight against Madara. Sakura said with a nod of her head while Sasuke smirked. Gotta say I was expecting something unreasonable. Looks like I misjudged you, Naruto-kun, Sasuke said with a small laugh as Naruto gained a confused look. What the hell? Fuck Nagato, he was going to help anyway since my jutsu succeeded. Naruto explained with confusion. Which bloodline do you want to add to clan? Renningen. But you just said you weren't adding Nagato. Konan said with confusion as Naruto picked a name from the character list that appeared before him. Watch, Naruto said as a lightning bolt came from the sky a few feet in front of them. When the smoke cleared, a figure limped toward them. Upon closer inspection they could see a woman who was physically in her 20s. She had short red hair and a pair of purple Renningen. She was also wearing very old shinobi armor and was carrying a staff. She had an aura that made everyone in the area have a sudden urge to bow. Narukoverse, Rikadu Seinen, unlocked. Oh my god, Sasuke whispered in awe, causing the woman to look at her and tilt her head. Yes. White room. Now we find the game master sitting on a white couch looking at a television screen with a disturbed look. After 2 hours of staring, he shakily raised a white gun to his temple and pulled the trigger. Crack. Izanami. Rebuke began with a disturbed tone of voice. Tell me, did I just see what I think I did? Well, master, you just let Naruto gain the strongest character in the game as an ally ... if that's what you're asking. That crazy son of a bitch, Rebuke said in monotone before yelling in joy. Fucking perfect. I'd never expect anything less from my first general. And judging by how far he's gotten, I can tell that soon he will finish his game so that then I can test him personally. Rebuke said the last part with a smirk before sighing contently. This day couldn't get any better. Actually, master, our second project has been completed. I can now convert the chakra energy needed to perform the life as a game technique into Ryoryoku, Izanami said to her summoner, who looked like a kid in a candy store at the moment. Perfect, Rebuke said before switching to channel 2 on the screen. Now Rebuke could see a orange-haired boy take a katana through the stomach courtesy of a petite black-haired girl. Suddenly Rebuke paused the screen and turned towards his white-haired summon assistant. Is it alright to assume? Rebuke began as Izanami nodded her head. Zenjutsu has agreed to learn the technique, so I suggest we go teach him as soon as possible, Izanami said as Rebuke nodded his head in understanding. Let's go now. I trust Naruto can finish the rest of the game considering how well he's done. Set the computer to look over his game for now. Now we have to get our second general's world ready for what's about to go down. And with that, the game master disappeared via Izanami to go prepare for the coming of the next general. On the way back to Konohagakure. So Riku, how do we know you really are who you claim to be? Sakura asked as she still couldn't quite picture the god of all shinobi walking next her as reality. The sage tilted her head before jumping on top of a nearby river and looking back up at her. So you are water walking. Anybody can do that. Sakura began as the sage smirked. That is true, young one, but I'm not using chakra. Sakura just gasped while everyone else just stared wide-eyed. I'm not even going to ask, Sakura said while shaking her head. Hey Naruto, how much longer till we reach? Sakura stopped as she noticed them walking by some very familiar buildings. How? It was taking too long, so I just teleported to where we needed to go, Riku said while walking past a gaping Pinkette. But how do you even know what Konoha looks like? Sakura asked in awe. I just read your mind when you looked at me, Riku said while Sasuke was thanking every god she could think of, even Riku, that the overpowered sage didn't read her mind. There were a lot of things she was planning on doing to Riku, consequences be damned. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Sasuke was prepared to die for a chance to take Riku to bed. Sasuke, simmer down, we need to tell Tsunade-chan to go make plans for a cage summit. We need to discuss the future of the clan going back to Uzugakure and remaking the village, Naruto said as they continued their trek towards the Hokage Tower. Are you an idiot, Naruto? I know you didn't forget about Danzo. Do you think he would just let you guys leave? It was hard for me to even get to go with you guys on the mission to Suna, Sakura began while shaking her head. As soon as Tsunade announced that I was the best medic in Konoha, they wouldn't let me be anywhere near Gaara, because they think I'm going to defect to Suna for him. Which you would. I know. I read your mind, Riku began. Not now, god damn it. Damn what? Riku asked innocently. Arggh, Sakura shrieked while grabbing her head. Sakura, stop screaming, Tsunade demanded as Sakura looked at her with a shocked expression. What the hell? Where did you come from? Sakura stopped herself as she looked around the Hokage's office in morbid fascination. Before she could even ask how they got there, she noticed Riku looking at her, obviously stifling her laughter, with absolute mirth in her eyes. Sakura just sat down in the nearest corner and wept silently. Is she going to be alright? Tsunade asked in concern. She'll get used to it. They all do. Or else, Riku said while looking at Sakura with narrowed purple eyes. Sakura just wept louder. Okay, and who are you? Tsunade asked the strange ninja in front of her. I believe you refer to me as the Rakudo Sennin. Tsunade just raised an eyebrow while turning toward Naruto. She's serious. She really is the sage of six paths, Naruto said in complete seriousness as Tsunade just gaped at him. She's also our newest clan member, Naruto said in happiness. Tsunade just gaped some more. Mind fucks aside, Naruto, Sakura had a good point. How are we going to get past Danzo and the elders overruling Tsunade? Sasuke asked as Naruto smirked. Sasuke got pale. Well, you see, I was worried about that too, so I had Madara and Naruto go convince him to join our side, Naruto began. Sasuke paled some more. How could you convince him? What could you have possibly offered him? Tsunade asked as Madara entered the room with Danzo. Konoha, Danzo said while putting his hands in a ram seal. Tsunade just looked at Naruto with a glare that demanded answers. Calm down, let Madara explain, as I am sure this means that the mission I sent her and Naruto on succeeded. Well, this is what happened, Madara began. Flashback 4 hours root headquarters. So, Madara, or should I say Madara-chan, Danzo sneered at the legendary Raven. What could I do for you today? You could give me Shisui's eye, Madara asked as she tilted her head to the left, causing her bangs to reveal her Rinnegan in her left eye while her Sharingan eye spun slowly. Danzo took a step back before smirking and pulled the bandages off of his face, revealing his right Sharingan eye. Well then, let's see if you are as strong as the legends of RGGG, Danzo screamed while clutching his bleeding right socket. He looked up and noticed a pigtailed girl, who looked like she was set on a golden flame. Putting the eye in a jar and toss it to a smirking Madara. Light speed movement kicks ass, Titebane, Naruto giggled while powering down. Yes it does, Madara said before turning toward a fuming Danzo. You'll pay for what you have done. Root, Danzo yelled for his not-so-secret army. Dealt with them before I came into the room, Naruto said as Danzo went pale. Hyuga clan house, Hinata-sama. There are hundreds of unconscious ANBU in our backyard, Neji yelled to Hinata. Hinata just sighed and followed her cousin to the backyard to find hundreds of ANBU lying on the ground without moving. Looking at the nearest body, Hinata saw a note. Hey, I just thought that as a sign of a good relationship between our clans that you may want more servants. Hurry up and put the seal on them before they wake up. Titebane, Naruto. At the end of the note, Hinata could see a crudely drawn Naruto, which must have been colored with crayon. Shaking her head at the lack of artistic skill, she turned to her clan. Get to sealing them, everybody gets their own slave, Hinata said as her clan roared. Yes, Hinata-sama. Root headquarters. If you think I'm going to go down without a fight, you better think again, Danzo roared as he ripped the bandages off his right arm. About 3 hours and 9 Izanagas later, Danzo was growing tired and weak. Seeing this, Madara placed a genjutsu on him, making him think that Naruto killed him again. Acting on impulse, he began to activate Izanagi just as Naruto flashed in front of him. Using her superior speed, she put her hands into a seal and hinged into her world's Danzo just as Danzo activated his jutsu. Taken by surprise, he couldn't help but think of the female him instead of returning to life, causing him to change into his female counterpart. Seeing her chance, Naruto raised her hand. Snap. Danzo, age mod 17. Snap. Poof. Danzo could only look on in horror at his, or should we say her, new body. She tried to dispel what must have been a jinjutsu, but sadly nothing happened. Mission complete, Madara-chan, Naruto said while beaming at the woman she now considered a sister. Well done, Naruto, and welcome to the clan, Danzo-chan, Madara said with a smirk as Danzo grew paler. I won't accept this. Do you hear me? Danzo shrieked at the two as Madara shook her head in annoyance. Geez, settle down. When was the last time you've been late anyway? Madara asked as Naruto had to control herself from laughing at the irony of that statement. Never. That is something you do when you are married, which I'm obviously not, Danzo said as if she were talking to 2-year-olds. Naruto just gaped before shaking her head sadly. Seriously, again, this is getting annoying. I'm tired of dealing with you old people that haven't gotten laid ever, Naruto said with a groan while ignoring the glare that Madara was giving her. Naruto just took off her orange jacket and snapped her fingers. BGM, Marvin Gaye, let's get it on. What's that? Danzo asked in confusion as Madara walked forward. Coffee making music. Let's get this over with. After all, can't have you trying to kill Naruto-kun when he tries to take you somewhere nice, Madara said with a sigh. And flashback. Kai, Danzo yelled as he released the Jinjutsu, revealing a young brunette that was about 5 feet 7 inches with shoulder-length black hair and black eyes. The silence was deafening until Tsunade finally spoke up. You know what? Fuck it. Naruto, do whatever you want, I could care less now, Tsunade said before grabbing a bottle of sake and drinking from it. Anything to say, Sasuke? This is normally the time you begin screaming at me, Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Sasuke just looked at him before shaking her head. You know, I don't even care anymore. Maybe I will once my mind recovers from that mind fuck, but right now I could care less about anything. In fact, Sasuke began while grabbing Riku's hand, if you are going to recruit more people, why should I give a fuck? You are the only male I like, but that has nothing to do with women. Come on, Riku, I'm going to teach you something interesting you can do with a ramen bowl. Sasuke finished her rant while dragging a confused, overpowered sage with her. Before she left, she turned towards a wide-eyed Naruto. By the way, Naruto, you can join us when you want. I'm going to need a chakra donor as I plan on using at least 15 Tsukiyomis. And with that, Sasuke left the room, leaving behind a gaping Naruto. Holy shit, that's like 45 days of non-stop sex, hell yay, Naruto yelled before stopping. Naruto looked at the ceiling in annoyance. Damn it, Rebuke, you are cock-blocking me, hurry your ass up. Boom, holy shit, quit spamming Getsugi, you old fart. You agreed to learn the tech, so stop bitching. That was before I found out there was a chance I could be turned into a chick. Damn it, Izanami, why did you tell him that? Sorry, master. Boom. Listen, that will only happen if Ichigo decides to do it. It's completely up to him how he uses the action replay ability. He's 15. You can't trust his hormones. Boom. Son of a bitch, my stash. That's it, I'm ending this. Crack. Izanami, debilitate that motherfucker. Yes, master. Pop. What? Why am I so weak right now? Bam. Thud. Master, did you have to pistol whip him that hard? Can't, when he comes to, he'll forget everything about what you said. Now where was I? Naruto was just looking at the ceiling in utter disbelief. Platinum trophy acquired. Mindfuck master. Characters unlocked. Fem Danzo. Items unlocked. Shisui I 1 of 2. That reminds me, I have to go get my spoils from the save point. I haven't used it in years. Naruto ran towards the blue scroll in the corner of the room and activated it. Ryu. Plus 9,999,999,999. Items, Shisui I 2 of 2. Secret hidden item, white headband. That's it. Naruto, though in disbelief, suddenly inside of him Akane yawned. What did I miss? Naruto just rolled his eyes before smirking. Time to troll. Oh, nothing. And just about to fuck your mom, that's all. Naruto laughed loudly when he heard the cursing and coughing Akane was doing. At the Cage Summit. I'm sorry, but why the fuck are we here? The Raikage asked, honestly confused as hell as Naruto shook his head sadly. Honestly, I don't know, Naruto said with a sad expression. But you made the meeting arrangements, Hokage-sama. Mifune reminded Naruto, who developed a dangerous twitch under his right eye. Flashback. I'm sorry, I thought I had something batshit insane in my ear. Naruto said with a deadpan expression as he looked at his wife who just chugged another bottle of sake. Long story short, you're overpowered and a great strategist, so you are Rokudan, congrats. Tsunade said as Naruto gapped at her. Bullshit. I said we were going to remake UZU. Naruto yelled as Tsunade yawned. And we will ... as Uzumaki property, but it's going to become a part of Kono Hagakure. Tsunade said as she began to walk away. Don't you walk away from me. This discussion isn't over. Naruto yelled as Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Oh really? I'm pretty sure that the fact that when we went to the future and fought your son in KONOHA kind of means I win this one. Tsunade said as if she were talking to a 5-year-old. Platinum trophy unlocked. A Hokage's will. Unlocked player must. Shut the fuck up, rebuke, I don't wanna hear it. Naruto said despondently. Boo. No buts. At least take the damn Hokage Naruto costume. Holy fuck, I'm just trying to help. Sorry about that, but I am just not in the mood. Naruto said as the GM sighed. Don't worry, I'm used to it. You always were like then when we were Kai. Never mind, said too much. Wah. Forget about it. Boo. Forget about it, or so help me I will reset the game. Okay, damn. Naruto said before turning to his wife again. By the way, Tsunade, where the hell is the perverted old toad at? Oh, he was complaining about not getting to go to AIM, so I locked him in a closest. Is he going to be okay? It's been a week. Now last time I checked he was singing about a time he slept with a daimyo's wife. But how long can one person sing about one thing? Outside the broom closet, groups of jounin were staring at the closet in awe. BGM, R. Kelly, trapped in a closet instrumental. He looks at the closet. I pull out my shuriken. He walks up to the closet. He's close up to the closet. Now he's at the closet. Now he's opening the closet. Oh, what happens next? One jounin whispered excitedly. SHH, it's starting. BGM, end. With Naruto and Tsunade. I have a bad feeling. Naruto began before shaking his head. He turned to look at his wife with a confused as fuck expression. Wait, shouldn't a Sannin level ninja be able to get out of a closet? I locked the door, remember? Tsunade answered as Naruto went pale at the mention of a ninja's worst nightmare. A locked door. Log, help us, you bitch. Naruto muttered. Flashback end. Anyway, we are waiting on a homicidal maniac so that we can stop his evil plan. Naruto said with a shrug before a thought hit him. He looked at the Mizukage with a smirk. Hey, how about you and I make a more permanent union with our villages, Seriously, Naruto, are you really doing this now? Sasuke asked with an eye twitch as Naruto looked at her scandalized. Oh my god, Sasuke, I don't see you talking to Sakura about what she's doing. Naruto said while pointing to his medic, who was playing a round of tonsil hockey with the Kage. Sasuke looked at Sakura in surprise before turning back to Naruto. She was going to apologize before he spoke again. And what about you? You have 3 redheads clinging to you as we speak. Naruto said while pointing to Amaru, Riku, and Karui. Flashback on the trip to the summit. The party consisting of Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Riku, and Amaru were on their way to the Land of Iron before they came across the Raikage's group. Holy shit, so that's where the diversity was hiding. Naruto said a little too loudly as Sasuke face-palmed. What's that supposed to mean? The Raikage asked, annoyed. Naruto just scratched his head sheepishly while smiling at Raikage. Hey, don't worry bro, I'm cool. Better be. The GM spoke, scaring the fuck out of the Kumonin. Anyway, we might as well walk together in case any of our village's enemies try to attack us. Naruto said while taking out a scroll. And as a show of goodwill I'll give you the legendary sword Samehada to give to your brother. The Raikage could only look on in awe as he was handed the scroll. This new Hokage may not be so bad after all. Wonder why he called this meeting. Oh, and dude, you might want to get that kid 2 new teammates after this is over. Naruto said seriously as the Raikage quirked an eyebrow. And why is that? Well, one, Naruto began while pointing to a confused Samui, by the end of this meeting she is not going to ever want to leave me, and 2. Naruto finished while pointing toward where Sasuke and Karui were. Normally the Raikage couldn't be easily surprised. Angered yes, but surprised no. However, when the powerful man looked at one of his brother's students, he couldn't help but gape. After all, it's not every day one of your trusted soldiers begins to make out with a soldier from another country. A country that barely trusts your country after it attempted an act of war on them. In front of the leaders of both countries. What? That was Sasuke, who was gapping at her longtime friend. Thump, and that was Aomoi, whose head had just fried. Karui, my brother told me about her fetish for black-haired women, but I thought he was just blowing things out of proportion. Sorry, don't worry about it. After all, my wife, as you can clearly see right now, can't control herself when it comes to redheads. Naruto said despondently. Sorry Naruto ... it's kind of my fault. It seems that when we did number 34 of things that should not be done with a ramen bowl 2 days ago, Sasuke lost any sense of morality. Riku said with a sad voice as Naruto's eyes glazed over. Things that should not be done indeed. Baby, you got it going on, Sasuke said as Naruto had to briefly wonder if Sasuke was Jiraiya in a henge. Squeal Sasuke-sama not there. Nah, Jiraiya doesn't get that much action. Naruto silently agreed with himself. What followed was the most awkward walk to a diplomatic meeting ever. Flashback end. Hey, young ninjas these days have no sense of honor, the Tsuchikage said in annoyance. My dad nearly kicked your country's ass single-handedly, and I can do it. Do you really want to start something with me? Naruto said with an eye roll as Onoki fumed. Your dad is a coward. My dad is a pro, you noob, Naruto said while chuckling. Who do you think you are, brat? Your future grandson-in-law if how Kuretsuchi keeps looking at me means anything, Naruto said offhandedly as said Kunoichi blushed. Argg Onoki screamed while banging his head on the table. And 3.2.1 Naruto counted down as Zetsu popped his head in through the table. Madara is somewhere in the building. Zetsu began before he found a flaming black blade through his stomach. Everyone turned to a smiling Sasuke. I was worried I wouldn't get to do this after I decided to stay in Konoha. Naruto just shook his head at his wife. Platinum trophy, Death of the White Rapists, unlocked. Party HP regeneration, plus 4% per second. Alright, now all we gotta do is wait for the masked idiot to show his face, Naruto said with a cheer as the other Kages looked at him in confusion. Well, what do we have here? Madara asked as he appeared in the room. Nothing you need to worry about, just explain why you have people stalking me already, Naruto said while shaking his head. Madara just huffed in annoyance before beginning. One explanation later, and then he'll cast a Jinjutsu on the world. Objection, Riku yelled, scaring the fuck out the room. BGM, Phoenix Wright, cornered. Everything you've just said is complete and utter bullshit. Riku began confusing Madara. What do you mean? And how the fuck did you get those eyes? Madara asked, honestly shocked for once in his life. 1. Since the death of Zetsu you have no army. What you have is a terrorist group that will fail. Riku began ignoring Madara. Well, once I have the Rinnegan. 2. Nagato is on our side, you have no Rinnegan. Riku continued. Somewhere during this she had hinged into a blue lawyer suit with a red tie. But 3. You told everyone your plan, putting them on guard and expecting you. Riku was now standing on the table pointing at Madara. How about if I? 4. Evidence shows that anyone with fully developed coils will blow up once sealing a tailed beast. EXPECIALLY the Jubai. Now wait just a damn minute. OVERULLED. Naruto screamed as Riku flashed Madara her most epic troll face. 5. The moon is too fucking far away for you to do anything with it. At this point Madara's mask had somehow developed the ability to sweat heavily. And 6. A witness known as none other than Itachi Uchiha has claimed you are no more than a shell of your former self, so there is no way you could control the Jubai. Madara was now pressed against the wall trembling. Riku smirked at this and turned to her husband. Your Honor. Well, jury. At this point all of the ninjas in the room had been caught in the moment and simultaneously screamed. Guilty. Madara Uchiha, I sentence you to death by Baijudama. Any last words? Naruto asked while tilting his head. Who is she? Madara screamed. Me. I'm the Rikudo Senin bitch, Riku said while flashing her best troll face, which was so epic Madara forgot he could mold chakra. Madara had screamed, finally losing his sanity. You haven't seen the last of me. Crash. And with that Madara jumped out of the nearest window while laughing on his fall down. BGM end. So what now? Sasuke couldn't help but ask. Now we wait for him to come at us, and when he does we finish this, Naruto said while standing up. It was a pleasure working with you all. I hope to hear from you guys again. Also, here's some information of members of the new Uzumaki clan in Konoha, just in case you guys wanna start some shit with us. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Aka, Player 1, Perfect Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Sasuke Uzumaki Namikaze, Aka, Ravager, Sharingan Master. Sakura Haruno, Adopted Member, Aka, Tank, Master Medic. Naruto Uzumaki, Namikaze. Hakuyuki Uzumaki, Last Heir of the Hyutin Bloodline. Anko Uzumaki, Poison Mistress. Temari Uzumaki, Wind Mistress of Suna. Tenten Uzumaki, Weapon Mistress of Konoha. Teiui Uzumaki, Jounin Level Genjutsu Mistress. Itachi Uzumaki, Sharingan Mistress. Tsunade Senju Uzumaki, Slug Seinen, Godame Hokage, Master Healer. Madara Uzumaki, Sharingan, Rinnegan Hybrid Mistress. Deidara Uzumaki, Explosion Mistress. Shio Uzumaki, Puppet Mistress. Yujiro Uzumaki, Perfect Nebai Jinchuriki. Shin Uzumaki, Priestess. Mikoto Uzumaki, Sharingan Mistress. Morio Uzumaki, Former Dark Demon. Amaru Uzumaki, Healer. Konan Uzumaki, only known user of paper jutsu. Akane Uzumaki, Kyuubai. Nagato Uzumaki, Akapane, Rinnegan master leader of AIM. Danzo Uzumaki, mistress of Futon Jutsu. Minato Namikaze, Konoha's Yellow Flash, Yondaime Hokage, Harishin Master. Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze, former Kyuubai Jinchuriki, Chakra Chain Jutsu. Ie Ikaraku Uzumaki, heir to Ikaraku Ramen franchise, badass chef. Riku Uzumaki, Aka Rikudo Senin, god of Shinobi, your god, your ancestor, creator of bloodlines. Jubai Slayer, creator of the law, creator of the moon, creator of the Biju, awesome lawyer, Rinnegan mistress. Holy fuck. The Rakage said as his black skin went white, like everybody else's who had read the list. Well, I guess I'm forming an alliance with Konoha now, was the collective thought of all of the Kages, minus Gaara who had already formed one. Sorry, but the humor dies here for this chap. Divided by BGM, Cowboy Bebop, the real folks blues. They are all dead. I couldn't help but mutter as I held my dying lover in a tight embrace. I sat on the roof of a building in utter disbelief. I could do nothing but stare at her bloodied form as the thunderstorm continued above us. How sad. And to think they would still be alive if you were more honest with yourself. Such a pity. She sure was a looker. I turned my head toward the source of the voice with a mixture of pure rage and complete self-loathing. The voice came from a boy with brown skin and short black hair. He looked exactly like me except his eyes were a frightening yellow, and he was covered in blood. Their blood. How dare you do this? I asked with false anger. I couldn't be angry at him because he was me. Whatever, now hurry up, accept me, and gain my powers. After all, that what you want, isn't it? The power to beat this game called life. The boy in front of me said with a sneer. Kun, you don't need him. The woman in my arms said with a small smile before coughing up blood. You never did. You made it this far without him. It was all of us, together, that got us this far. But, I began as tears filled my eyes. No buts. It was you, me, the Naru twins, Ichigo and Thunder together. And even though we all didn't survive, I can at least do this for you. Please don't give that bastard the satisfaction of winning. And with her last ounce of strength she lifted her gun to my head. What are you doing, you bitch? Came the unearthly roar from the boy in front of us. You will be able to find our souls later. They must be reincarnated eventually, right? I wonder if we will be reincarnated as heroes. My lover chuckled before pulling the trigger. Crack. IRGGH. I screamed in pain as a part of her soul. The most important part. The part of her that made who she was. Her persona was forced inside of my body. From the corner of my eye I could see my reflection in a nearby puddle, and looked nothing like my former self. My irises turned white and my hair did the same. I looked dead, but I knew I wasn't. Oh no, something better happened. Thanks to her, I was reborn. Stubborn bitch gave up her soul for nothing. This changes nothing. You are me, so accept it. The boy yelled frantically as I shook my head sadly. Was I really that pathetic? Sorry, I began as I raised her gun to my head. But you are not me. I don't know who you are and I don't need a parasite like you. I never did. What are you talking about? You said so yourself. Life is a game, right? We believe the same thing because you are me. The boy yelled as he became pitch black and completely cloaked in darkness. All I could see was a shadow and those damned yellow eyes of his. I just looked at those bodies around me and allowed a tear to escape from my left eye. Life is not a game. And with that I pulled the trigger. It was at this moment where the old me died and the new me began my search for the souls of those who have died on this roof today by my hands. Izanami, I whispered as the image of my lover's soul appeared right behind me. Stop, you need me. With that one phrase, crimson hands appeared from underneath the shadow and pulled it down to nothingness, killing it instantly. Is that all, master? Already forgot about your last owner already, I asked the spirit, who tilted her head in confusion. Whatever do you mean, master? I am thou and thou art I. Sai, let's go, Izanami. We have to go find the souls of those who died tonight. But why? Who are they, master? Old friends of ours. Let's go. It could take thousands of years, master, and I doubt the human lifespan is that long. Then we better start now. And don't worry about the lifespan. That woman over there turned me into a fool. And idiots don't die. Pov and White Room. The game master woke with a fright as he sat up in his bed. Damn those memories again, I thought I had gotten rid of them long ago. Rebuke thought as he ran his hand through his hair. At least I managed to find Naruto and Naruko's souls at the same time. I shouldn't be surprised. Twins have a special bond, but for it to be strong enough to create two of the same reality. Also, Ichigo's world is almost ready to change. All I have to do is wait for Zenjutsu to finish learning the technique. Rebuke stood up to get a cup of coffee, but stopped when he felt something warm in his heart. Yes, I know Izanami, I'm nervous too about when they get their memories back, but will they hate me or not? Also, I still have to find her. Oh well, go back to sleep Izanami, you need to be rested for tomorrow if you are going to train Zenjutsu again. Within Rebuke's soul. Master, after the Naruto endgame at the Uzumaki clan house. Well, that's that. Sasuke cheered as the clan finished their post-war party. The game is over and we can get on with our lives. Yeah, but I'm going to miss all the fun things we did together as a team. Sakura said as she leaned into Gaara. I just wish there was one more adventure. There is. Naruto spoke for the first time that evening. He had taken to sitting alone while the rest of his family partied. What do you mean, Naruto? Sasuke asked her husband as the room went quiet. This, Naruto said seriously as he set the hidden item, white headband, on the table. What is that, Naruto? Riku asked as she examined the item closely. The key to the final fight. It's the only way to completely return life back to normal. If we do not finish this, the game will just repeat from level 1 by sundown. Naruto said as everyone else in the room went pale. Then let's end this, Naruto shouted while standing up and throwing her sage coat on. Naruto just nodded. Let's. And with that everything turned a blinding white. Crap, I can't see, Sasuke yelled while Sakura had to refrain herself from laughing at the irony of that statement. BGM, Persona 3, Area of the Soul. When the light cleared, the Neo Uzumaki clan could see that they were in a coliseum at least 4 miles wide. The stands were in ruins but still seemed able to hold people. Do you want to activate the final fight? Yes, it's time to end this, Rebuke. Naruto yelled, finally fed up with the game. Choose a player to fight. I'll do it. After all, I am player 1, Naruto said before being engulfed in a flash of light. When he looked down, he noticed he was in his Hokage Naruto costume. Before he could say anything, he felt somebody leaning on him back to back. Quickly turning around, he saw Rebuke standing there with his back to him. Fine then. This is perfect. But you do realize if you fail this, you will have to restart this entire journey again, right? Rebuke said as Naruto glared. He's not doing this alone, Sasuke stated while activating her eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Rebuke yawned before snapping his fingers. This caused the Uzumaki clan, excluding Naruto, to be transported to the stands. A force field was quickly generated in front of them, making the clan unable to interfere with the fight. BGM, Persona 3, Unavoidable Battle. Tell me, before you are forced to restart the game, why do you want to end it? Rebuke asked Naruto, who glared angrily. Everyone here has their own thoughts and feelings. They are living people, not toys. Life is not a game. Naruto yelled, not noticing the small smile on the game master's face. Rebuke just chuckled. Life is nothing but a big joke. People are born and they live their lives always trying to overcome the challenges life brings them. They try their hardest, but in the end they just die and reincarnate somewhere else without any memory of their past lives. The cycle continues until someone is finally able to beat it. Rebuke began as Naruto shook with more rage. Who do you think you are? Do you know why life works that way? Rebuke asked while ignoring the question. Not waiting for an answer, he continued. Because subconsciously we all fear what happens when we beat life, so the game has become the will of all mankind. We all fear death, but we cannot wait for the afterlife. This hypocrisy is what I'm talking about. That's not true. Where do you get off making such lies about lie? You don't even know who you are. Rebuke chuckled as Naruto went pale. What? You don't even remember me. But judging by the look on your face, I can tell that you instinctively remember me, don't you? What are you saying? You're not making sense. Naruto yelled as he felt his heart clench for some strange reason. This isn't the first time we've met. We were childhood friends in your first life, but then you died, Rebuke said with a chuckle as he tossed a picture to Naruto's feet. Naruto began, but he choked on his voice when he stared at the picture. He did not recognize the others in the photo, but the 3 that he did recognize left him breathless, for he was staring at a picture of him, Naruto, and Rebuke. Although his hair and eye color were different, he could, for some reason, instantly remember point out Rebuke. Dropping to his knees, Naruto could only ask, how did I die? Naruto was prepared for any answer but the one he received. I killed you. Naruto went paler. What about Naruto? Her too. Naruto saw red and lunged at Rebuke, who merely sidestepped the attack. Naruto could hear Naruto cry from the stands. He then turned toward Rebuke in anger. Why? Naruto roared as tears filled his eyes. Rebuke's smile became evil. Isn't it obvious? Because life is a game, of course. Rebuke answered with a hearty laugh. You bastard. Naruto screamed as he raised his hand. Snap. Crack. Naruto looked at the action replay in disbelief as it split in half. Rebuke just shook his head. I made that shit. Do you honestly think I'd let it work on me? Naruto just glared more and entered his 9 Tails chakra mode and activated Sage mode on top of it. That's what I wanted to see. Show me, son of man, can your will surpass the will of all mankind? Rebuke asked while laughing loudly. He raised a gun to his head and pulled the trigger. Krek, Izanami no Akami instead of the usual white-haired maiden that normally appeared. Naruto saw a black-haired woman covered in a blinding white armor. The armor covered only half of her face, concealing the eyes from view. Her cheeks had red lines on them, making it appear as if she was crying blood. She had waist-length black hair and 2 ebony wings were sticking from her back. The armor showed her midriff, and her wrists and ankles had long white chains connected to them via cuffs. But the thing that Naruto was captivated most by was the pitch-black spear in her hands. Come at me and show me how strong your will is, boy, Rebuke said condescendingly as he took a fighting stance. Naruto just glared and launched at him. On the battlefield, how? Madara screamed as he felt his life fading away, courtesy of the dagger in his heart. Naruto just shrugged. I'm just blatantly better than you, Naruto answered. Behind him we can see a pale Sakura trying to revive an unconscious Sasuke, who had given up life as she witnessed the most terrifying thing ever. Naruto's final wife, Riku, the Rikudo Sennin, true god of shinobi, slayer of the Jubai, creator of the log, etc., fell to her knees while gaping at our hero. You're more pro than even I am, Riku screamed as she looked at the newest addition to the clan in fear. Flashback 8 hours middle of Fire Country. We see an expedition including Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Naruto, Madara, Itachi, and Riku walking through a clearing. Suddenly Naruto smirked as he held both of Shisui's eyes in his hands and told Itachi his plan. Itachi looked at him with a raised eyebrow. You want me to what? Itachi asked her husband in disbelief. I want you to put these eyes in a crow and force the crow into my body, and only allow it to activate when a certain condition is met, Naruto said with a smile that was scaring the fuck out of Sasuke. Also preset the genjutsu to this, Naruto said while handing Itachi a piece of paper. Itachi read it and looked back at Naruto skeptically. And you knew I could do this, how? Itachi asked as Naruto pointed to the strategy guide. Never mind. What's the condition you want to set? Itachi asked while summoning a crow and fusing the eyes into its body. Only allow the crow to exit when I see somebody who is 5 times stronger than I am, Naruto said with a smirk as Sakura jaw dropped. Naruto ... You are aware that Riku is the only one stronger than you, right? And the only reason she's stronger than you is because she holds the motherfucking Jubai. Sakura yelled at Naruto, who suddenly gaped. Son of a bitch, I forgot. Riku. Naruto yelled, getting Riku's attention. Yes, I need to speak to the Jubai, Naruto said as the rest of the finishing off Akatsuki expedition gaped. Are you serious? Riku asked in disbelief at his nod. She just had to ask why. Because I wanted to join my clan like Nibai, Kyuubi, and Akain. At this Naruto raised her hand. Yes, Kyuubi says, and I quote, what the hell is he talking about? I never joined the clan and he can go fuck off, Naruto said and lowered her hand. Naruto just chuckled at her. Oh delusional Kaio-chan, we both know it's only a matter of time before you join, like my version of you did. Naruto raised her hand again. Yes, Kyuubi says, and I quote again, fuck, he's right. And stop repeating everything I say, you idiotic little girl. And Naruto lowered her hand again. Thump. Madara, how the hell did this idiot even pose a challenge to you? Sasuke asked after she banged her head against a tree. Madara just got a sad expression on her face. It's my curse. It's been like this in every fight I've been in, Madara said despondently. Flashback, Naruto versus Hashirama. Give up, you bitch. You can't stand the might of the Kyuubi, Madara yelled from on top of Kyuubi's head while Hashirama fell to the ground in a bloodied mess. Any last words? Madara asked condescendingly as the first Hokage smirked. Yeah, take that bitch out, Tobai Nisan. Panicked Madara turned around in search of the younger of the Senju sisters, but found nothing. Realizing her error, she turned back just in time to see Hashirama, with a wooden bat held high, aiming at her head. Crack, thump. Now what to do with this oversized plushie ... Well, Maito-kun always did have a soft spot for foxes. The first thought with a sweat drop. Flash forward, Naruto versus Minako. Now we see Madara looking down smugly at a woman with shoulder-length blonde hair and blue eyes, who was dressed in a bloodied hospital gown. How do you plan to defeat me? You can't touch me and you have just given birth, Madara said with a chuckle behind her mask as Minako smirked. Good thing I paid attention in history class, Minako thought happily before yelling. Quick, get her Kushi-kun. Panicked Madara turned around and swung her kunai, causing her to become tangible. Daughter of a bitch, Madara screamed mentally as she saw a kunai fly past her cheek. Hidden jutsu, 1,000 years of death, racing inversion. Minato screamed as she shoved the blue ball of death up Madara's ass. Boom. Thump. Now what to do with this Bugs Bunny reject? Oh well, I'm sure Konoha will treat Naruto like a hero. I mean, who the hell disobeys a Hokage's dying wish? Minato pointedly ignored what sounded like an entire village sneezing at the same time. Flash forward Narutoverse versus Naruto and Naruto. BGM. Marvin Gaye, let's get it on. You get the idea. BGM and flashback end. Sasuke just gaped at her ancestor, who was now in a fetal position crying for her mother. Anyway, Naruto began after shaking off his shock. Itachi, don't give me the crow yet. I don't want to waste it on the Jubai. So how the hell are you going to beat it then? Riku asked as Naruto smirked. Don't worry, just take me to your mindscape, Riku-chan. Naruto said to his wife, who shrugged. What's the worst that could happen? Riku asked herself. In Riku's mindscape, we find Riku and Naruto walking toward a cage. Riku suddenly panicked and tried to get Naruto from walking toward the cage. Naru-kun. Riku began with a furious blush on her face. I think you should wait before looking in the cage. Oh my fucking god. Bam, Naruto screamed before getting sent into a wall via nosebleed. Fuck, I was too late. About 10 minutes later, Naruto, who was blushing heavily, and Riku sat in an awkward silence. Finally Naruto spoke. So are you going to explain ... or am I going to have to ask? Naruto said while looking inside of the cage. What was in the cage was a tanned, black and purple-haired woman who was blindfolded and chained up and hanging in the middle of the cage. She had a ball gag in her mouth and stuff sticking in places that if I were to go into detail, this fic would get removed. It's not my fault. The seal just works that way, and the seal you made. Honestly, I was going to ask how you dealt with the Jubai who must be screaming at you in anger daily. Looks like I was right about the screaming part, it seems, but looks like it's not in anger. Riku, shut up. Anyway, undo this so I can speak to hear ... My god, if Conan were here she'd probably ask you use the seal on her. Naruto said as Riku clapped her hands, undoing the chains, gags, and insertions from the demon. Naruto just shook his head as he watched the quivering mess in front of him. Thump, and that was Akane, who fainted in the seal after witnessing what happened to her pseudo-mother. I'm going to lord this over Akane forever, Naruto thought as he waited for the Jubai to get up. About 5 minutes later, what can I do for a worthless human like yourself? The Jubai said, smirking at Naruto, who stared back at her purple eyes that had 3 rings and 9 tomo, impassively. Big talk for someone who was a quivering mess 5 minutes ago. You blush. You dare. Listen, what you do behind closed seals is your own business, but I'm not here to fight. Then what do you want? I want you to be my second to last wife. Riku quickly turned to him in surprise, as this was the first time he ever mentioned what his limit on wives would be. No, now be gone, human. What if I beat you in a challenge? It'd be amusing to see you try, human, but I'll humor you. If you can beat me in a challenge, I'll join this clan of yours, the Jubai said with a smirk. Swear on your demon code. Whatever. Fine, here. Naruto handed her a slip of paper. Curiously, she looked at it and soon regretted it. Fuck, you mad? Naruto asked with his best troll face. Yes, my friends, the Jubai has just lost the game. Rules of the game. Everyone in the world is playing the game. A person cannot not play the game. It does not require consent to play, and one can never stop playing. Whenever one thinks about the game, one loses. Losses must be announced to at least one person. Strategies. Possibly the most common strategy is to write down the game on a slip of paper and hand it to somebody. When the person reads the note, they have no choice but to think of the game. And, outside of Riku's mindscape, Platinum Trophy. Unlocked. Defeating the Jubai. Avatar unlocked. Jubai Chakra Naruto. Plus 999,999,999,999 Ryu. Characters unlocked. Jubai. Okay, the Jubai is now my newest wife. Now give me the crow, Itachi. Naruto said, apparently not caring that he said the most epic sentence ever. Itachi just nodded dumbly and forced the crow down Naruto's throat. Okay, let's finish this, Naruto roared as they ran towards the Akatsuki hideout. Of course, the now fainted Sasuke had to be carried. Soon, I will get my final wife and then the world will know peace. Naruto thought evilly before shaking his head. I have to stop spending so much time around Nagato. At Akatsuki's hideout, Naruto and the expedition casually walked into the chambers of Akatsuki and stopped in front of 3 figures. The figures glared at a smirking Naruto before Madara broke out into an evil laugh. You think this is it? You think you've beaten me? Madara roared in insanity as Naruto yawned. Yeah, I think I did ... You mad, bro? Naruto asked while tilting his head. Madara just glared more before signaling Kakuzu and Hidden to attack, which they did with a lot of hesitation. Really? Naruto asked while shaking his head. Riku just sighed and stepped forward with Madara-chan. Naruto, let us handle this, okay? Riku asked while she and the rest of the clan ignited in a blue flame. Naruto silently thanked Sakura for teaching the rest of the clan how to do an Aogi before nodding. Oh man, you two are about to be fucked. Naruto said, a chuckle as the clan split into two groups, the Uchihas against Hidden, and Riku, Sakura, and Naruto against Kakuzu. Madara looked on in shock as everyone disappeared from view except Naruto, who stood proudly with a large grin. In the Uchiha Special Part 1 Itachi, BGM, Eddie Raph, Manjikaiowu in the eyes. Where the fuck am I? Your grave. Tsukiyomi Itachi whispered as the world turned red. Hidden looked around and saw that he was surrounded by cats that were covered in pastries, and after taking a closer look he noticed that they seemed to crap rainbows. BGM and BGM Nyan cat. Nyan. Arg, Hidden screamed as Itachi came into view. You'll be here for the next 72 hours. New. BGM and Uzumaki Special Part 1 Sakura. BGM Naruto OST 1 Strong and Strike. I'm not going to make this easy. Sakura roared as she punched him 5 miles away. Son of a bitch. Kakuzu screamed as he flew. Outside of the specials, BGM end. It doesn't matter what you do, Hidden and Kakuzu are immortal. Madara claimed with false bravado as Naruto laughed. Not even immortals can live through what I'm sure is happening to them. Enough talking, I'll make you pay, you damn demon brat. Bring it, bitch. And with that, Naruto and Madara charged at each other, the intent to kill clearly on both of their faces. Uchiha Special Part 2 Sasuke. Oh my fucking Jashin. There were so many rainbows, Hidden muttered while rocking in a fetal position. After getting out of his funk, he noticed that he was at the Valley of the End. Looking up, he saw a bad storm happening around him. You know, I almost feel sorry for you, Sasuke said solemnly before charging at Hidden with a Chidori in both hands. Oh, it's just the runt of the clan. I can take you, bitch. Hidden yelled, swinging his scythe. BGM Eddie Raph Wartime. Just as the two met in the middle of the valley, Sasuke blocked the blow of the scythe with one of her Chidori while shoving the other through Hidden's chest. Hidden looked at her with an evil expression. Bitch, do you honestly think that would kill me? No, but this will hurt, Sasuke replied while jumping back with her left hand still covered in lightning. Tyrann, Sasuke roared as Hidden looked at her in confusion before paling when he felt an enormous amount of chakra coming down at him. Hidden managed to think one thing before the lightning beast hit him. Fuck. Boom. Before Hidden could even twitch, he was slammed against the side of the statue of Madara by a flaming purple hand. Opening one of his eyes, he barely made out the form of Susanoo before a flaming black blade was shoved through his stomach, causing him to be covered in a black flame. Next, he felt his body get repeatedly shot at with what he assumed were flaming arrows, and for the first time in years, Hidden was scared. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he felt the fire disappear from his body, but he could feel that the wounds were still there, and he looked up at a smirking Sasuke. Good news is I won't kill you, Sasuke said with a gentle voice as Hidden almost wept in joy. Bad news, the next woman might. And with that, Hidden's world went black. BGM and outside of specials, Madara was glaring at the now golden Naruto, who was forming seals. He tried to stop him, but every time he attacked, Naruto would just disappear in a flash and continue forming the seals. Quit running. Make me Titebeo. Uzumaki Special PT2 Naruto. Kakuzu pulled himself out of the rubble and stood up while bleeding profusely. Damn, she took out one of my arms. I don't see her anymore, so I should be on guard. His thoughts were cut off as he felt a punch to the face that was followed by more all around his body. What's hitting me? I can't see a thing. BGM Naruto Shippuden OST 2 Gekkaha. You hurt Titeben? A voice asked. Looking up, Kakuzu noticed he was surrounded by 10 flaming Narukos that were smirking. Don't worry, I'm using a lot of chakra, so I'll end my part quick. With that, 9 of the 10 Narukos flashed at him with a planetary Rasengan in their hands. Fu. Boom. As Kakuzu flew into the sky, he found the final Naruto in the sky above him. Looking closer, he noticed that she must have launched herself a few thousand feet into the air. In the sky. Let's make this quick, Kaio-chan. Of course, Naruto. And with that, they changed into a giant flaming 9-tailed fox that was quickly gathering chakra in its mouth. With Kakuzu, well, here goes another heart, Kakuzu thought despondently. BIJUDAMMA. BOOM. And then the world went white. BGM and outside specials. What are you doing? Do you intend to die? Madara screamed frantically at a panting Naruto who exited his 9 tails chakra mode. Dead demon consuming seal. Naruto gritted out as a monster-like figure appeared behind him. Uchiha Special Finale. BGM Eddie Wrath Madara. Hidden found himself in a clearing at nighttime. He was scared and confused, until he saw the giant claw land next to him. Fufufu, looks like I get to fight along Kyuubi-sama again like old times, came a voice from on top of the head of the Kyuubi. Hidden slowly turned around before stopping and glaring at the raven-haired female. Fuck it, I don't care anymore, just do it if you got the ball. Chomp. Sigh, no fair. Why are my fights anticlimactic? Madara yelled in frustration as the Kyuubi shook its head before transforming into the form of Akane. BGM and, I don't know, but I believe that it's time for me to get some payback, bitch. Aogi Akane growled as Madara turned white. Sorry, no, that won't cut it, you owe me. So be grateful that I'm going to be gentle human. Akane said before her glare transformed into a gentle smile, confusing the hell out of Madara. BGM, Marvin Gaye, let's get it on. Seriously, Sai, I see where this is going, Madara said with a shake of her head, relieved that she wasn't about to be eaten. Well, at least not lethally. BGM and Uzumaki Special Finale. Kakuzu was trying to sneak behind a sleeping Riku in an attempt to take her out before she got his last heart. Right when he got behind her, he felt cold steel on his neck that stopped him from delivering the final blow. You're supposed to be a shinobi. Sai, let me show you how it's done, boy. Looking down, Kakuzu saw that person he was looking at was beginning to fade from view. Shit, Genjutsu, Kakuzu thought angrily. No, it was speed, you insolent brat, Riku said before removing the kunai and placing her hand on his back. SHINRATENSEI. Boom. BGM, Naruto Shippuden OST2, Kokyudan. When Kakuzu landed, he was rewarded with a kick to the face, and while he was in midair from the blow, he heard her speak. One of my 3 foundations of the ninja is Taijutsu. Show me what you got, kid. Riku landed 2 devastating punches to Kakuzu's face before hitting with a roundhouse kick to the head. But before he could fly away from the blow, she grabbed his arm and planted her other foot into his face, using him as a springboard to launch herself into the sky. She looked him in the eyes before his world went black. BGM and -10 years later, Kakuzu was reading his daughter a bedtime story. He had gotten married and given up his life as a missing nin after Riku spared his life. He sighed contently as this new life was what he learned was very important to him. He had decided to open an orphanage and vowed that his current heart would be his last, and that he would live this last lifetime with his wife and die a happy man. Before he could leave his daughter's room, she called out to him. Papa, yes, my little angel. I ran into a woman today, and she wanted me to tell you something, Papa. What did I tell you about talking to strangers? I know, but it sounded really important, and she said that it would make me a better ninja like my papa used to be. Chuckling, Kakuzu turned to his daughter with a raised eyebrow. And what is this? Another of her foundations for the ninja is Genjutsu. Suddenly his daughter developed an evil smirk as he grew pale. Krek. BGM, Naruto Shippuden OST2, Kokyudan. Looking around, he noticed he was lying down, heavily wounded, in front of a smirking Riku. You bitch, my family, what have you done? Kakuzu yelled at Riku, who just smirked at him. Calm down, it was just a Genjutsu, Riku said, enjoying the look of despair on Kakuzu's face. Kill me. No. And with that, Riku raised her hand at the mentally broken Shinobi Bansho Tenin, bringing Kakuzu to her. She grabbed him by his neck and put some of the Jubis chakra in his body. That should keep you from dying for now. Shinobi Foundation number 3 Ninjutsu. CHIBAKUTENSEI. Riku roared as she tossed Kakuzu in the center of a second moon. SHINRATENSEI. Using the Jubi's chakra, she sent the new moon into space, where it orbited in the opposite direction of the first moon. Sigh, have we really fallen? He didn't even notice that the earth was infused with my chakra. It really is a shame. The Jubai commented from her seal as Riku rubbed her head in annoyance. That's it, I don't care who gives birth first, but I'm training Naruto's first child, so that we can have real shinobi again. That would be for the best. By the way, yes, assume the position, I need stress relief. Yes, mistress. Ninjas have become too weak. Looks like my daughters, or in this world sons, failed me, Riku thought before putting her hand into a seal. Katsu, Riku exclaimed as she watched the moon explode. Be grateful that I let you die. And with that, Riku disappeared in broad daylight. No shunshin, Genjutsu, speed, or chakra at all used. Like a ninja. BGM and outside specials. The expedition came from a crack in the air, and the first thing they saw was Naruto standing in front of the Shinigami. Are you ready to die, human? The Shinigami asked Naruto, who was glad he used the Shinigami translation cheat, nodded. The first one to stop gaping was Riku, who began to yell at our hero. What the hell, why are you going to kill yourself? What about peace and your last wife? You are too young to be giving up like this, especially when I can kick Madara's ass no problem, you dumbass motherfucker. Riku yelled at a smirking Naruto. BGM Naruto Shippuden OST 2 RENKAI. Don't underestimate me, Riku. Naruto yelled in pain as he forced himself to turn around and glare at the Shinigami. Hey old bony and ugly, look at me. Naruto roared as a black crow escaped his body. I have to be careful, I only have 2 of Shisui's eyes, so I have 2 commands. What do you want, mortal? Smirking, Naruto stood his ground underneath the oppressive aura of the Shinigami. As one of the crow's eyes turned into its Mangekyo form, he began. First, I want to tell you that you would probably make a good-looking girl, why don't you try it out? Naruto suggested as Sasuke gaped. The son of a bitch isn't. Sasuke's thoughts were mirrored by everyone else. I probably would. The god of death thought before changing into a young woman with snow-white hair and a blinding white robe that hugged her body in all the right places. She had pale skin and her eyes were bright blue. Everyone gaped more. Secondly, I'm sure we could fall in love with each other and drink lots of coffee. Naruto finished as the bird on his shoulder's eyes transformed back into the regular Sharingan. The bird forced itself back into Naruto's body as he fell to the floor, his body now incredibly bony. I bet we could, Shinigami thought as the skin on her cheeks gained a little color. But how is it possible when you are going to die? Don't worry about it. With Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, nothing is impossible. Naruto flashed her his famous grin before his eyes began to close. Remembering what she was doing, the Shinigami stabbed Madara in his heart. Naruto's soul left his body and was about to be taken by the reluctant Shinigami when +1 life used. Naruto's soul shot directly back to his body, which soon returned to its physical peak. Standing up, ignoring his gaping family, he looked down condescendingly at Madara. How? Madara screamed as he felt his life fading away, courtesy of the dagger in his heart. Naruto just shrugged. I'm just blatantly better than you, Naruto answered. Behind him we can see a pale Sakura trying to revive an unconscious Sasuke, who had given up life as she witnessed the most terrifying thing ever. Naruto's final wife, Riku, the Rikudo Sennin, true god of shinobi, slayer of the Jubai, creator of the log, etc., fell to her knees while gaping at our hero. You're more pro than even I am, Riku screamed as she looked at the newest addition to the clan in fear. Platinum trophy, beating the game, unlocked. Plus 999,999,999,999 Ryu. Avatar, Shinigami Naruto unlocked. Final boss available. Congratulations. BGM end. As the Shinigami finished eating Madara's soul, it began to pout. Tilting his, Naruto asked, "What's up? I'm used to eating 2 souls, so I feel a little empty." Naruto quickly turned to Sakura. Hey, don't you have a date with Gaara? Paling, Sakura stood up after Sasuke regained consciousness. You're right, see you guys later. Sakura ran out of the hideout as Naruto gained an evil smirk. Okay, now that she's gone, let's fill you up, Shinigami-chan. Naruto cheered while undressing along with the rest of the clan, including Sasuke, who finally stopped giving a fuck. With what? Just a certain little drink. Hit it, Marvin. BGM, Marvin Gaye, let's get it on. And the shinobi world finally learned peace. About 3 hours later. Fuck, yes Naruto, that's what we're doing, Sasuke said sarcastically as Naruto stopped mid-thrust and glared at her. Though what I mean is ... we forgot to add Karin, Naruto exclaimed as the clan stopped their various positions. Oh well, came from Riku as the clan resumed breaking the goddess of death. Next, final battle versus Rebuke. Bonus content. Rebuke stood in front of a screen with a sheepish smile before he began his speech. Because I am re-uploading this chapter, I have decided to give bonus information for those of you who began my life as a game series from the first arc. Rebuke went to his closest and began to throw things out. Some of the items were a PlayStation 6, Xbox 1440, and a Nintendo Z. Here it is, Rebuke yelled while holding up a folder and opening it. Naruto, life is game. Bakuto X, life is a game. Life is not a game. And that's what I've got so far. Crap, I need something to do while I watch my past because I doubt Bleach will be enough. Rebuke began before Izanami walked into the room. Master, I've gotten your mail from Twilight, Izanami said while handing her confused master a package. Rebuke carefully picked up the note. Yo man, hey, I found this lying in the ruins of an old orphanage. It had your address on it, so I decided to mail it back to you. J14 Agent. Rebuke felt a cold chill run up his spine at the word orphanage. Shaking his head, Rebuke opened the package and pulled out what looked like an old baseball bat. Suddenly, Rebuke gained a wide-eyed look. Flash, ears, Ascension City. BGM, Cowboy Bebop Ost, call me. A small black-haired boy was crying in front of an orphanage. Hey kid, what's the matter? Looking up, the boy saw a black-haired teen with a white band strapped around his left arm. Looking closer, the small boy was openly gapping at the teen as he saw the symbols X7 on the band. Why, you're a member of. The boy began before he was cut off by a smack to the head. Shut up, brat, don't you know you can get in trouble for speaking of my organization? The small boy looked down with tears filling his eyes. Sigh, now tell me what's wrong, the teen asked as he sat down next to the boy. I lost my bat ... It was the last thing my parents gave me before they died, the little boy answered as the teen turned him around. Where did you see it last? It was taken from me by a mean policeman who said gutter trash don't deserve to have fun. The boy did not hear the teen next to him growl. Hey kid, what's your name? Sniff T. Takashi Kamuro, the boy answered while wiping his eyes. Go on inside, I'll go with one of my friends to help you get your bat, the teen said while standing up. Hey Rebuke, what's taking you, man? Turning around, Rebuke saw an orange-haired boy and a pair of blonde twins walking toward him. The orange-haired boy had a wooden sword strapped to his back, and he was wearing a black muscle shirt, black cargo pants, and a pair of black fingerless gloves. The twins were both wearing a black hoodie, cargo pants, and black fingerless gloves. All three had the same white band strapped onto their left arm. Oh hey Ichigo, looks like we got another mission, Rebuke said while cracking his knuckles as the twins smirked. All right, they said in unison as Ichigo pulled out his wooden sword. Where to? Ichigo asked while doing a few practice swings. The police station, and with that the four walked away, leaving a wide-eyed Takashi behind. About 5 hours later, the four walked into the cafeteria of the orphanage covered in blood and bruises. Looking around, Rebuke spotted the boy from earlier and walked toward him. Hey kid, this yours? Rebuke asked, handing the speechless boy a golden bat. Next time the police mess with you, I want you to hit them with it and run to the address I carved into the bat. It'll be like fighting a zombie. Zombies don't exist, Takashi said with a large smile while swinging his bat around, making the four teens smile. Yeah, I guess they don't ... Good luck in life. After the four leave. Oh man, that was so cool. I can't believe we got to meet X7 in person. A girl squealed as Takashi looked back down at his bat. I want to be as brave as them when I get older, Takashi murmured, causing a girl next to him to roll her eyes, as if that would ever happen. The girl yelled as Takashi turned to her with a pout. Why you gotta be so mean, Ray? Flash end. I wonder how that brat is living in his new life, Rebuke thought before switching on the TV and gaping after he saw what was on. Take this, you undead bastard, a black-haired teen yelled while smashing a zombie with a baseball bat. Rebuke smirked more and more the more he watched the show. This will be interesting, Rebuke thought as he scribbled something down in the folder. HOTD, life is a game. After the Naruto endgame at the Uzumaki clan house. Well, that's that. Sasuke cheered as the clan finished their post-war party. The game is over and we can get on with our lives. Yeah, but I'm going to miss all the fun things we did together as a team, Sakura said as she leaned into Gaara. I just wish there was one more adventure. There is. Naruto spoke for the first time that evening. He had taken to sitting alone while the rest of his family partied. What do you mean, Naruto? Sasuke asked her husband as the room went quiet. This, Naruto said seriously as he set the hidden item, white headband, on the table. What is that, Naruto? Riku asked as she examined the item closely. The key to the final fight. It's the only way to completely return life back to normal. If we do not finish this, the game will just repeat from level 1 by sundown, Naruto said as everyone else in the room went pale. Then let's end this, Naruto shouted while standing up and throwing her sage coat on. Naruto just nodded. Let's. And with that everything turned a blinding white. Crap, I can't see, Sasuke yelled while Sakura had to refrain herself from laughing at the irony of that statement. BGM, Persona 3, Area of the Soul. When the light cleared, the Neo Uzumaki clan could see that they were in a coliseum at least 4 miles wide. The stands were in ruins but still seemed able to hold people. Do you want to activate the final fight? Yes, it's time to end this, Rebuke, Naruto yelled, finally fed up with the game. Choose a player to fight. I'll do it. After all, I am player 1, Naruto said before being engulfed in a flash of light. When he looked down, he noticed he was in his Hokage Naruto costume. Before he could say anything, he felt somebody leaning on him back to back. Quickly turning around, he saw Rebuke standing there with his back to him. Fine then. This is perfect. But you do realize if you fail this, you will have to restart this entire journey again, right? Rebuke said as Naruto glared. He's not doing this alone, Sasuke stated while activating her eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Rebuke yawned before snapping his fingers. This caused the Uzumaki clan, excluding Naruto, to be transported to the stands. A force field was quickly generated in front of them, making the clan unable to interfere with the fight. BGM, Persona 3, Unavoidable Battle. Tell me, before you are forced to restart the game, why do you want to end it? Rebuke asked Naruto, who glared angrily. Everyone here has their own thoughts and feelings. They are living people, not toys. Life is not a game. Naruto yelled. Not noticing the small smile on the game master's face, Rebuke just chuckled. Life is nothing but a big joke. People are born and they live their lives always trying to overcome the challenges life brings them. They try their hardest, but in the end they just die and reincarnate somewhere else without any memory of their past lives. The cycle continues until someone is finally able to beat it. Rebuke began as Naruto shook with more rage. Who do you think you are? Do you know why life works that way? Rebuke asked while ignoring the question. Not waiting for an answer, he continued. Because subconsciously we all fear what happens when we beat life, so the game has become the will of all mankind. We all fear death, but we cannot wait for the afterlife. This hypocrisy is what I'm talking about. That's not true. Where do you get off making such lies about lie? You don't even know who you are. Rebuke chuckled as Naruto went pale. What? You don't even remember me. But judging by the look on your face, I can tell that you instinctively remember me, don't you? What are you saying? You're not making sense. Naruto yelled as he felt his heart clench for some strange reason. This isn't the first time we've met. We were childhood friends in your first life, but then you died. Rebuke said with a chuckle as he tossed a picture to Naruto's feet. Naruto began, but he choked on his voice when he stared at the picture. He did not recognize the others in the photo, but the three that he did recognize left him breathless, for he was staring at a picture of him, Naruto, and Rebuke. Although his hair and eye color were different, he could, for some reason, instantly point out Rebuke. Dropping to his knees, Naruto could only ask, how did I die? Naruto was prepared for any answer, but the one he received. I killed you. Naruto went paler. What about Naruto? Her too. Naruto saw red and lunged at Rebuke, who merely sidestepped the attack. Naruto could hear Naruto cry from the stands. He then turned toward Rebuke in anger. Why? Naruto roared as tears filled his eyes. Rebuke's smile became evil. Isn't it obvious? Because life is a game, of course. Rebuke answered with a hearty laugh. You bastard. Naruto screamed as he raised his hand. Snap. Crack. Naruto looked at the action replay in disbelief as it split in half. Rebuke just shook his head. I made that shit. Do you honestly think I'd let it work on me? Naruto just glared more and entered his Nine Tails chakra mode and activated Sage mode on top of it. That's what I wanted to see. Show me, son of man, can your will surpass the will of all mankind? Rebuke asked while laughing loudly. He raised a gun to his head and pulled the trigger. Crack. Izanami no Akami instead of the usual white-haired maiden that normally appeared. Naruto saw a black-haired woman covered in a blinding white armor. The armor covered only half of her face, concealing the eyes from view. Her cheeks had red lines on them, making it appear as if she was crying blood. She had waist-length black hair and two ebony wings were sticking from her back. The armor showed her midriff, and her wrists and ankles had long white chains connected to them via cuffs. But the thing that Naruto was captivated most by was the pitch-black spear in her hands. Come at me and show me how strong your will is, boy, Rebuke said condescendingly as he took a fighting stance. Naruto just glared and launched at him. In the stands. Naruto screamed as her head was filled with memories that she wasn't sure were her own. Sasuke could only watch in disbelief. What the fuck is going on? Sasuke whispered in horror as Madara went to go try to help the girl she now considered his sister, despite originally attempting to kill her. I don't know, but if Naruto doesn't kick that bastard's ass, I will. Madara muttered as her Sharingan flashed angrily. Battlefield. BGM and BGM, the Almighty. Crack. Rebuke said as he felt an influx of power course through his body. Naruto gathered a large amount of chakra in his hand as Rebuke raised his gun a second time. Crack. Racen Shuriken. Rebuke muttered as Izanami shot a wave of lightning from her left hand that quickly overpowered the jutsu and forced Naruto to flash out of its way. BOOM. Naruto gaped at the destruction and confusion. How Racen Shuriken is wind. It should have overpowered your lightning. Naruto yelled at Rebuke, who was smirking at the blonde's distress. True, but doubles my magical power for a short amount of time, enabling me to overpower your technique. Rebuke said before raising his gun and pulling the trigger just as Naruto flashed away. Crack. Damn. Naruto managed to land a devastating blow to Rebuke's face just as he pulled the trigger. Rebuke was sent flying through the air by the force of the punch and slammed into a nearby wall. Cough. Rebuke gasped out as Naruto flashed in front of him, fist reared back. Before Naruto could land another hit, However, he was hit by the back of Izanami's spear and quickly found his body getting weaker. Glaring at Rebuke, Naruto released another punch at his face, only to completely miss. Rebuke, using the blonde's confusion to his advantage, slammed his gun into Naruto's face, making the young ninja stumble backwards. How did I miss and why couldn't I dodge the hit? Naruto asked groggily before falling down on his back. Lowers your attack, defense, and hit evasion rate by 40% for a short amount of time, Rebuke said while holstering his first gun and pulling out a second one. He's knocked down, I can hit him with an all-out attack, Rebuke thought before putting a clip into his second gun while jumping into the sky. Suck it, Rebuke yelled before releasing his bullets. Bam 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 bam. AHHH, Naruto screamed in pain. Looking closer at the second gun, Naruto's eyes widened. BGM and Flash, so what are you going to do with that gun? Naruto asked a black-haired female, who smirked before turning towards a sunset. The two were on top of a building, along with 3 others, as the day slowly faded into night divided by. With this gun, I will make this world burn, and from the ashes a better world will take its place with us as the rulers. This horrible place has taken so much from us, and I believe it's time for us to take back. That is if you all will stand by me, the raven-haired woman asked while Naruto stepped forward with a smirk. She was wearing a black hoodie, black cargo pants, black fingerless gloves, and on her left arm was a white band with the symbols X7 embroidered with a scarlet thread. You know X7 always sticks together no matter what. T-Tabane. She's right. A black-haired Rebuke agreed as Naruto and an orange-haired boy nodded, all 3 wearing the same thing as Naruto. Then tonight we'll celebrate my ascension to leader, and tomorrow we begin our conquest to destroy the ugly, but still, beautiful world, the raven-haired woman said before throwing on a large black overcoat with X7 in bright red on the back, and jumping off of the building as the rest followed. Flash, and BGM, Persona 4, I'll face myself. What was that? Naruto thought before pulling himself out of the ditch he was in once he felt his strength return. Suddenly he felt himself get pelted with similar memories as Rebuke launched himself at Naruto while pulling out his first gun and holstering the second. Naruto looked at Rebuke with tears in his eyes, causing Rebuke to hesitate, before glaring and jumping back as an orb of black destruction was forming in his hands, making Rebuke curse. Damn, I thought he had remembered and I let my guard down. I can't let that move hit me, Rebuke thought while raising the gun to his head. Crack, Rebuke shuddered as he tried to pull more energy from the skill while shakily raising the gun a second time. Crack, Rebuke gasped as he felt blood drip from his nose as Izanami flew above the battleground and gathered a majority of Rebuke's remaining energy into her hands. The ground beneath Naruto shattered as he finished gathering his chakra. In the stands, Naruto, who had regained her memories, fell to her knees as she watched 2 of the most important people to her fight to the death. When she looked up she paled when she realized what Izanami was doing. BGM and Flash, Neeson, were surrounded by soldiers from. There is no way we can be this many, Naruto yelled as she and a black-haired woman were surrounded by 100 soldiers clad in high-tech armor. The others won't get here for 10 more minutes, we can't win. We have to give up. Smack, shut up. If we were taught anything from, it was to never give up, roared as she pulled a silver gun to her temple, making Naruto's eyes widen. She can't be serious. She's too tired. At the most she could probably take out 10 in her condition, Naruto thought before glaring at her angrily. You think we stand a chance? Are you a fool? Naruto yelled in disbelief. Crack, yeah I am. Now watch, stated before covering Naruto with her body as blood came from her nose. Naruto's vision was enveloped in purple. DOOM, excluding Naruto, and there were no survivors. That day the members of X7 vowed to never give up ever again, a lesson that they swore they would keep, even after their deaths. Flash, and BGM, Persona 4, I'll face myself. On battlefield, BIJUUDAMMA. Naruto roared as he released his technique at Rebuke, but right before it connected an explosion of purple erupted from Rebuke, colliding with his technique. BOOM. Give up, Rebuke roared from the epicenter of the purple blast. Never, Naruto yelled with his arms extended towards the explosion. In stance, this is insane, Sakura screamed as the force field protecting them began to crack. Even Riku and the Shinigami were wide-eyed at the display of the two. So this is the power of a human's will. Interesting, but who will win? Shinigami wondered to herself as her and everyone else's vision went white. In a plane of white, Rebuke ... What happened to you? A sad Naruto asked as Rebuke holstered his gun. Life. I always kept saying it was a game, that I would beat it, and I did, but at what cost? I lost my friends my family her, and what do I have to show for it? Lousy immortality and to be forever alone. You idiot. What about Izanami? She is her last gift to you, and you sound like she's only a tool. Naruto roared as Rebuke's eyes widened. I don't blame you for my death. I doubt anyone does, but I'll never forgive you if you spit on her memory. Naruto yelled before running at Rebuke with his arm cocked back. Fine, then we'll find out who's right now. Rebuke yelled while mirroring Naruto. When they met each other, they both landed a devastating punch on the other's face. BGM and on the battlefield. BGM, Naruto Shippuden Ost, experienced many battle. Rebuke stood over the down Naruto with a grimace before turning away as he looked at the Uzumaki clan, or more specifically Naruto, and the Shinigami. You see, no matter how much power a member of X7 gets, we can't beat this damned game. Rebuke yelled while raising a gun to his head. We will just lose anyway. Please, Shinigami-sama. I'm tired of fighting ... let me die. Rebuke yelled with tears in his eyes. Boy, you have been through a lot, but I can't stop your curse, you'll just have to try harder to beat it. The Shinigami began before getting interrupted by a furious Rebuke. Harder. That's impossible. Silence, boy, nothing is impossible. You humans just haven't unlocked all of your innate capabilities ... one day. Once you children of man have figured it out, we will be on equal ground. Sigh, if you really believe that bullshit, that's on you. Krek, I'll just have to make Naruto restart until he can beat me. How many times will it take, I wonder? 100 or 1000? Rebuke said with a grim chuckle. Rebuke muttered as he turned to watch the crimson hands grab Naruto and drag him into nothingness. Poof. BGM interrupted. BGM, Naruto Shippuden, lightning speed. What? Rebuke thought in disbelief before the ground cracked underneath him and Naruto came out, hitting him with a vicious uppercut, sending him into the air. I won't let you. Naruto began while grabbing Rebuke by the neck. Decide how I live. Naruto finished while punching Rebuke repeatedly into the ground. Let me decide, Bam, when I want to give up life, Bam, but until then, Bam, work on getting that stick out of your ass, Bam, and remember who you are. Bam. Naruto finished the Game Master with a hard headbutt to the face, knocking him out instantly. Son of a bitch. That hurt, Naruto thought while rubbing his head. Hidden, platinum trophy unlocked. Life is not a game. Rebuke defeated. Game end. BGM end. About 10 minutes later, Rebuke awoke in pain, and when he opened his eyes he found himself surrounded by the Uzumaki clan. Standing up, he, wincing when he saw them tense, he turned to the Shinigami. I guess there is hope after all, Rebuke admitted as the Shinigami smirked when his still-summoned persona huffed and handed her 200,000 Ryu. I guess this is goodbye. Stay strong. I will need your help on Judgment Day, Rebuke said, and was about to cancel Izanami's summon. Before stopping, he turned Izanami no Akami back into Izanami and turned to her. Let's get home, Izanami. Maybe I can teach how to cook, he said with a chuckle as his white-haired companion's eyes widened. Hey, make sure Ikugo gets his ass in gear. I wanna spar with him again. Naruto yelled to Rebuke before adding, and get a job or something. Being cooped up in one room can't be healthy, making Rebuke turn to Izanami in annoyance. Did you have to tell him that? Sorry, master, but it is true. You need a hobby. Rebuke just got a thoughtful expression. Fine, I'll open up a store or something in Karakura. Now let's go, we have another member to find. And with that, Rebuke and Izanami disappeared from the world of Shinobi. White Room. Looking down on the planet where the Uzumaki clan resides, Rebuke saw a dark aura vanish from the small blue orb. Gazing happily at the planet's returned beauty, Rebuke could only sigh contently. The curse has been lifted from them, and now the souls of the dead can go into the afterlife. Their game has been beaten, Rebuke said happily before glaring at a pitch-black orb. Now to deal with souls here. It's been corrupted so long that the Shinigami believe that the Soul Society is the true afterlife. BOOM. Izanami, you do not put tinfoil in the microwave. Sorry, master.